Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. We in the building, child. That's gonna be an open panel. More than likely gonna be an open panel. They have a virtual town hall meeting. We're just to have a little chit chat on this beautiful Sunday, honey. All right. Guys, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up as you guys come into the sanctuary. Oh, yes. Thumbing up not only helps with YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up YouTube's notification system. So when you are thumbing up the video, you are literally knocking on the digital door of another Conscious crew member and telling them to get their arses into the sanctuary in order to join in on this riveting discussion. Also, shout out to all the new subbies. Make sure that you guys have your notification bell set to all so that you never miss a day or hour when the king is in fact hanging. And last but not least, please share the stream out to wherever it is you have digital community, whether that be your YouTube community wall, your Facebook, your MySpace, your Instagram, your Snapchat, the dark side of Twitter, Tumblr, or your personal OF. I don't really give a damn where you lay the link. Just let them whores know that we're loud, we're live, and we are certainly in color. With no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, let me go ahead and welcome the Conscious crew who are in the building. What's going on, Medusa? Hey, Brittany. What's going on, Miss Delight? What's going on, Shauna? Hey, Cynthia. Hey, Sherry. Hey, Janny. Hey, Ema. What's going on, Project P? Hey, Food Expert. What's going on, Sonia? Hey, Sherry. What's going on, Shayla? Hey, Miss Goldsmith. What's going on, Miss Dawkins? Hey, Sandy. What's going on, Mother Sasha? Hey, Boo. What's going on, Motor Culture? What's going on, T Brown 474? Thank you, love. Thank you, love. Shout out to Madrid. All right. You guys, thumbs up the video. All right. I'm probably going to be dropping a link to it. You guys chime in. Just want to chit chat a bit on this gorgeous Sunday, honey. This gorgeous, peaceful, pristine Sunday. What's going on, Shea Butter? Hey, y'all. What's going on? Hey, boy, I'm here for the chat on period. Hey, Rumors and Tea. Hey, love. Hey, y'all. Y'all thumbs up as you guys come in. What's going on, Gemini? Hey, y'all. So let's go ahead and get straight into this discussion, child. But first, I kind of want to start off with a poll, all right, or with a Q&A in the chat, all right. It's 80 of y'all in the building, so let's get some more likes on this video so we can get, you know, the crowd participation that we need to have, the level of town hall that we need to have, child. I think the question that I'm going to pose first in the chat, and I'm going to let you guys vote off on it, is, do y'all believe, and you don't have to believe this is entirely true. You don't have to believe that this is true across the board. You don't have to believe this is true in every situation. But I'm asking generally, do you believe that there is a truth and or a reality to the question that I'm about to pose? Okay. Are women low key or high key? Low key or high key? Okay, which means that it ain't always blatant. It ain't always overt. It ain't always, you know, explicitly in one's face. Sometimes the threat and or the insecurity can be dormant. It can be concealed. Okay, it could be in the underbelly. All right. Are women low, high key threatened by men's sexuality and or straight men's proximity to queer men? All right, I just dropped the question. in the chat. Are women low high key threatened by men's sexuality and or straight men's proximity, their closeness, their relationship to queer men? Okay, thank you so much, Sherry. Thank you, boo. Thank you, love. Hey, Sassy Nessa, what's going on? All right. Okay, Miss Baby says maybe on a technical level. Okay, expound upon that, Miss Baby. Miss Maldives, what you mean by maybe on a technical level? You got to expound upon that a little bit, okay? Okay. Oh God, we got some very transparent, honest ass women in the chat, baby. Baby, y'all not playing no games on truth today. Okay, all right. This is getting off to a very great start, honey, because you know truth is important, because truth is how we get to solutions. Truth is how we get to the bottom line. Truth is how we get to clarity. It's how we get to healing. It's how we get to the entirety and the fullness of the highest quality of our well-being and our happiness. So, you know, confession of truth is always what we aim for, no matter how uncomfortable the truth is, no matter how sad the truth is, no matter how frustrating the truth is. We can't solve nothing in our community, in our world, in our society without the foundation of truth first and foremost. It's water wet, baby. Oh, yes. Okay, remember the T says yes. All right. Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. No, never even thought about it. Okay, now, Kiana, not just asking this for you, but I'm asking about generally about this question. So even if it ain't true for you, do you believe that it is true for other women? Okay. Foodie says, I have a story. My husband left me for his gay best friend, Malik. What? Are you serious, Foodie? Wow. My husband left me for his G best friend. Wow. Now I know you don't really hit the panel like that, Foodie, and you ain't really got to if you don't want to. But if you are going to not hit the panel, could you expound a little bit in the chat? Like, how did you process that? Looking back in retrospect, you know, what is your attitude about that? Okay. Gemini says yes, because I believe there is a lot of down low men in the Black community. A lot of these women know they man like men, but refuse to accept it. Oh, okay. See, y'all getting into some things already, girl. Y'all getting into some things. Yes, says Crystal, there are homophobic women out there. Okay. As Sweet says, women of all race. I guess since we have a more so, you know, since this is a majority Black community over here, I guess we can really tailor the conversation to Black women and Black men, you know, since this is a predominantly Black space over here. Because a certain demographic is very homophobic. You ain't got to hold back S week. You can put an address on it, baby. Okay, if you saying that the Black and brown community is particularly, you know, it's particularly away, honey, as it relates to, you know, those on the spectrum of orientation and gender, child. You can say it out loud. Sherry says, I don't think so. Just speaking for myself, the majority of my partner's male friends are GUA and happy men. Okay, Food Expert says, I welcome Malik into my home every day, and we broke bread together. How heartbreaking. Okay, so now I see, I got questions, Foodie Expert. I got questions about that. So, did this, okay, so you say that your partner left you for Malik. So, did the relationship between your ex-partner and Malik start after y'all had broken up? Was there infidelity within the relationship when it came to your ex-partner? Was he already having an affair with Malik? See, I got a lot of questions, girl. You need to hit that link, Foodie. Okay, Maldives had retracted. Okay, I retracted that. My bad. I needed to clarify my statement. Some men may not be GUA, but SEX is on a spectrum, and they might allow things like a BJ, LOL. Okay, I never experienced this firsthand. Okay. Gina Cole says, I'd say depends on how the boyfriend and the GUA friend engage with each other. Okay, we're going to get into that too. Truth or consequences. Okay, it's possible, says Kiana. Mode or culture says some of these queens do it better than, oh God. Okay, see. Oh God. Don't be getting nothing started over here, Mode or culture. Motor culture, baby, done came out swinging. Oh my Jesus, child. I don't know how ready we are for certain conversations now. Okay, so some of this stuff is just, girl, baby, y'all giving it up strong, honey. Okay, motor culture says some of these queens do it better than born women. My Jesus, can I just say it's definitely not a competition. I do understand what's being said, but it's really not a competition. And, I don't want to really make it about women do it better than gay men or gay men do it better than women. There's just people who do it better than people, okay? Certain people are just better at certain things, Shy. Some people are better at SEX than others. Some people are better at things than other people. Slow landing. But Motor Culture continues to say, they be snatched to the gods, makeup and hair be on point. So are you talking about trans women in this case, Motor Culture? Because it seems like you're speaking about trans women. It's like, how dare you do it better than, okay, no, you could be talking about queer men too, because I don't get a lot of it, but I definitely get my fair share of women who definitely openly express, those same sentiments about me. There's kind of like an anger or a frustration or a need to tell me that I'm not a woman, because my hair is laid, or to tell me that I'm not a woman because my face is beat, or to tell me that I'm not a woman because I am dabbling in a certain level of femininity. And I'm just like, obviously, I'm definitely not trying to be a woman. Like, hence, I don't have a name change. I have not undergone gender reassignment surgery, and I do not live, nor do I present as a woman. Do I present effeminately? Yes, that can be said. For me, femininity and female are not synonymous. Femininity is femininity. Masculinity is masculinity. You have females who have masculine tendencies, and you have males who have feminine tendencies, and then you have males and females who have a combination of those things. Okay, they're androgynous in their mannerisms, they're androgynous in their personal style, they're androgynous in their emotionality and in their mentality. Okay, so while I would never say that I am acting like a woman, I totally embrace and accept that I have very feminine tendencies. I do not hide those tendencies. I do not denounce those tendencies. I don't suppress those tendencies. I fully embrace both masculine and femininity, and it has me living my very best life, and it has me at the epitome of my highest level of beauty. Because both masculinity or femininity are deeply beautiful, both in attributes and both in aesthetics. Okay. It's like, how dare you do it better than us? It forces us to step our game up. Yes. And once again, I get my fair share of comments on this channel of women who seem to be pressed. Like, why are you upset that my hair is laid? Why are you upset that my face is beat? Why are you upset that I am slayed? Like, how is that bothering you today? How is what I pay to put on my head a bothersome to you? How is what I pay to put on my face a bothersome to you? How is what I choose to put on today a actual bothersome to you? Because those bills of yours still got to get paid, sugar. Baby, whatever problems and frustrations you got in life, don't take that out on me, baby. I ain't got nothing to do with rent being due. I ain't got nothing to do with the lights being off, baby. Okay? I'm just doing me, and I'm just staying out of the hell of the way because I am, in fact, doing me. But that reality is certainly there. Okay, I'm at work. I can explain in the chat. Okay. Good afternoon. Hey, Valerie. What's going on, Yvette? Insecure women are intimidated by heightened feminine energy in fellow women and men. Wow, that's a powerful statement. That's a powerful, powerful, powerful statement. In both women and men, there are insecure, not all women, but insecure women in particular have a heightened threat regarding feminine energy in both women and men. And you know why? It's because insecure women know that men are attracted to femininity, regardless of male or female. So that threat is there. And you know what's so interesting about women is that, because we're going to get a little bit into my own anecdotal experiences, is, you know, I have, without effort, broken up homes, okay? Just because I'm gay and just because I'm fine as hell. You know, very unfortunate. You know, those are two blistering kryptonites for insecure women. Is gay and fine, gay and pretty. Oh, baby, that is a untakeable combination. And my whole life, because the majority of my male friends are heterosexual. I'm not one of those gay men who actually has a big circle of gay friends. I can count my gay friends on one hand. I probably have like 3 gay friends. 95% of my male friends are heterosexual. And I'm talking about like quintessential, some very much so toxic as iconically heterosexual. Okay, we're talking about womanizers, talking about hound dogs, talking about, you know, cavemen dwelling as males. So I have experienced my fair share of having to deal with women who projected their insecurities onto my male friends and onto me and my male friends' friendship. And it has caused disruption in said relationships. But I've always had also a certain type of empathy for women, because I know that women living under a Western patriarchy has had and did its number on woman's self-esteem. I am a male who considers myself to be a feminist. I can see the ways in which women are bombarded with various messaging around their beauty, around their value, around their role. And my heart goes out to women as a result in the instances in which I have had to deal with women, insecure women, I should clarify, projecting their insecurities onto me and my male friends' friendships. Instead of taking it personal, what I have done is charged it. I've charged those injuries and that projection to patriarchy. Because as a viewer said on the screen here, as sweet, with women's beauty being controlled and always narrated by men and their dog whistling flying monkeys, aka the mammies of patriarchy, you have women who reinforce patriarchy. You have women who reinforce anti-blackness. You have women who reinforce colorism. You have women assisting toxic imperial ideology onto particularly Black women, since that's where we're focused in the conversation. And so even all this in-house fighting amongst women, of course, it would naturally bleed over and default to being threatened by other people who are adjacent to femininity, such as trans women, such as effeminate gay and or effeminate straight men, same gender loving men, etc. So I've always just in myself taken a back seat and told myself, I know that what this woman is frustrated with, she's not wrestling with flesh and blood, baby. Okay? She is, unbeknownst to her, wrestling with wickedness and principalities that reside in the highest places of culture and the highest places of media that have domineered and dominated the perception that both women and men have of themselves and have of each other. None of us exist in a vacuum. We all are victims and subjected to cultural norms. As Black people, we're subjected to colorism. We're subjected to European ideology, standards of everything, of how to govern ourselves as people, aesthetically, beauty, the whole nine. Like, our lives do not exist within a vacuum. We're all subjected to these forces of an unnatural nature. So that's been the way that I have particularly coped. However, relationships have imploded as a result of these insecure women not being able to reconcile why their men would want proximity to gay men, why their men would be close and have an intimate relationship to gay men. And when I say intimate, I'm talking about non-sexual intimacy, emotional intimacy, mental intimacy, spiritual intimacy, the same intimacy that is and results in any bond. If you have bonded with someone, and of course, if anybody you are sincerely calling a friend is somebody that you have a certain level of emotional, mental, and spiritual intimacy with. I have seen women, insecure women, not be able, baby, to in fact recover from that. And I want to talk about that like a recovery. I want us to talk today about what women can do to be better acclimated to the reality of sexuality, the reality of Black men's sexuality, as the reality of Black women's sexuality is being widely accepted, from women's bisexuality to women's pansexuality to women's androgyny, where you have women who are girly girls and women who love their tomboy aesthetic and their shorts and their low cuts and their Timberlands. What is going to help to balance all of this out to help women now accommodate that same reality for Black men who are living in an era where sexuality, gender is being advocated for, is creating the conversations that are leading to safety, that's leading to transparency, that's leading to authenticity on behalf of Black men. Of course, the work is not hardly complete. As we know, there is still a large cesspool of not only down low men, but a large cesspool of down low ass women that still exists. But however, as the pendulum swings from left to right, we also have seen an influx of more openly transparent bisexual men, pansexual men, individuals living in their transgender truth, etc., more than ever. So we're also making a lot of headway in terms of living in a more transparent, open, and honest society. However, there are people who are still struggling to accept or to understand what it means for a man to be bisexual, what it understand or what it means for a Black man to have feminine tendencies without necessarily being gay, what it means for Black straight men to have very close proximity to LGBT persons. and what it's like and the reality of dealing with the fact that sexuality for everybody, regardless of hetero, queer, everybody's orientation, the general population's orientation exists on a spectrum, which means that women are having to deal with their men being open about being into some very freaky shit. Freaky shit that straight women would call gay shit. Okay? My personal opinion is there's no such thing as a gay sexual act. There's just sex. And they're just sexual acts. Sexual acts don't have a sexuality. What feels good to your body is what feels good to your body. If you a man and you enjoy your prostate being massaged, hell, that's where the creator chose to put a male's prostate. Okay, is near his anal cavity. Okay, men are not responsible for where their prostates are located. Okay, so if a man enjoys his prostate being massaged, which typically involves having to go up through the anal cavity in order to stimulate that which makes a man scream and holler and eyeballs roll and toes curl and body twitch and seizure and shit, bitch. It just is what it is. If a straight man enjoys, getting a little dildo every now and again in his ass, that's what it means. That's what it is, okay? Because once again, the universe is always gonna swing that pendulum, baby, from one side to the other. And what is gonna be good for the goose, the universe gonna make sure is good for the mother-loving gander. Y'all better thumbs up this video today, baby, okay? So I want us to get into the thick of it today. I want us to get into the depth of it today. I want to drop the link. I want to get you guys to sound off. I want to hear from the insecure women. I want to hear from the women who got questions. I want to hear from the progressive women. I want to hear from the insecure Black men who's struggling within themselves to come full circle in their authenticity. I want to hear from the brothers who have done the work and they are resolved in themselves and they are not insecure for liking the color pink, and they're not insecure because of another man's sexuality, and they don't feel a way about relationship and proximity to LGBT persons, even though straight men get profusely and violently judged for proximity to the LGBT community, honey. Okay, we got to talk about all of that. What's going on, Valerie? Hey, IG. Hey, Kiara. The way I don't be giving a fuck, I've probably always cheated. I've probably always got cheated on, but never knew. That means some good cheating happened. Hey, Teresa. What's going on? Knockout Media. What's going on, bro? Plus, I'm more worried about the men who are homophobic. Those are the gay ones. Child. I found out, says food expert, that they was having an affair when Malik said he was in love with my husband. Okay, now, oh my God, it ain't gonna be enough characters, Foodie. Foodie, you might have to go to my email and write me a full dissertation, baby, because I don't even think you're gonna have enough characters in this comment section to give me a full view, baby, because the way I want you to paint such a colorful, detailed picture. Matter of fact, Foodie, if you don't mind, whenever you get time, I know you at work too, so you can't do but so much from the chat. Send me an email and chronicle your experience. And I'm talking about give it to me from front to back. I want to know everything. I want to know, about the nature of the infidelity, how long it lasted, when you discovered it, who said what happened when you confronted the situation, what your initial experience was, what you look back and feel and believe now. I want the full autopsy report. I want the full autopsy report. So when you get a chance, Foodie, send me an email to consciouztv@gmail.com and just write that thing out and let me know if it's okay for me to read your dissertation, because it can stay between me and you. It's your preference. Let me know if I can read it aloud or whatever it is. But give me the full autopsy report. Renaissance woman says him and Malik were together before he met her, more than likely. Yes, apparently Foodie is saying I found out they was having an affair. So there was an affair that was happening during the course of her relationship to her ex. I don't know too many bona fide straight dudes who hang heavily with GAY guys. There may be that one brother or cousin, and you know, a lot of that is due to homophobia. Society doesn't allow Black straight men to have heavily, you know, gay or queer friends without, once again, being subjected to that violent judgment that I was talking about. You guys know we've covered plenty of instances and stories regarding homophobia. You know, we've talked about the way that Jimmy Stacks, the pornographer, the OFer, who you know, his OF content was known for like this really fringe, freaky type of content. Like he would have sex with little people, just do kind of like shocking things to make his OF content unique. Well, he had released, I believe last year or year before last, he had released a video of a trans woman giving him fellatio, honey. Okay, she was getting her, you know, she was getting her gobble wobble on, honey, using her super soaker throater. And man, the backlash was insane. Like when Jimmy Stacks released that footage, it made the blogs. Jimmy's heterosexual friends who did not know that he was trans attracted had spoken out publicly. They had issued actual threats of violence against him. They had threatened to unalive him. They had threatened to physically hurt him. They had denounced him in their spaces. I mean, it was really, really, really heartbreaking to see the level of judgment and rejection that Jimmy Stacks was being met with simply because of what his preferences were as it related to his sex life and his romantic life, which are areas that don't directly impact any of us. Yes, we're all allowed to have an opinion about people's personal lives, but ultimately, people's personal lives do not impact us directly. And the witch hunt against Jimmy Stacks was crazy. You guys also know there was a young Baltimore couple, and I always forget this man's name. Let me see if I can pull it up here. There's a Baltimore couple, this black man and his trans lover. Let me see. Baltimore man. Let me see if I can pull it up here. I forgot that man's name. Hold on. Let me see. Oh no, not Baltimore, but Philadelphia. Let me see here. This man here. Oh, wait, honey. They asking me to buy shit just to read, honey. It ain't gonna happen, baby. Maurice Willoughby took his life. He had a plethora of issues going on, child. Hold on. Oh, yep, that's what I want to see here. Okay, let's read here, girl. This is courtesy of out.com. Let me share the old nasty piece of screen. You guys thumbs up. Shout out to my baby daddy Deshaun for the old nasty piece of cash app. Thank you, baby daddy Deshaun. This guy here, okay? These are just examples of black men not being able. Well, I'm not going to say not being able to, but the consequences that come when a straight black man or just a black man is comfortable with proximity to the LGBT community, or is even open about his preferences, his attractions, his trans attraction, his pansexuality. Out.com, a man took his life after being bullied for loving a trans woman. According to the Marsha P. Johnson Institute, Palmer went on Instagram Live to clarify that Reese actually died of an overdose after she left him. A heavy drug user, Reese threatened to take his life and face. She ran away to safety, and it was then that he committed suicide. All right. After a video went viral in which a man was bullied by other men for loving his girlfriend, a black trans woman, he reportedly committed suicide. Okay, so this was a man. He was going through it. Him and his trans woman had a I'm not gonna say a high profile relationship, but they had a very public relationship on social media. He was constantly judged and witch hunted against by both women and men, of course, black women and black men. That was their demographic. And he had an onslaught of other personal issues as well that compiled the depression that he was already experiencing, child, and he ultimately took his life. All right, here's this video of black men. Okay, keep what Sam said in mind as you watch this video here. Sam says, I don't know too many bona fide straight men who hang heavily with gay guys. There may be one brother. Okay, this here is going to explain why black men don't even want to be transparent about their sexuality, about their attractions, nor feel even comfortable nurturing relationships to gay and queer people that they would be friends with otherwise if it wasn't for having to pay for those relationships by being teased and bullied and mocked. All right, check this out. Hold on, let me make sure Twitter ain't gonna have no crazy shit up here, honey. Okay, hold on, had to make sure that was a good switch over, girl, because Miss Twitter be Twitter angry. Yeah. All right, let me show this thizzle here. All right, let's do it.
Keep it in B. You fuck what? You fuck what? Bro, you do what? Fuck training, so what? That's thorough? Like, that's not thorough. You sucking dick and all that. That's not thorough, sucking dick and all that.
All right, so here it is. This man, as he said in his own words, keeping it a bean. These niggas was sitting outside the Chevron, outside the bodega with their phones ready to emotionally, spiritually, and mentally lynch this man simply because he had a trans, he was loving on a black trans woman, and he did not have the luxury in the 21st century of being able to be himself without the overall community, heterosexual community, taking it personal and deciding to punish him and persecute him and prosecute him and reject him because of how he chose to live his life, which is his liberty and his God-given right. So even this attitude of it's 2024, it's 2024, it's 2024, and niggas are still wanting to put a cap in other men for their femininity and or for their sexuality and or for their relationships to other people, even when they're platonic. It's 2024, and niggas are still galvanized outside, ready to whip ass, ready to terrorize, and ready to drive people to self-harm and even commit harm. Against said types of men. So this is why, if you feel like you're living in a reality where you don't see a lot of bona fide straight men with heavily gay guy friends, this is why. Because even that lack thereof is a response to the violence of homophobia and transphobia. And you know what's so funny is that as much as women, I'm going to say insecure women, I'm going to keep clarifying. insecure women think that they're standing on a square when they participate in homophobia and or transphobia themselves. They're actually doing themselves a big disservice. It's actually in your best interest to welcome particularly Black men who have had their sexuality policed, marginalized, and also controlled under a white patriarchy. It's actually in insecure women's best interest to be welcoming of Black men's transparency, Black men's openness, and Black men's confidence in themselves. Because if you let heterosexuals tell it, you know, the down low community and the threat of the down low community is a real thing. Well, guess what? The down low community is a response to. The down low community is a response to the social violence against people regarding a certain type of truth or reality. And it's really sad because insecure Black women are going to how can I put this? Insecure Black women are going to penalize Black men for actually living in their truth. And then dysfunctional Black men are going to penalize Black women for the truth they don't feel they can be honest about, which is where the down lowness and the infidelity all comes from. It's all toxicity attracting toxicity and ending up with a reality on both sides that neither party wants. All this talk about the spread of STDs and STIs and the breakdown of the relationship and the marriage and everything else as it relates to the issues of sexuality and the erroneous thinking and perception of sexuality, the ignorance about sexuality, the insecurities around Black sexuality, it's costing both sides. And you would think in 2024, what we would be doing is actually realizing that when people can be honest and can be upfront and they have the space and the grace to actually be themselves, rather it is a straight man who is so confident in himself that he can embrace his femininity without the other party worrying about if that femininity translates into homosexuality, because femininity and gayness is not synonymous. Or Black men being so complete, not only in themselves, but having the grace to know that they're safe in what they are complete in, enough to be transparent with their community about that truth, helps everybody to know exactly what they're getting up front, and helps everybody to enter into a space where they can be educated if need be. Wouldn't you love the luxury of dating a Black man who you find to be attractive and a viable partner, and him being confident enough and rectified enough to say, hey, I'm bisexual, or hey, I've been with men before, or hey, I'm pansexual, and or hey, I'm trans attracted, I've dated trans women. Wouldn't you love the luxury? And apparently every time we have these discussions, this is exactly what women say they would love. In order to help to get there, both men and women have to reduce the level of violence, emotionally, spiritually, mentally, and sometimes physically, that type of transparency is met with. Because as long as people have to consider if the truth they want to tell, the truth they could tell, will cost them their job, cost them their family, cost them their mother and father's love, cost them the respect of their peers. What seems to be logical in that person's and people's minds is remaining discreet. You cannot have an protest, or not even a protest. You can't rally for openness. We need openness. We need education. We need education and openness on all sides. But then the response to what people could be and sometimes want to be open about is met with pitchforks and torches. Because if it's one thing that people are going to do first and foremost, which is the way that we are hardwired, is people are going to self-preserve. Self-preservation is an innate, primal response to any perceivable threat. In a day and age where Malik Yoba from Law and Order thought it was safe, baby, to come outside as a trans-attracted man, baby. Unfortunately, he learned the hard way. Just like Mr. What's this man's name again? Mr. Reese. Hold on, is this his name? Reese? Clarify the Reese. Yes, Reese. Reese did. Malik Yoba, baby. Y'all would have thought that man admitted to being a serial killer. And you know the sad part about it is serial killers get more damn respect in the black community than a masculine black man being transparent about being same-sex attracted or pansexual and or all of the things. And now Malik Yoba don't speak at all. In the same space that people are requiring people to be upfront, be upfront, be upfront, be upfront, be upfront. But then, God forbid I tell you that I've been with men, I've had an experimental phase, and or I am pansexual, to you as an insecure woman. I'm talking about insecure women here. And to you as an insecure woman, all you hear is, I'm gay. And then being gay or bisexual translates as not capable of fidelity, not capable of faithfulness and commitment. So all these erroneous thoughts and perceptions and feelings just roll into the situation that don't have anything to do with anything. Because when you was pussy popping and lint licking in college, baby, that was no different than me sucking dick in college. When you was carping munching, baby, doing high school and going through your masculine boy, tomboy phase, that was no different, baby, than the tom girl phase I went through in high school. When every now and again as a woman, you like to lick the click and entitle yourself to just such, it's literally the same reality and principle. When I wanted a little bit of dick every now and again. The only difference is you live more predominantly in a society that will accommodate and normalize your sexual fluidity as a woman, and a black man doesn't live in such a society that will reward and even glamorize his bisexuality. Because as we see, there's a glamorization of women's bisexuality and sexual fluidity. That's why you have, even in the most toxic, masculine, homophobic, transphobic space of hip-hop ass niggas, bragging and being very forthcoming about normalizing the bisexuality of women, encouraging the bisexuality of women, encouraging the sexual fluidity of women. You don't see men being met with that same affirmation. You don't see Black men, and particularly, being met with that same encouragement. You don't. Now, between women living under a patriarchy that unfortunately grooms them to be insecure as hell, women can be threatened, as one commenter said, largely by other women, and certainly be threatened by men, especially men who have proximity and who are adjacent to femininity and prettiness and all of those concepts. Between that and then the homophobia, the very harsh, very extroverted homophobia, because we know that lots of races have cultures of homophobia, including the European one. But you know what's interesting about the European community is that they have a sector of their population that definitely is homophobic, that is religious. Hell, shout out to the Republicans. Shout out to the right wing of the bird baby. But also within European culture, a lot of the reason why their homophobia is not as noticeable is because it gets wrinkled out by this acceptance of the various ways in which white men can show up amongst white society. From the nerd to the jock to the punk rock kid to the gothic kid, you have so many levels of maleness that are seen as attractive by various white women of that community. You see the rock and rollers and the goth kids got their wives. There's a certain level of white woman that loves her. A man with a smoky eye and some goddamn pants tighter than her pussy. You got certain levels or certain degrees of white women who love them nothing more than long hair on their men. Even a little lipstick on the side. Because you have this variation of maleness that can exist, homosexuality isn't so obvious in the European community, because you can have a white boy who quacks like a duck, talks like a duck, moves like a duck, and in fact be a whole damn giraffe instead, be a whole damn heterosexual. Will damn near do everything that LGBT men are commercially known for, and yet be a whole entire heterosexual. And then reserved in that is a body of women who are attracted to that. Baby, you can't even have a black man that got too many damn hygiene products in his bathroom without having to be side-eyed. You can't even have a black man be too damn clean, girl. You can't even have a black man, have his nails and his feet too neat before he's side-eyed, baby. Baby, that very rigid ass, tight, claustrophobic space that black men's sexuality, and just even beyond sexuality, just his whole beingness, his whole mannerismness is squished inside of, is something that's killing these niggas. It's leading to a lot of depression, suicidal ideation, because it's quantified by the racism is quantified by the poverty and all the other systemic ass issues that Black men face, and then to have their community dogpiling onto that. You know, this pendulum has to swing both ways. Just like we have to intentionally work at creating safety and creating balance and creating harmony for Black women, we have to equally work just as hard to create the same space for Black men. And one of the reasons why Black men are so resistant to change, unlike their Black female counterparts, is because Black men, once again, are met with a certain level of resistance and a certain level of violence as it relates to even changing ideology, a shifting of consciousness. I remember when Bishop Carlton Pearson, may he rest in peace, one of the most prolific spiritual figures of our time, and certainly one of the most prolific spiritual leaders of the Black community, when he shifted his consciousness and became inclusive and had an open door policy and had an accommodation of LGBT persons, his sexuality was side-eyed. The rumors began around if he was queer, if he really liked it men, if he was secretly LGBT, and all he did was have the audacity to have a humanity and have a humanity toward other people's humanity. All he had the audacity to do is to not give a fuck about whether a nigga's switched or had a dip in his motherfucking hip, had a limp in his damn wrist. Just transcended and ascended to the I don't give a fuck factor. Because people are people, and people should be allowed to people. People should be allowed to people. People should have the liberty to people. A Black woman sitting amongst a space of Black women saying, I'm bisexual and or lesbian, is a different type of an atmosphere, and is going to be a contrasting different type of bodily and emotional experience than a Black man sitting amongst Black men saying, I am gay, saying, I am trans, saying, I am bisexual. Black men literally have to contemplate if they're even going to leave that circle jerk alive. Because as you can see here, just take a look for yourself.
He sucked dick. You said, keep it a bean. You fuck what? You fuck what? Bro, you do what? Fuck training, so what? That's thorough? Like, that's not thorough. You sucking dick and all that. That's not thorough, sucking dick and all that. He sucked dick.
Yeah. People care. People care. People are overly, unnaturally, violently invested in Black men's conduct within themselves. People are overly invested in Black men's sexuality and attractions. People are overly and violently invested in Black men's gender and sexual identities. A real bona fide 21st century thing to this day. And as long as that fear and that violence is there, the download community will continue to thrive. It will continue to hurt women. It will continue to hurt men. It will continue to hurt families. It will. Until the issue of transphobia and homophobia is completely and utterly eradicated and everybody grows the fuck up and everybody realizes that what they're really not responding to is homophobia or transphobia, but it's responding to unconscious as insecurities and psychic injuries within their own minds and hearts, the download community will thrive and will prevail, and it will claim the lies of innocent people who were doing nothing but thinking that they were embarking upon a eternal, everlasting journey of love with who they assumed were their heterosexual partners. Kim Burrell knows all about that. Star Jones knows all about that. Deshaun says, how are they so worried about another man having sex with another trans woman, but at the same breath they say, I don't care who you sleep with and don't flaunt your sexuality. It's the hypocrisy of our democracy. I mean, it's the hypocrisy of our democracy. And we have so many hypocrisies, baby. There are so many double standards amongst the Black and brown community about varying topics. The double standards between men and women, the double standards between, heteros and homos. It's the blatant hypocrisy of our democracy. The audacity, right, Deshaun, of heterosexuals to say, don't flaunt y'all sexuality, but then you go out of your way to flaunt yours by inviting me to the wedding. Hell, inviting the whole goddamn community to the wedding. You flaunt your sexuality through all of the bona fide PDA, public displays of affection. You go all out of your way to change your relationship status on social media platforms to married, engaged, in a relationship too. It's right, the unmitigated audacity of heterosexual people to just casually show up in their orientation and to romanticize that orientation, to make it a part of the romantic novelty of culture, to turn it into fan fiction, to turn it into movies and art and music. Isn't this where we get our love songs from, where a heterosexual man is expressing his undying love to a woman and a heterosexual woman is expressing her undying love and need for her man? And the audacity to turn around, right, as a Black and brown community and tell Black LGBT folk, don't flaunt your motherfucking shit. You can't take this shit seriously, baby. This is why we don't take these folks seriously. This is why we do what we do any damn way, because of the hypocrisy of our damn democracy. And people being delusional enough to think that you should not participate in the same liberties and freedoms that they themselves indulge in. That's a delusion, baby. And a delusion that so many people gonna have to just be mad about, bitch, because I'm out of the closet, baby, and that bitch don't exist no more, okay? Bitch, you got to deal with me. You got to deal with the long hair. You got to deal with the makeup. You got to deal with the androgyny. You got to deal with the femininity, baby. You got to deal with the homosexuality, baby. I'm so sad, baby, that is something that so many people are upset about. I am so sad. It breaks my heart, but it don't break my heart enough, bitch, for me to change a motherfucking thing about the way that I live. And I'm so glad that so many of our tribe members are on motherfucking code and standing on unapologetic business. That's gonna have to be a personal issue, love. So sad and so sorry for you. So sad and so sorry for you. Now let's get back a little bit to, because I'm gonna drop the link in a few, y'all. Oh, I ain't even checked the poll. Let me check the poll. Hold on, let me check the poll. And we are talking about insecure and or just confused women, okay? Let me see here. How do I check the poll? I can't even see the poll. Hold on, let me check the poll, child. I got another question I want to put up there too, child. Hold on. Damn, where is the poll? Can y'all see the poll? I can't see it. I can't see the results. What poll? Oh, y'all never saw it? It's up here. Y'all never saw the poll? And I ain't talking about the one y'all shake y'all ass on and pay y'all rent to. It says I have a whole poll up here. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. This will remove all questions in the question list. Y'all don't even see it. Oh my God. Okay, hold on. Let's do this again. Let me see. Let me start a poll. What should the question be? Are women threatened by Black men's sexuality and or their closeness to gay men? Start the poll. Okay, so I just created another poll, okay? The first one was a Q&A. I don't know why it didn't show, though, because it was certainly there. But I just created a poll. You got, oh, damn, okay, all right. I'm gonna give y'all a few minutes to vote. Honey, oh, baby, this felt like the election polls, bitch. I'm in my Kamala Harris bag, honey. Yes. Okay, so 85%. Okay, hold on. We got a little bit of fluctuation, but it seems that the majority are practically saying 80% says yes. Damn near 80%, baby. Y'all better vote. Don't troll the polls, baby. Poll the poll. Okay, yep. We still got a good 70-80%. It's still the majority. The majority. Let me see. Can I edit the poll and add? Nope. I just got to end it and start a new one. I should have put I don't know in there. Oh no, I don't even think this is I don't know. I think that this is a yes or no. A yes or no. It's the majority, honey. That 30% ain't liking, bitch. That the majority. That 30% ain't fucking with that 70-80, baby. Y'all get it, yikes. Okay, so while y'all deal with that, let's get back to this. Relationships. Straight men. Let's talk a little bit about straight men. Straight men who are confident and comfortable in their humanity. They don't have no hangups around sexuality. They don't have no hangups about homosexuals. They don't have no hangups about trans persons. They just love people. They just see people, and they gonna fuck with whoever fuck with them on a social level. They gonna vibe with whoever vibe with them. They gonna be compatible with whoever compatible with them, regardless of what their gender expression is, their gender identity is, their sexuality is or isn't. These type of Black men are really shocking to insecure women. Deeply shocking to insecure ass women. I've been in situations where a woman who was a romantic partner to my straight male friend, baby, just could not deal. Could not deal. Especially after that bitch saw me. Damn sure could not deal. And I'ma offer some empathy here. I'ma offer some empathy here, right? Because my friendships are also kind of unconventional, if you will, right? So if you have an insecure woman who already is gonna feel away, baby, because of her man's proximity to me, you know, oh sexy bitch, oh, 40-inch bust down ass bitch, You know, oh, tattooed fat ass bitch. You know, just got all the things that a woman would love and all the things that a nigga would enjoy, honey. Okay, a woman just being all in the flux around if her man feeling the same way she feeling about me, okay? And she trying to resist her own attraction or acknowledge her own attraction, baby, because, you know, she probably saying to herself, bitch, if I think the motherfucker cute, if I think the motherfucker fine, if I think the motherfucker pretty, bitch, I know your motherfucking ass do. Okay, once again, that projection. Okay, you got that, right? You got the insecure chick. What's going on, LT? Insecure chick all in a kerfuffle about my proximity to her nigga. But then you got the relationship itself, right? Because once again, I acknowledge my friendships are not super traditional, okay? It'd be a lot of untraditional shit going on in my friendships. For example, okay, my heterosexual friends, they spend the night. You know, sometimes they're over here 2, 3, 4 damn days out of the week, you know, and I'm talking about, of course, my friends who don't live with their girlfriends, you know, of course, nobody with a live-in spouse, you know, is sleeping at somebody else's house, girl, for 2, 3, 4 goddamn days, okay? But I'm talking about, you know, my straight male friends who are in relationship and who do not live with their partner, okay? Sometimes they over here, bitch, you know, for 2, 3 days, kicking it. The type of, because the way I'm set up as a person, I'm a very nurturing person. And I guess this is also why women will be threatened, because on top of them looking at me as attractive and then me having feminine tendencies and then the fact that I'm very nurturing, girl, they don't know whether all that witchcraft is going to work on they nigga, okay? But the witchcraft is not necessarily intended to get they nigga. You know, the witchcraft is just a part of my nature. My nurturing nature is just a part of me. So because of the type of person I am when it comes to relationships of all kinds, whether they are romantic, whether they are platonic, is I create a very safe space for people, whether you are male or female in my life, straight or gay in my life. You know, I have the kind of friends who be showing me their sex tapes and shit, you know. You know, I done seen Reckless Logic sucking dick since he in the bushes hoverboarding, bitch. Okay? I done seen Reckless Logic sucking on big cock, bitch. Okay? I done seen my niggas eating coochie and ass, and I done seen my homegirls and all type of, you know, so that's just what happens in our friendships, okay? We have very, 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 very free-flowing, very, we in community, bitch. Okay, I don't know how to explain it. You know, I create the type of space where people are really able to be themselves and where people have a real sense of safety, and authenticity. And it's because, for one, I present as an authentic person. When you are an authentic person, you attract, even in people who would typically be closed off, people who would typically be reserved or be wide open when it comes to you. It's also why authentic people typically end up as everybody else's best friend. They always end up in the highest level of relationship. They end up as the husband, the wife. They end up as the fiance. They end up as the favorite grandchild. They end up as all those things, okay? You know, so you just pull that out of people. That's just what type of reality you keep for folk. On period, sister. You know, so because, you know, it be given all of that, you know, it do be non-traditional things taking place, you know, like my straight male friends, and not only some, you know, are they comfortable spending the night? Hell, sometimes them niggas they sleep directly in the bed with me, baby. Okay, they you know, and don't nothing freaky be going on. But once again, it's the level of comfortability and safety that just happens. You know, I don't pose a threat to my straight friends, which is why my straight friends are they're literally willing to treat me like a peer. You know, they're really willing to treat me just like every other heterosexual nigga. They're not going to have any perceivable threat, because that's not what I give. I just create love in my interpersonal dynamics. You know, my straight friends, you know, if they need to, they're not gonna go out of their way to get undressed in front of me. But if they need to get undressed, like they don't feel a way about having to do that if that's the situation it is. Okay, if I'm in the room and the bathroom not available and there's people in other parts of the goddamn house and their clothes is in here, they're just going to change in front of me. They're not worried about if I'm looking. They're not worried about if I'm taking video. They're not worried about what I'm thinking, etc. Because I don't show up to begin with. I don't show up in a way that would cause that type of paranoia or that type of concern. And even if I were attracted, because my heterosexual homeboys are rational people, they wouldn't discriminate against me being attracted to them any more than they would want a woman to discriminate against their attraction to the opposite sex, because that's how attraction works. And even if somebody is attracted to you, it doesn't mean that they pose a risk or they are a threat to someone else, because nobody can put a cap on attraction. Putting a ring on somebody's finger doesn't stop it don't stop your partner from being attracted to other people. It don't stop other people from being attracted to your partner. Marriage don't stop attraction. There's nothing that put a cap on attraction. People are going to be attracted to people. The problem ain't attraction. The problem is only going to be if somebody does not have the ability to respect you and the ability to uphold their commitment to you. Their bisexuality is not the issue. Their pansexuality is not the issue. Them having people in their community who may be attracted to them is not the issue. Their character is what's significant, because the rest of that shit you can't stop. And when you try to stop it, you only end up coming off as an insecure, controlling maniac. I don't want you to have female friends. I don't want you to have male friends. I don't want you to have gay friends. I don't want you to have trans friends. You only end up suffocating and snuffing a person out, which only makes the relationship less attractive. It makes the love now feel like a damn job. And now over time, that partner who you're projecting all your insecurity and fears and concerns on, you begin to corrode at their desire and attraction to you. And the whole gag about it is people think they can get more out of a situation by being controlling than they can out of the authenticity that has your nigga over here with me instead of being over there with you to begin with. You get more bees with honey than you do with shit. Which brings me to the next level of conversation, is that this is more so about people's insecurity. It's about people's unconscious fears. And I actually would totally disagree with that. The T Lounge, who says that, I don't know, somebody need to exist. Insecure people need boundaries. When you are complete as a person and you with another person who's motherfucking complete, the completeness is the literal actualized vitality of it all. You are going to complicate your motherfucking life more than it has to be, trying to cope with your insecurities and trying to make another motherfucker cope with them too. You know, before I really came into another level of enlightenment and another level of self-actuality, I too used to believe that toting around insecurities and normalizing insecurity and normalizing fear and normalizing all this shit was healthy. And that is what loving people accommodated, it's not. Anytime you operating in fear and anything less than self-knowingness, you are out of alignment with God, with spirit, and with wellness. The scriptures don't say fear only these things, but not this thing here. Fear not, bitch, is what it says. Loosely translated by heathenism. Fear not. I don't give a damn what the fear is. The fear of death, the fear of disease, the fear of... Fear not. And when we're in fear, the healthy thing to do is not for our knee-jerk response to be to project that fear onto those we love, but to first and foremost address introspectively the root and the foundation of said fear, of said anxiety, of said concern. Because unfortunately, what's going on in a lot of relationships is nobody is doing the damn work to realize that the fear that you experiencing and the concern and the paranoia you experiencing is a making of your own demons, bitch, not really in what I'm doing. Of course, in a fake egotistical world, you would have me believe that what I'm doing is causing what you're feeling, when what you're feeling, baby, is causing the discomfort that we're now both sitting in because you are projecting and want me to take responsibility for your insecurities and your injuries rather than you clean up that shit and be free and liberated for us both. What's happening in a lot of relationships is that people have come into this false premise that my spouse is supposed to be my emotional dumpster and my crutch. And then you wonder why your partner don't want to come home, why your partner would rather why your partner still needs liquor, still needs weed, when you are in fact supposed to be a accenting and complementary factor to their happiness, why they still have to have all these other damn dependencies. And it's because they got your big back emotional ass also dependent on them about things they don't have the fucking authority, the power in heaven nor in hell to free you from, because salvation is a personal, a interpersonal attainment. Insecurities lead people, as Sherry is saying, to justify being controlling. And being controlling truly limits the full potential of the quality of your life and the quality of you and your partner's life and relationship together. I have walked so far across the finish line at this point in my life, bitch, that people don't even know what to do with me no more. I have niggas who don't even know how to nigga around me no more. Since I don't need a relationship to be validated, I don't need the title. It's okay if we're not boyfriend and girlfriend. I don't need anything from you. That kerfuffle niggas. Not only do I not need a title, I don't need anything from you. They don't even know what the fuck to do with all the freedom they actually have. The freedom to do you, baby, because I'm doing me. Because at this point, the only thing I know how to do is me, baby. Everything else at the age of 38, I'll be 39 years old. I have realized that everything I have ever tried to control has ended up out of fucking control. So now I've put a reverse Uno on the nature of the universe, and I've let go of control. I have actually instead nurtured a relationship to freedom, nurtured a relationship to beingness, because that's all that life keeps resulting and defaulting back to, despite all of the control we're trying to have, is life keeps telling you, bitch, I'm trying to be. Can you be? These kids gonna be, baby. Okay? If Lil Lele, who you wanted to grow up to be a lawyer and a doctor, grows up at 25 and wants to do nothing but hit the goddamn pole and audition for Natalie Nunn and end up on Baddest Midwest, bitch, you just got to let it be, bitch. Okay? Life is going to be what it's going to be, and at some point you grow up and you mature up enough to just know that, to just accept that if you give yourself the grace to, because there are people who are still at 40, 50, 60, 70 in this tussling match, in this tug of warring with life, with relationshiping, and it's costing everybody their fucking mental health as a result. So because I have accepted that life is going life, and life is trying to, which is the crux of our need to control it, right? Because life is trying to do something that we don't want it to do sometimes. It's trying to do something, and the only time we allow it to actually do what it do is when it's doing what we think it should do. Then we are hands off. But when we don't understand what's being done, or we don't want what's being done about to do what it's about to do, then we control, and then life always prevails. So I'm no longer arrogant enough. I've been humbled by the countless wins that life has had over me. Despite my vision, despite my intentional steering of the fucking wheel. And I've just relaxed, baby, because I realized that life is one free bitch, baby. And that everything in life, everything that is of light and love is birth and is expanding and is compelled by freedom, because the creator is without supervision, without aid and abet, creating and expanding and vibrating without apology and without anybody say so. And that's why the Big Bang is going to prevail in every situation, because it's reflecting the literal freedom and liberation of spirit itself, which is free and is indulging in beingness. You know, we have a saying in the spiritual community. We always say, class, what is God doing? What is God doing always? And what is God doing right now? Can anybody in the chat answer that? What would you say if I asked you, what is God doing? Always, every day of every minute. Nobody knows. The T line says the most. Well, definitely doing that. Deshaun says watching. Interesting response. Foodie says blessing us. Interesting. The response that we have is God is being. There you go, high mental abilities. God is being. Why do you think we are human beings? We've indulged in so much humanness that we forgot to be. Not even, God ain't even in control, because if God was in control, none of this shit would look as diverse as it is. God is simply being. God only has one response to every prayer, which is why I feel so sorry and why I have to take this conversation initially from a catalyst about sexuality and insecurity and gayness into one about insecurity. I feel so bad for insecure people, because insecure people who, first of all, insecurity is rooted in an identity crisis. You're only insecure because you know not who the fuck you are. When you actually know who the fuck you are, fear cannot exist. You are actually in perfect union with life and death and everything in between. There is nothing to fear once you know the truth about who you in fact are and what you in fact are. And insecure people are literally working against the quality of their life and working against the quality of their well-being, because God only has one response to every single fucking thought, every single fucking prayer, every single fucking feeling. God has one response to it. Does anybody in the chat know what that response is? Two things in the spiritual community. What is God always doing? Always. God is simply being. Second question is, what is God's response to every single thought, every single feeling, and every single prayer? Does anybody know? Does anybody want to take a swing at it in the chat? I'm really loving this live. Thank you, Fatima. Hey, boo. This is another dynamic divine message to the masses. Prophet Conscious teacher. God is always working for all things for your good. More the question says. The T Lounge says answer. Nobody knows. It's crazy because the answer is reflected in all of our lives. I can't believe you guys don't know. The truth is in plain sight. How can the truth be this in plain sight and y'all not know what God's only response is to every single prayer, every single thought, every single wish, every single command? Okay? Anna says, I forgive you. Sunny says, the truth, I am God. Anna says, bless you. Interesting. IG says, existing. Mode says, I am that I am. Rumors and T says, so be it. There it is. God has one response to all things. Yes and amen. Which is why the desires of the unrighteous prevail, as well as the desires, the wants, and the actions of the righteous prevail. The reason why you have both good and evil, wickedness and righteousness all simultaneously existing on the same plane of existence is because God is saying yes, 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 and amen. That's why everything is possible and anything is possible. That's why all of it happens. When people are trying to explain, why does God allow? Why did God create evil? Why did God create? Because spirit is in an everlasting, indulgent state of beingness. God postures itself to honor your beingness as well, regardless of the condition of that beingness. And the fucked up self-sabotaging thing about insecure ass people is they don't realize that God is saying yes and amen to all of their insecurities. God, I am ugly and undesirable. Yes and amen. So then when your life cycles back to you, people who think you're undesirable, treat you undesirable, see you as undesirable, you then translate that as, bitch, I'm cursed. Where is the nearest voodoo doctor or soothsayer or a psychic to release this curse that somebody done put on me? No, bitch, your life ain't cursed. You are the curse. You hold a belief that the creator by mandate and obligation, and because of his own very nature, has no choice but to also touch and agree with you on. Yes and amen. There is, when you cling to your trauma, when you cling to your trust issues, when you cling to these things, the universe has no choice but to mirror that back into you, which is why us as Black folk are in a precarious predicament, because we have the unfortunate, profound task of dismantling, eradicating, and reversing the externalized racism that is an umbrella to us. But we also have the unfortunate burden of the racism that we were forced to believe, the racism we were forced to internalize, the racism that now lives within. We have the unfortunate burden of overcoming that, because the inner acceptance of racism is also helping to sustain the externalized racism of our open enemies. We have both the unfortunate task of an outward and an inner war. So when we're talking about insecurities, even if your man ain't bisexual, even if your man ain't gay, because you insecure as fuck, your insecurities are going to turn what you believe into a fact for yourself. See, it's really not your situation a lot of times. It's your ideology and your frame of thinking that you are actually responding to. It's your fears that you are fostering a relationship to. It's your anger. It's your loneliness. It's your emptiness. It's your ego that you have pledged an absolute and utter allegiance to. This is why the scriptures say that a man is what he thinketh, and that being reborn is about an inner alchemical transformative process of the consciousness of an individual. You can't overcome no reality without overcoming your mind, because your mind is the actual reality that you have no idea that you're trying to actually overcome. Now, bringing this back to the centerfold. Hey, intersex, hey, boo. And the nucleus of the conversation. My question to you all, and I'm going to drop the link, let you guys expound, respond, react, and add to the dialogue, is what will it take for insecure Black women to become secure in themselves as it relates to the sexuality of Black men? What would it take for insecure Black women to become secure about their straight men's proximity to LGBT community and their straight men's acceptance of their own innate femininity, which they should not have to hide, divorce, nor suppress any more than women should have to divorce and suppress their masculinity? What do you guys think is the root cause of insecure Black women's insecurity as it relates to trans women, gay men, and once again, Black male sexuality and proclivity? A lot of healing has to take place, healing the root cause of those insecurities. And I want us to really indulge in what is the root cause. And we ain't gonna be here all night. So if y'all hitting the link, y'all gonna have to hit it, baby. If y'all got something to say, y'all got to say it, baby. This ain't gonna be no 8-hour ass live, baby. Okay, we're already at the almost 2-hour mark, honey. I'm trying to make it about a 2.5 hours so that people are not discouraged when they see 8-11 damn hours on the stream afterwards. Okay, 2.5 hours is still pretty suitable for most people to have the time to watch and indulge in. I'm gonna drop the link. Everybody is welcome to participate and show up. What is it gonna take for an insecure woman to not be threatened by my appearance and the love space that I offer to all of my friends, including my straight friends? Me and my straight friends share affections. I love you. I love you. You know, there is real love that is practiced and that's articulated. And that's why I said earlier, you know, I accept that the way that I engage my heterosexual peers is probably not normal. It's probably very revolutionary. Our dynamics with each other are probably very they're taboo. But it's what love does. And it's what love is without restraint. Love without fear. Love without one person trying to be a man and trying to perform man instead of just performing their heart. That's what I require. That's what I present. And a lot of people are not used to seeing straight men not performing masculinity, but simply being themselves and having a heart experience, living from their heart energy. So yeah, you can look at a text message and probably find it strange. Like, what? You told that bitch you love him? Why would you tell a gay man you love him? Yeah, that probably looks unusual. But it ain't. But unusual and bad are not the same thing. Unusual and wrong are not the same thing. And a lot of y'all who live in insecurity keep conflating what you're not used to what in fact has to be bad and evil, baby. And they are not one and the same, sugar. It don't have to be normal to be right. How do we move to a higher place? How do we move into a space where we recognize our partner's humanity, where we recognize our own humanity, where we can be honest about our humanity? We can be honest because everybody could just be honest. A lot of good shit can start from there. I see y'all in the background. I'm about to bring y'all up. I'm gonna drop the link as well for anybody who wants to come up. Moderators, please rotate the link for me, y'all. That honesty. You won't be so insecure about my flirting if you would admit that your ass ain't stopped being attracted to nobody else either. We'd be more healthy and have more things to bond over if actually we could talk about these honest realities in ourselves that we act like are not our truths, because we're having to perform loyalty instead of being loyal, instead of really cultivating honest, transparent relationships. We're really just trying to spare each other's egos and spare each other's feelings, and then wonder why their relationship is so contentious and why there's so many secret or all out extroverted misery that is the relationship. I want to welcome Rumors and Tea, the Tea Lounge, the IG, the Nurse Moonshine. And is this my Deshawn? Is this you, Deshawn?
Yeah, it's me.
All right, just making sure. All right, I want to welcome all these gorgeous melanated people to the chat. I guess, would y'all prefer to go chronologically, or everybody just kind of jump in?
Well, I'm on 4% right now. So I wanted to jump in real quick off of my 2 cents. I'm gonna have to switch back over to the other device where the phone don't work, but it's charged. So, okay, well, first of all, it's good to speak with you. You know, I love you.
Yes, I love you too, boo.
And as for everybody else, it's your girl Sam Doles, aka Nurse Moonshine. And I want to weigh in very quickly. Yeah, I'm still on 4%, even with the charge, I'm still on 4%. Okay, so I asked the question in the comments. Is it really that the Black woman is insecure about her man's proximity to his, gay male friends? Is it that she's insecure, or is it, like I said before, that just historically we don't see that a lot? We don't see the bona fide, so-called bona fide heterosexual dude hanging out with gay dudes like that. And here's where, and I want to offer the following with this. I don't think that's necessarily an insecurity thing, because that narrative has been reinforced not just by society, but even other gay dudes reinforce. Like, if you got a lot of gay dudes around them, or, you know what I'm saying, you might want to, take a look at that. I've been saying for years that every woman needs at least one gay guy friend. At least one, because what you see will absolutely astound you. And there was a meme I saw once that said the down low community is bigger than the LGBT community. But y'all ain't ready for that conversation.
Amen.
That's
And
true.
so exactly. So that brings me to my point. Just like I remember there was a recent conversation similar to this on Instagram or somewhere, and this lady was in the comments, well, my son came home for college for the holidays, and he brought his gay classmate, and he don't treat him no different, blah 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 blah. And everybody in the comments was like, okay, who's gonna tell her? Who's gonna tell her? Because traditionally, again, you just don't see that. And again, that's even reinforced by other gay men. Like, nah, that's really not the norm. I can even think about one of my gay guy friends saying, how he has these great relationships with certain cousins and uncles, but he understands that because of the dynamics, things can only go so far, just because, like you said, programming, historical societal programming. So again, I bring it back to my original question. Is she insecure, or is she just rightfully suspicious because of what she has been conditioned to think?
Okay, so
that she needs to look over her shoulder. She needs to, she does need the side eye.
So ironically, everything that you're describing is an insecurity. Now, yes, because what you did just establish is context for insecurity, but you didn't
negate
dismantle or argue away insecurity. You just really offered the context for it, because it's not normal, it's not every day, it hasn't quote unquote been historical, and this ends up reinforcing fear and concern about what does it mean when men who represent themselves and who identify as heterosexual have no problem with any level of proximity to LGBT persons. And largely it's because it hasn't been a lot of people's normal. And as I had established earlier on in the conversation, as we can see here from Mr. Reese, who was bullied, that that acceptance ain't been there for Black men. So you have Black men largely who, not because they actually are homo. So let's go there a little bit too. It's really, homophobia has really done, because I always say this on the platform, homophobia and transphobia is something that don't just impact queer and trans folk, it impacts all folk as well, because you have heterosexual men who even have to act homophobic in order to have acceptance amongst
Absolutely.
society.
Absolutely.
Or you have heterosexual men who feel the need to superficially resist a friendship to a member of the LGBT community because it's not socially acceptable amongst dominant society and amongst their immediate peer group. And when it comes back to the woman and this conversation around, you know, is she insecure? I think what I'm more so hearing from you and what all you just said is that some maybe would argue that those insecurities are rightfully so because it isn't normal or because we haven't seen it a lot. However, we are reinforcing that inauthenticity, and we are reinforcing that homophobia, and we are continuing to sustain an energy that is costing both heterosexual men, women, and LGBT persons, but hell, it's literally sustaining the down low community. Because if people don't have the freedom to be friends with who they want to be friends with, and to heart whoever they want to heart, and to just be a neighbor to whoever they want to be a neighbor to, or to even like what they like and preference what they preference, then we have no choice but to sit in an overly saturated, down low society that is going to be problematic for all people. So my question to you, Moonshine, since you presented that, is, okay, so with the lack of normalcy that we've seen historically, with that increase in a growing concern in women, and with us establishing that just because it looks gay don't mean that it is. Meaning that we accept as grown people that heterosexual people have gay friends, both heterosexual women and heterosexual men have gay friends, and that who you're friends with and who makes up your social circle doesn't necessarily determine your own sexuality. With us knowing that being the case, what would you say could better help women who are who do feel like it's weird and it's odd? You know, we're used to gay men and gay women being each other's tote bags, but you know, how does that woman reconcile that her partner, her husband, her fiance has a very, very close relationship to a gay man? And I ain't talking about like a shallow friendship, but has a bona fide like brotherhood with a very queer man. Because the women who have been frustrated with my friendships to their male partners have not found a way to reconcile that or normalize that or accept that.
Well, in all actuality, and I apologize.
I don't know what to tell them other than I ain't fucking your nigga.
But in all actuality, Conscious, in all actuality, sweetheart, I don't know if I have the answer for a way for a woman to reconcile that, again, because everything is situational. And I think that we can all agree, we have all been in environments where we don't blink twice. We don't think twice about who's there, gay, straight, whatever, just because, you know, it's just a vibe. The energy is, you know, everything just seems like it's on the up and up. And then we've probably all been in an environment where there was a behavior, a statement, or just an energy that did make you side eye, like, okay, well, what the hell is that? You know, so it's just one of those things where and this is me honestly, I don't know what the answer to that is. However, I will say that the how can I word this? The topic, the scenario, is very blanket. I mean, this is worldwide. It's one of those things where the conditioning has been in place my entire lifetime. I'm 43, knock on wood. I'll be 44 in January. And like I said, I haven't seen, I see it more now because things are more open now, but it just traditionally has not been something that I saw a lot of. Like, you got this straight, quote unquote, bona fide straight dude, supposedly, and he got all these gay guy friends, but he's not gay. You show me who your friends are, I show you who you are. How can two walk together unless they agree? I mean, I would say the exception to that could be, I will say that. I would say the exception to that could be like more artsy circles, if does that make sense, like the weirdo circles.
Yeah.
I'm more
weirdo.
But let me put a pin. Hold on, y'all.
and I'm a part of that. So
because okay, hold on. So before you even move forward more into that, see, that's interesting because see, now we kind of get into some of the things that are in your own unconscious as it relates to this particular subject matter. So it seems to me that somewhere in your unconscious, or maybe it's in your conscious, I'm not sure, but you can speak to that. It seems like you, because when you say, show me your friends, you show me who you are, that would have to mean, well, it can mean the obvious, which is that you're thinking on the surface of it, well, they're gay, you're gay,
yeah.
you're bi, or that also within that you are connecting some type of because here's where I don't understand the logic at then, right?
Okay.
So to say, show me your friends and you show me who you are, you're straight, but you have a plethora of queer friends. So you have to be on the spectrum yourself. Why doesn't that same logic then work if a skinny person has a lot of obese friends, or if a black person has a lot of white friends, or if a poor person has a lot of rich friends? It's not
Absolutely
true. If you show me your friends, you're showing me per se who you are, because the things in that logic is trying to equate to a person's truth are actually shallow in nature and don't have anything to do with anything other than them being qualities of other people.
You know what? I don't disagree with you. I can tell you where my personal programming comes from. It comes from what I've seen. It does come from where I've seen. I was brought up in a very liberal household as it relates to that. Shout out to my Uncle Daryl, my gay Uncle Daryl, and a mom who, I was always on the gay scene starting from a very young age. So I saw a lot and I became aware of a lot. So I think before even quote unquote down low, that's always been around, that. But before it becoming like you reach a point in your life where you understand that this is a thing, at a young age, I understood that was a thing. Like, okay, this man is over here with us, but he ain't supposed to be over here with us. You understand what I'm saying? So I think for me, that came from somewhere. And I want to say something. I'm about to jump real quick again. I'm on low percentage here. When you think about this programming, this is lifelong. This is very dated. This is where the little Bootsy comes in at, and a lot of his. And first of all, I love Bootsy, but I understand people's issues with him.
Bless your heart,
Yeah, his views are absolutely problematic, but people be going in on Bootsy, and I'm like, Bootsy's thinking represents, sadly, the average uncle, brother, cousin. Like,
now, my question about that is, why isn't there the same backlash to Lil Boosie's dehumanizing narratives about queer people that we have about a white person's racism?
Oh God, yeah. Oh goodness. There. You know what? You already know, and that's a whole separate conversation. That's a different panel. Some things are very broken and fragmented within our community. The things that we're okay with, the things that we raise hell about, and the things that we're more silent. We're more apt to be silent on. That we're not as loud about, that we don't take as much issue about. Again, I don't have all the answers. I do want to say thank you to somebody in the comments named S Sweet. It came on the screen where she was complimenting how well I articulated the initial question. And I articulated the question from a space of, you know, my own thinking to a degree, like, okay, well, is it that I'm insecure, or is it that I'm just rightfully suspicious because of what I've seen and what I've been taught, and with the things that I have seen in addition to what I've been taught that have been reinforced? Not in every scenario, but I have seen some commonalities in certain areas. And again, as it goes to your your straight male friendships, and how the women in these men's lives just can't with you. I don't know what that environment looks like. See, the thing is, what's cool for you might not be cool to somebody else. You may act, talk, and behave in a way. You know what I'm saying? Your relationship dynamics may look a same. It may come off a certain way where you just like, well, I don't want your nigga, blah 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 blah. I don't know what that looks like through her eyes. I can only speak for the scenarios that I
The
have
only
been
thing
in.
that I'm calling for, right,
Okay.
is equality and keeping that same energy. Because when I'm her gay friend and I'm cuddled up with her, it's not an issue in her mind.
Right.
Then I am affectionate toward her, and we are in a comfortable space and exchanging affections and support and emotional support of each other. It's not an issue. Don't make it an issue then for straight men to engage in the same level of humanity with their same gender loving male friends that women largely participate in indulging in when it's them. I'm just
I completely understand.
the same level of fairness and humanity and logic and acceptance.
I absolutely, and like I said, I've been in situations where you don't flinch when such and such, and such and such, he a part of the crew or they're a part of the crew. You don't think twice. And then there have been other examples where it's kind of like, okay, what the hell was that? And again, having the gay guy friends, having the gay uncles and the gay cousins reinforce, they are in, they're in the community, and they're saying, yeah, no, you need to be mindful of that. No, you need to watch out for that. Or see that when you see this, that's what this means. So is that brings that brings me back to my original question. Is she insecure? And I
Yeah,
get where you coming from. You made your point, but it's like, is she insecure, or is she just
yeah.
rightfully suspicious just based
I
on
mean,
what life has shown her?
it's not a rightful suspicion though. If your suspicion, you have not been responsible with enough to first and foremost just unpack all of the superficial layers of, like, any responsible living adult does not accept their fears and their impulses at face value. They truly inspect themselves. They intentionally seek to get to the bottom line of their bottom line, whether it's their behaviors, whether it's their way of thinking, before they even present to the world and project onto the world what their truth or stance or morality or ethics or whatever is they first and foremost make sure they take a deep look at those things and where they come from. What's informing my fear? What's informing my insecurities? Where's all the, let me make sure that I just unravel this before I decide that you've done something to me that I've actually done to myself in my own mind.
Gotcha.
Let me make sure, because see, as I said earlier on, we live in a society in general. I know we're speaking in the context of relationships and romance,
Right.
but just in general, we live in a society where people don't take enough responsibility for their own insecurities, and they don't sit in those insecurities with an intention and an attitude of learning and extracting that data from your fear. Because if you did the work, then you could get to the resolve that then results in you being a healthy flowing partner that's, once again, not exhausting your actual spouse with all of the shallow bullshit that you're just expecting someone to keep band-aiding and keep accommodating and keep engaging in. Because the reality of insecurities, especially when it comes relationally, even when it comes to friendship or romantically, is that they do corrode at our connections. They corrode at the quality of our experience of our friendship and or the experience of our romantic ship. And this could be largely prevented by taking responsibility for your own triggers. And
Hmm.
because look at what you are saying a woman would discover, what an insecure woman would discover. If an insecure woman would discover, if she, instead of having a knee-jerk reaction first, but instead pulled it back and said, hold on, let me get in me and go down my personal rabbit hole, she would discover, wait a minute, it's not that my partner is objectively gay because he has gay friends. I just come from a world where I haven't seen this.
There you go. Yeah.
Right. You know, like this is the clarity that's in analyzing it first and then hearing yourself back so that you can decide fiction from nonfiction, so that you can actually create a pathway for the actual truth instead of your projection of what your brain has conjured up as a result of what's been normal to you or not normal to you, or what your experience has.
And you know what? I can appreciate what you just said. And speaking from to your point about the insecure piece, just the narrative in general, you'll hear somebody like Funky Dineva say this a whole lot. I keep telling y'all, men ain't shit. They will fuck anything. So that is that's a deep-seated belief within a lot of us as well. And again, as somebody, you know, going back, I think you mentioned something about diseases earlier. I am the certified Florida rapid HIV tester and counselor. I work for the Department of Health. So I worked at the STD clinic. So even with that, I saw a lot. I have seen a lot because, you know, we've discussed, I'm not licensed yet, but I do work heavily in nursing and I got a bunch of other certifications. Working on getting that license though. Got to pass that NCLEX. Okay, I'm coming. Yes, however, so being even within in the confines of just my profession and where places I've been and things I've done, I have seen things that have reinforced a certain narrative. And you know what? Yeah, let's call it the insecurity. Let's call it the insecurity. It's just kind of like there is a stigma there. And again, there is also a double standard. And I'm just basing this next comment on what I'm seeing in the comments. You know, again, you got people like Boosie, that very old school, very you know, the concept of toxic masculinity, very misogynistic thinking. Like if it's two women, it's cool, but if it's two dudes, it's wrong. Or if it's two women, as long as I get the benefit from the moment, ain't nothing wrong with it. But if it's my daughter or my sister or something, I ain't with it. I mean, his thinking is that is reflective of the average uncle, the average cousin. He grew up around people who, you know what I'm saying, he was spared that. So that's how he has been conditioned to think. And so he sounds like every other guy that I've heard talk, you know, as it relates to homosexuality, my whole life. That's just how he sounds to me. Like, oh, he sounds like everybody else. But he does have a big platform. So his statements are problematic, obviously, because of his reach. However, I just said that to say, like, that was just what somebody Boosie is an asshole, homophobic. Thank you for the expert. I ain't mad at you. But either way it goes.
But I want to also put a pin in the it's right there. Put a pin in the insecurity thing. Because okay, for like it's a situation going on right now in my life that is literally this title here. What's interesting, right, is because like we really have to, everything comes, you know, there's so much power in self-knowledge and so much power in being introspective, because once again, this is a projection. Because if you are afraid or you have concerns or you feel threatened by your male spouse's gay friends and gay circle, yes, there definitely is unconscious homophobia existing in ideology and fear mongering that's tethered into your anxiety and your fear. But there's another interesting component that we don't talk enough about as well, which is that
men are gays.
Which is that
sorry,
what is not also being considered is the fact that you're just in doubt of your partner's fidelity. Because more than likely, if he can't have gay friends, he can't have female friends either. And
that's fair. That somebody just said it. That is fair.
And this is what keeps, and this is what I keep saying, we keep running into this like wall where people are not wanting to really take responsibilities for their insecurities and come into understanding of their insecurities and what's informing their insecurities so that they can have the right remedies and they can separate whether it's themselves who are creating the big bad boogeyman in their relationship that really doesn't exist, or whether it actually is a boogeyman underneath the bed. Because without questioning yourself and just accepting yourself at face value and your responses at face value and not ever being introspective about that leads us to a mistaken identity when it comes to who our partner is. That what I am actually really questioning is your ability to be faithful to me when I am insisting that you don't have any friends of the opposite sex or of the LGBT community. And then the next level of questioning has to come once we understand that that's what we're actually doing. And that also what's informing us is, why the fuck did I ever decide to be with somebody I can't trust?
Okay, so let me ask you this, because somebody just said it in the comments. Again, S Sweet, thank you, sweetheart. She said, because I mentioned professionally, she said that makes her, she basically was saying it makes my perspective even more valid because of what I've seen professionally working at the STD clinic. It adds to the stigma. So then what is your take on that? Somebody in my position, like, well, her whole life she's grown up hearing this and seeing that, and professionally she's in a situation where she's seeing things daily that reinforces this. So what do you say to that, to somebody in my position who is basically, I think the way I think based off receipts?
I mean, I would say that we have to undo our biases, because the receipts of the influx of unwanted pregnancies is a demonstration that even outside of LGBT fraternizing, that heterosexual people are largely practicing unprotected sex.
Okay.
And to keep that same energy across the board, period. That what, because see, once again, we're still at the shallows of the issues and we're not dealing with the root reality, which is first and foremost, what is stimulating infidelity?
Okay.
What stimulates coven breaking? What stimulates unprotective and irresponsible sex? What are the variables taking place in our lives, taking place in our minds, taking place?
See, that's a bigger conversation, though, Conscious. That's a much bigger conversation.
And that's a conversation that I'm trying to have, because these issues, even as small as so-called insecurities of straight men's proximity to LGBT people, are a part of a larger pool of truth and reality that we're not addressing, because all of these issues, once again, this is what I keep saying, none of this is happening within a vacuum. It's happening within a larger context, within a larger sphere of reality. And because we shrink the conversations and we make them anecdotal and we make the resolve small, and we don't realize the bigger reality that actually is giving birth, that there's a motherboard, there's a mothership that's depositing all of these smaller UFOs. All of these smaller realities, all of these smaller frequencies are manifesting as a result of a larger mothering reality, and they're all kind of interconnected to that same mother. The same wound is actually responsible for all of the shit that we're talking about here.
You know what? Okay, with that said,
really
I'm gonna let y'all jump in. I gotta hop off because y'all already know my situation.
And charge that phone, boo.
I know. Thank y'all so much, and I love you, Conscious. I'm still tuned in. I'm just gotta get off the line.
I like your questions and your statements, boo. So charge that phone and get your ass back up here.
I love all of y'all. Thank you. And your comment section is on fire. Y'all, Maldives, baby, Renaissance woman. Look, Rashawn, y'all coming with it. The comments are A1 tonight. I love it. Have a good one, y'all.
All right, baby.
I just didn't want to speak to the topic of what y'all was just saying, though, because for real, it is touching on where my mindset is about what has to be fixed. And it really does come down to two things. And it applies to men and women. We have to get to a place where, one, men are reliable. We have to be able to trust their word. And that really is a crux of the situation. But we also have to make amends with femininity. because I feel like that really is where it stems from when it comes to women being uncomfortable with the relationships that their boyfriends are having with gay men. And I say it's with femininity because I feel like it's easier for women to identify femininity in things, right? Or at least in the way that I'm speaking of. And so I feel like they identify what they believe is feminine about a gay man, and they think that their man is recognizing the same thing in him. And it's concerning for them because in some way they're relating to the femininity that they see in you. And they think, well, if he's attracted to femininity, and you give me girl, woman, you know, and I don't mean that just in physical, I mean that in a genuinely energetic way. If that is what you are receiving from a man, I think women have a tendency to think that their man recognizes the same thing in these men, and it creates an insecurity of it's possible that he could find attraction there. And if you add in the lack of trust of men having created a reality where their word is not their bond, you know, that you are not anticipating them to be stand up, that what they say is not what they mean, it is a perfect recipe for exactly the situation we're talking about. And so I feel like those are the two things that have to happen simultaneously alongside women examining themselves for what the insecurity really is stemming from. But it genuinely has to be men have to step up to the plate and make themselves somebody worth trusting. And then we also, all men and women, need to have a real talk with ourselves about what our adversity is with divine feminine energy across the board.
Okay.
That's
Can
another.
I,
Yep,
if I
that's
can I
another
can I
component of
speak
this
about
conversation.
this?
Yep.
I gotta tell you
Yes.
this. Also, people need to start.
Hold on.
People
Who's
like
speaking? Oh, that's
it's me,
me.
Deshaun.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what women need to also accept people's sexuality and femininity, because I'm noticing even on gay magazine where it's gotten so bad that their insecurity is so fragile that they are actually attracted to gay men because they'll be say, "Oh, you're too fine to be gay." I mean, it doesn't even make any sense right there. And then heterosexual men is also on gay magazine talking about, "Oh, it's sick. Oh, two men can't make a baby," when gay men already know they can't make a baby. I actually had to tell them this. Oh, it's the devil. Then I went on another Instagram where the devil is saying, "Oh, you know, oh, I'm creating homosexuality and creating trans men and trans women and all that other stuff to create depopulation, all that other stuff." Okay, since you want to say that, I wrote underneath, what about the DL men that are actually killing women when they find out that they're actually sleeping with other men, and they're killing women and then killing themselves, and on top of that their kids is now left motherless and fatherless at the same time? What about that as the devil? And also, what about that pastor that actually was molesting a child that was actually 15 years old down in Florida named Alfrenzo? And he lied saying that, "Oh, I had a wedgie," because the cop was asking, "Why is your pants down?" And "Why is the 15-year-old's pants down?" And on top of that, he lied again. Then they had to arrest him and all that. And guess what? The mother actually forgave the pastor. But again, homosexuality, the same pastor that don't like homosexuality is doing sick shit. And also the same people that's saying groomers to openly gay men. What about those men that are actually having sex with freaking teenagers and minors and all that other stuff?
Mm-hmm.
That's the same narcissistic shit that I keep saying, hearing. All of this is all narcissistic and what do you call it? Well, whatever that other word is. It's really sick to me because they're keeping it quiet.
Can I speak to a couple of the things that I've heard, Conscious, if you don't mind?
Yes.
Okay, well, one, I want to address something. When I mentioned the whole thing about the boundaries, I was talking about literally the bedroom. I consider the bedroom to be sacred, my bed to be a sanctuary,
But it's
and
undefiled if somebody ain't told you T Lounge. Go ahead.
you understand what I'm saying? So when I was saying boundaries, I was looking from your perspective. Like, I'm thinking, oh, my friends, they sleep on the couch. I'm not having them in my bedroom. That's all
Why
that I
not
was
though?
saying. Huh?
Why not though? Oh, is it because you consider the actual literal room to be sacred?
Yes.
the
You understand
literal
what I'm saying?
bed to be sacred.
Both.
So what about having?
I don't
so-
have people in my bedroom. I don't even like to film if I'm doing a podcast. I don't even like it to be in my room. So that was all that I was talking about as far as the boundaries go. I'm like, no, only people that's allowed in my bed is my great niece, and my great niece and a man. That's it, right? And as soon as she's able to be I don't have to keep an eye on her 24/7, then she could hop her ass into the living room too. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So that's
just change out bed. Like it could be sleeping on a pallet. It could be falling asleep on the couch together.
But I'm saying if y'all if that's why I was saying, I was clarifying. I don't care if somebody's staying over to kick it with you. You understand what I'm saying? And they end up spending the night and falling asleep on the couch. You understand what I'm saying? However, I hate when conversations in regards to homosexuality and then pedophilia get conflated. Like they're like completely two different things. But to speak to Miss what's her name? Nurse nurse warrior.
Nurse Moonshine.
Yeah, I said Moonshine Warrior. Yes, Nurse Moonshine.
Yeah, all that.
I understand what she was saying 1,000%. Because number one, I was a division director for a scatter site housing development for the New York 3 population H. If you know, right? So I saw things with my own eyes. But having grown up in the arts, having had so many gay friends, male, female, I have trans friends, all of that, right? I've seen so much that I think it really does go back to the fact that I think that we don't want to admit I don't think we want to admit that a great number of people are closeted. That's both male and female. But there's a great number of men that are closeted, number one. Number two, you don't want to admit that, there's an infidelity issue. So everybody's not like a unicorn like you, Conscious. I know of a woman who was very secure. She had a gay male friend. She was secure in her relationship. She her and her child's father and her best friend who was gay would hang out. She would go ahead and go to bed. They finished playing. They would, she thinks they're up playing spades or watching whatever. And the gay guy who I was cool with was saying they would F in the living room while the kids are in the bed and she's in her bed. Now that's an infidelity issue. That's a lot of trust issues. That's a lot of stuff. You know what I'm saying? That was one instance. Another friend in that same circle were telling everybody that they were uncle and nephew when they were dating. There was another one in that same circle. The girl was she called me, to ask me about how do I know her boyfriend. Meanwhile, she knew about his friendship with my other homeboy. This is all the same circle. My other homeboy. Now, when I stayed over my homeboy's house, who was gay, he had a big bookcase behind his bed. Now, heavy. They were in the bed together, being friends supposedly, and the bookcase began to bang on my side of the wall. I don't know if they were moving furniture. It was it was rhythmic. If I was a betting woman, I would say that they were having sex. However, they, someone who's very open, they didn't share it with me. He was clearly not sharing it with his baby mother. And that's not the only guy that I knew that my homeboy dealt with who had living girlfriends and children.
Oh,
now,
wow.
I want to jump in. I'm sorry.
So I've seen this, no problem. I'm gonna wrap it up. I've seen these things with my own eyes, and like I said, everybody is not as spiritually aware. And
But it's not about spiritual awareness, a tea lounge.
But I'm talking about as far as you go. There's some
but even with me, it's still not about, like, even in my situations with these females, it's still not about spiritual awareness, because JH touched on it, and I've kept saying it this whole thing. We keep conflating sexuality with character. If we
That's
all are aware,
right.
right?
We have your characters, but I'm trying to get at. There's some ratchet mother freakers out here that is
No,
doing the most.
no, the character is not the point when we're making it about who a person is cheating on you with, rather than the infidelity itself. Because
Right, and that's how I
infidelity,
think.
because
Yeah.
it like just like evil and unrighteousness, right? No man, woman, culture, creed, or community is above wrongdoing. Men do wrong, women do wrong, gays do wrong, trans do wrong. Wrong is a human function. When we make wrong specifically about a people or a person, that's where we get into all this other shit. Because right, there are women, straight, I have straight friends, right? Straight
That's
male friends.
tiny.
I mean, hold on. I have straight female friends, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who, regardless of whether I was in a relationship or not, have tried to come on to me, turn me out, etc. A lot of us in the LGBT community have also found our partners with members of the opposite sex. So that goes both ways. Would it be fair for gay men who have had their partners cheat on them with women, then develop this erroneous, shallow narrative about women's community in general, or about the opposite sex community? Because that's what we do whenever the shoe is on the other foot when it comes to LGBT persons. We
Right on Gay Magazine.
way to justify, oh, why we can't trust gay, why? Because gay men be wanting to, my man did this, or we can't trust trans women because trans women, instead of focusing on what the actual issue is.
Right. Yes, these men be doing the most.
Which is that, no, because I don't even want to just do it on the men thing. If you have been played, if you have been cheated on, the only thing that has happened, regardless of who your partner cheated on you with, or whatever it may be, is that you are only talking about somebody who did not have the moral integrity to tell you the truth and to obliterate the relationship before they moved on romantically and sexually.
Because I'm gonna tell you this, it's actually
Can I
both.
jump in? Wait a minute. Can I let oh this is so deep. I want black women to be honest. Yes, largely this is an attack. Our femininity has been weaponized against us. That's why this is not just a narrow thing where we have an issue with our partners, our male partners, being friends with anyone from the LGBT community. We have an issue with like Conscious and even Sunny Love stated like we have an issue with them being friends with other females. But what's strange and truth to me is the fact that we see gay men, right? We see the divine feminine or the feminine energy, but we still identify them as men. So you have two things going on at the same time simultaneously, where you feel like, oh, he's still a man, so he's not trustworthy, because we have trust issues with men. We don't, like someone said earlier, we feel like they'll sleep with anyone. They have no boundaries, they have no morals. So you couple that with the divine feminine energy, and you have a recipe of disaster. This is the reality that I would wish that black women will acknowledge. We definitely have a trust issues, not just on the feminine energy, that is there too. But it's a thing of, it's still a man. He's not trustworthy. And we couple that and make it our issue, instead of, as Conscious and other people are putting in the chat, that is not, it has nothing to do with the sexuality. It has everything to do with the character. And you have to understand one thing for certain. If you're with someone that has an infidelity issue, that has nothing to do with you. That is their character. That is their problem. It doesn't matter how good of a person you are to that individual. They're going to be who they are until they fix and heal that which is broken in them. But we as black women, because we have been attacked, our femininity has been weaponized against us. We've taken on this victim mentality that it's still your fault. We don't trust each other when it comes to
our partners having any feminine entity as a friend, and we really don't understand that that is allyship, because in reality, who's better to get your mate to understand you? If you can't get him to understand you, who's better than someone else that shares the same energy as you? That person is your ally, not your enemy.
So,
And that's the problem. We don't see allyship. We see enemies. We see ops in each other, and that's kind of crazy.
And let's have a hold on,
But can I
hold on for 1 second, because I just want to, I want to make this a little bit more uncomfortable. Let's make this a little bit more uncomfortable. I'm gonna have to call Cap on insecure. I ain't talking about women, I'm talking about insecure women, because we're gonna keep putting that disclaimer there. Insecure women. I want to call Cap, because the audacity, the literal unmitigated bald-headed audacity to literally fear men and then continue to fuck them, feed them, and finance them. You're out of order. You're out of motherfucking bra. Unmitigated God to hold a truth that dear to your cerebral and a truth that dear to your heart, and continue to sabotage yourself by continuously engaging with men sexually and emotionally and mentally. You are your own worst enemy.
Let me hide under the table, please. I gotta hide under the table.
I'll do your one better.
I gotta hide under the
one
table.
better, right?
I do want to speak though to
okay, go ahead.
As an ally to the femininity, but it also walks with masculinity too. Here's the thing, and the homo associations is going to get mad at me for that. The butch queens are going to get mad at me for something. There's no else I'm going to bring out.
I probably won't, because I probably agree.
Because here's the thing. There is a thing where women also dealing with the system of misogyny and having to navigate that. It's not just the femininity that they see. They're also aware, because this is something that happens interesting in the Black community. We're told we're not men when it comes to pertaining to our sexuality. But at the same time, from cisgender women, when they're angry at their male counterparts, if you do present masculine, all of a sudden you will become the representation and the punching bag for that frustration of that masculine energy that is indeed doing you wrong. So when you add in the fact that, okay, wait a minute, it's not just the fact that, yeah, this person is embodying femininity. I think that's resource management. It's already a thing of capitalism and patriarchy for women to be under men and looking. So you have something else that's feminine, but not when only it's feminine dealing with the gender thing. You're a male still. So that's where it's going to be the thing where it's not like they're just saying I'm insecure because you present feminine. No, you have the privilege, some women would even say, of presenting your femininity off and on in certain positions, but then in your maleness, you're able to navigate and move in certain ways. So I can't say, based off of seeing things even from my own self as a male, that some of these things would make a woman, I disagree that it would make them insecure. I think you should not paint that all. You're right. The bias should not be there. You're absolutely right, Conscious, that the pendulum should swing both ways. But because of the narrative and what we do here in politics and what has been that's also the concern, real life walking concern. The ideology for it to like to be that way, that's not how it's working. And I agree that it should. But that doesn't mean that you don't navigate. That doesn't mean that the woman does not have to still navigate according to that.
But the reality,
you know what?
Hold on. The reality is, right, nobody's going to get over themselves unless we move on. Because the only alternative, IG, to what you're saying is to continue to keep that fear alive, those narratives alive, and they're not serving anybody in all actuality. Like, we either all have to participate in the answer or we have to consistently sink in the problem. There is no really which way, women, regardless of how much privilege men have had, are going to have to still contribute to what's in the best interest of themselves and humanity, especially since women want to be in relationship to men and vice versa. Everybody is invested in the solution. Everybody has to be invested in that. And when we keep going back to, you know, how it was and how it have been, okay, then so then what's the pathway to utopia? What's
what it is? They're having to deal with what it is. I agree, but sometimes two things can be true at once. That's my thing. I'm not saying that there are not sometimes phobia, the irrational feel. Okay, when you have something that is clearly individualistic in a sense that's different, when you have seen nothing but the rule, right? For some people, they do not recognize an exception. It all begins to look the same. So I can't really say in the nature of self-preservation that it's just so insecure as the person of the reality, regardless of how we want us to be. Yes, what you're saying and to go towards that, but there have to be an honesty come to the table of what it is, of what that also those.
But it's really not what it is, because
I'm saying there are some nuances. Yeah, because here's the thing that you would not. When we can't say then. There's no such thing as vetting a partner. There's no such thing as vetting or recognizing.
That's my issue. Wait, but that's my issue. Is that
no such thing? But
that is the issue. Is the fact that the lack of vetting or vetting thereof still has nothing to do with what a person's okay, for instance, well, hold on, because are you in an open relationship of IG, or are you in a monogamous?
Now me, okay. Now here's the thing. I'm at the exception. I understand. Yes, I am unconventionally open, and because of being with a male. But most of my partners, most of my friends are heterosexual, and gay partners are actually the opposite of me and my partner. Like, right? So I still don't. I'm able to still be like, okay, this is the exception to the rule of the majority. That does not mean, however, I'm not going to navigate, or I'm not saying I agree, but I'm still going to have to be mindful and of other people's, because that's asinine, that's delusional for me to be like.
But when you say like mindful, what is that? But what does mindful look like other than just leaving a person to be in their feelings? Because I'm also not penalizing any of the women who in their feelings. Like, y'all the ones.
No, I'm not saying you are, but I don't think they're insecure. If
you are insecure, if your issue, why y'all trying to redefine insecurity? The literal definition of the word.
We don't disagree.
The literal
I'm gonna sit back and let somebody talk. We gonna disagree.
The literal definition of the word insecurity is let's find the definition.
I put it in the chat already. I put it in the chat. The definition for insecurity. That means you lack confidence. You're lacking confidence. And I think that it is a form of insecurity because
black people are insecure.
Hold on. The problem,
we lack confidence just because we're insecure.
Y'all are getting hung up on the word. If
that's the case,
hold on. Y'all don't get to redefine insecurity. Is not based upon context. It's literally just what it is. Like, as Rumors and T was about to say, if it's uncertainty, if it's anxiety, if it's fear, you're insecure. It doesn't matter whether your fear is historical. It doesn't matter if your fear is whatever. It is still nonetheless personally your insecurity, especially when in the context in which we're talking about this fear and this anxiety of queer people and their proximity to men, is more so about it just not being normal to you, it not being just something you've seen. Because it's interesting how the same people who will turn around and become insecure of their partner's proximity to a gay man or a trans woman, especially if that gay or trans person is considered to that insecure partner to be attractive and to have features that they would think their male partner would be interested in. I forgot what the fuck I was going with that.
But here's the
Can I
pushback.
just say this?
But because
Can I say this real
but
quick?
here's the thing. But if we say that people are insecure, okay, no, that's not fair. People's
No,
confidence
what's not
is
fair is
not big. That's
no,
not
this is what's
realistic. I
fair.
disagree.
Yo,
People,
no, you are more
IG.
people's
so in
confidence
no,
isn't
no,
just
fuck
built
that, fuck
from
that, fuck
how they
that,
feel
fuck
on
that,
the
fuck that,
inside.
fuck that, fuck that, fuck that, fuck that, fuck
We
that, fuck that,
disagree.
fuck that, fuck that, fuck that, fuck
Oh,
that. You are trying to make a house. You are trying to come. You are
oh
trying
my
to.
God.
You are
I know
trying
I'm a
to. You
big
are
person
trying to
just on the inside.
deify. You are trying to deify. You are trying to deify. And
No, I'm
girl,
saying that's not
I love you down. I love you down, Boots. When you are trying to pedestalize and deify somebody's
No,
feelings
it's
more so.
not them being insecure.
Hold on. You are
IG,
trying
can I say this to you?
hello, y'all. I'm trying to get it out so we can continue to engage. You are trying to deify and pedestalize a person's feelings more so than divulge in the solution that leads to all people being able to have a healthy fluidity amongst each other, from the gay friend to the male friend, from the male friend to his girlfriend.
And in order
I am not going to sit here and indulge in why it makes sense for insecure motherfuckers to be insecure as hell, and why
but in
it's
order to
okay,
get them
and
to
why,
that,
because it doesn't
but in
matter that
order
it's
to get them
why. It
to
doesn't
that,
matter.
though,
The why doesn't matter.
but because
That,
in order
IG.
that
to get
insecure
some
woman,
people to what
that
you're
insecure
talking
woman
about,
needs to become a stronger, more self-resolved woman. That man should not be penalized for having a friend like you or me or Scotty or Deshaun. And that gay
that's
friend
not what
should not also be the bullseye for that insecure partner's rage and fear, and then have their relationship to that person sabotage because the insecure motherfucker who's interested in the fear and the anxiety and not the solution and not the healing wants to give that partner an ultimatum between them or me.
And in
Right.
order to diverge
But
from those
IG, I
things,
wanna
we can't negate the other systematic parts as to why, as you just said, the features of something of what is desired by. So I am not saying hate on the person. You still have to be able to get to the systematic reason exactly to what you're saying, because that's a look
You
at
don't have
something.
to fix the
That's a step.
systematic
You
reason
have to
to.
still, you
You
still have to
don't.
get to
You
that
don't.
person.
You
I'm not
don't.
disagreeing, but because we're saying something a
You
little bit
don't have
different.
to. You don't have to
You
dismantle the
have to
system in
still
order to be healed
sometimes
as
be
an
able to get
individual.
to that person
You
systematically to
don't.
break that down from that
Your
root to
healing is not
as
connected to
to
the
why
dismantling of
that
the
is the
system.
case to get toward that.
You
I'm not
know
saying
that's
stay
not
in it,
true. That is a
but to
complete.
say they're
That is a
insecure.
untrue statement, because if that was true, you wouldn't have healed people in this sick ass environment to begin with. The environment. You see, the problem is that y'all keep putting a reverse uno, trying to say that, oh, the system has to be unsick for us to be well, and then negate the fact that there are well people in this sick ass space because they're not attaching their salvation to whether the external systemic issues become resolved or not, which is why our ancestors were able to be better than their oppressors, why they were able to still prosper in face of all the obstacles in which their oppressors set before them, were able to participate in breaking generational curses despite previous pathologies. So no, I don't give a fuck if the system remains alive and well for the next 100 years. It's not going to excuse the fact that people need to
But
grow
that
the
has a
fuck
lot
up
to
and
do with the insecurity.
stop punishing everybody else for your shit.
But that has a lot to do with people's
but
insecurity. We're
IG.
gonna disagree on that. We're gonna disagree.
But IG, in order to break the system, it is an individual task, is what Conscious is saying. To
Exactly.
summarize it, I know you can understand that. And I
It
get
is,
what
but
you're
it's not.
saying.
But it's just not
I get,
individualistic.
listen, I get what you're saying, but the reality is this: when we, as keeping it to the topic of Black women, when we as Black women first find the confidence, I understand all of the reasons of how we've gotten here. But once we take back our confidence and understand again that it is not about another person's actions, our confidence should not lie in the actions of others. Our confidence is us having reassurance in who we are. And the reality is, there's an old adage that said you have to kiss many frogs before you find your prince. Understanding how relationships are, the healthy relationships should be administered, then you will realize that you should never ever fear if your partner and your mate is going to be out here cheating, acting infidelity, ways and things of that nature. If that person, if you find that you cannot trust that person, you shouldn't even be with that person. You move forward to the next frog until you find your prince. But we have a tendency as Black women to we attach victimhood to our insecurities, and we mask it, and we, instead of dealing with the issues individually, we make it an attack on Black men. People cannot do to us what we do not allow them to do to us. That is a reality. So no matter if it's a female or a gay man, we have to understand everyone is not meant to be in our lives for long-term periods. There's always something for us to get and gain out of that relationship. It does not mean that this is a lifelong partner. And I think, yet again, it is unfair for us to attack anyone that can become or should be our ally. A lot of times we want Black men, and we know this, we want Black men to understand us, to treat us better, protect the Black queen, right? Protect Black women at all costs. But when we have people that are in close proximity that can't, because they don't receive it from us, right? We say in large conversations, they don't receive what we say. They hate the feminine energy. But when you have someone that they are in close proximity to, that is our ally. But we cannot sit back and pretend, regardless of what the root, like what has caused us to have these insecurities. They are insecurities, and I think that it is really crazy as hell to not understand how insecurities disrupt your peace.
Right. Women's of tea and conscious and everybody, yes, it is rooted in insecurity. What I'm getting from this conversation, and is that me? Hold on. Hello? Okay.
We can hear you.
Okay, yeah. What I just got, based on what I said, based on what I'm hearing, right? Conscious, you're experiencing what a lot of women have experienced in times past. You have a male friend and their significant other is just not cool with him having friendships with feminine energy. It's not even about sexuality at this point. You understand? And there's a lot of times, like you said, even though
but hold on, I'll just add to that. In this case, though, we have to definitely add sexuality, because Black women have a lot of unresolved around Black men.
Yes, they do. I'm not trying to skip past it or anything. I'm just it's just realizations as I'm thinking, because even with me, right? But this is the thing. I'm gonna keep it a buck. The significant other had reason. The only difference is that this was my friend. Yes, there had been times when we crossed the line, but never when either one of us were in a relationship. So when we're hanging, no, you don't have anything to worry about. But at the same time, are we right? We wrong. If that makes any sense.
But why do we as Black women, why do we have a tendency to, and it's not just a Black woman thing, I know, but again, speaking to the Black woman's thing, why do we have the tendency of always looping everyone in one group? Like, what happened to individuality? Just because those are the experience, like that's like going, the baggage, the traumatic baggage that we take into every relationship. Just because the last man I was with was a dog doesn't mean the next man I'm going to be with is a dog. Or if he was a cheater, right? Like, okay, the last man was a cheater, but the next man I get with, he may not be necessarily a cheater, but he may be verbally abusive. But we have a tendency of we'll take our trauma and we put it on to everyone, especially black men. We really do that, which I think is crazy, but I don't think that we should weaponize our traumas and hold other people that have not caused those injuries against them. Like, we should not do that. That is not fair. It's unjust. It is
I've
no reason to
experienced it from men. I think it's a human thing. Because, for instance, I had my gay male friend, the one I was telling you about with the bookcase that was bumping, right? I was spending the night at his house all the time. I never in a million years would have thought my dude would have been felt some kind of way, or would have thought I would have been laying down with him or something. And you know what I'm saying? But I guess he figured he got a penis, it could happen. You know what I'm saying? I don't freaking know. But that insecurity, I've seen it in every society, every demographic is rather what I'm trying to say. Every
Can I be
demographic.
honest?
Well, yes, but we have a tendency when it comes to gay men, let's keep it all the way above. We have a tendency when it comes to gay men to make them whores. That is a known fact. We make them whores,
Yep.
right? But we never hold that same, like, now we do look at all men as whores. But that's why I was saying earlier, we have this tendency.
With their female
But
friends.
listen, we have this tendency though, because we weaponize their femininity, but we still identify them as men because we universally look at all men as whores. We never give a pass and think that, okay, he doesn't have to be sexually promiscuous. But we have that mindset because, again, I going back to IG's point, this is something that has been indoctrinated into us. However, it is unfair because women are whores as well. Women are promiscuous as well. We don't hold but it's like individuals. We want people to have empathy.
But I think women are more open to compartmentalize that because I see that women's faces. You know, you got that certain girlfriend. Oh no, bitch, I don't bring him around my man at all. The other homegirl, you would do that. Women do that. Like, you know, your certain homegirls that, oh yeah, when I want to turn up and go out, I know she a hoe. You know what I'm saying? When I want to have fun, I do hear women. This ain't me projecting it. Women do that in the spaces with other women. Now, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. That might also be part of the problem. I don't know. But I do also see that feminine energy of we do pick and choose. And that's all I'm saying is too. I'm not necessarily trying to see completely against, but there is a nuance of the pick and choose there, and the reasons behind that. We don't have to say that they're right or wrong. Let's just try to, like Conscious is saying, address it. But I do see that behavior with women and just women, cisgender, ciswomen. You know which girl is a home girl. You know she a hoe. I hear them talk all the time. You know, girl, I ain't gonna bring her around here. So they do that. That is the thing, and I think that has something to do with the thing of patriarchy and how women see sometimes as not just competition for money, but just for affection and companionship. So that is a thing that, unfortunately, and then yes, I still say that I can still see how women be like, well, damn, nigga, you a gay man, yeah, you a sissy, but girl, you still a man and you could do things, and damn, you want the same type of love and affection and everything too. That could be a thing for women, and I don't walk around women thinking that, as I have seen it and heard it out their mouth and certain of their actions. So, it's a thing here where we do have to have. I like us having a conversation, but in certain instances, there has to be a grounding to it. There has to be a point to it, because if it's just chaotic, well, we do have the chaotic right now. We already have the chaotic to where it's not exactly sure or what it is, or there's no nuance there. So, because there is a realization of those both angles coming together to where the root of it is many branches on the tree, you heard me, many vines, but one fucking root, one or two roots. A tree can have more than one root, baby. Depends on what tree you're talking about.
I want to say this. I want to say this, and then I definitely have to get to Scotty and get to Intersex and Rashawn and get them in this conversation too. Because I want this conversation to be a solution-based one largely, because we just have to move forward. We have to move forward. And since we know we live in a system that is largely invested in our insecurities, it's invested in capitalism, it's invested in racism. It's invested in divisiveness. What we can just assume is that the system isn't changing anytime soon because there's too much profit in it. However, the solution to dismantling a system goes back to what I was saying and what Women's and T was saying, which is that it starts individually. That's how you take the spunk, you take the junk, you take the gasoline, you take the fuel, you take the fire out of any system. Is that you are reborn again in your own mind, in your own living. And as more people adopt that living, as more people align with that living, as more people redefine what resources are, what love means, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, then we see these systems that placate to our insecurities then begin to placate to whatever becomes our sense of being and our sense of conditioning is, because the system ultimately is interested in profit. Whether it has to placate to your insecurities or whether it has to placate to your strengths, it's just interested in marginal profit altogether. So it will oftentimes make itself in our own image. So if we're insecure, then yes, you're going to have a system that's going to placate to your insecurities around beauty, around race, around woman, male, whatever the case fucking may be, is going to just extract from the very condition. However, I also want to add that, you know, when I was plugged into the matrix entirely and I was living from a matrix mentality, I too believed that women should have women friends and men should have men friends, and I too thought it was acceptable to be threatened by other people. But then when I had to just start really getting into my own density, and I just got sick and tired of being dense. I got sick and tired of walking around with dense ass energy that comes from fear, that comes from anxiety, that comes from a lot of unwanted, unnecessary, unfounded ass shit. Or hell, in the case that it is founded and it is historical, I'm just tired of carrying it. Whatever my motivation is to just break the monotony up of it all. I had to realize too that, wait, this isn't about whether my partner has attractive friends, because in the gay community, a lot of that insecurity is there amongst same gender loving men, where we're sizing up our partner's friends. If our partner friends are attractive, the more insecure you're probably going to be, etc. But once again, and it all goes back to, regardless of what's informed it, what ultimately is there is the insecurity and the threat of your relationship, and the unaddressed, which you may not have even become aware that you are not certain of your partner's capability of fidelity until you find yourself in a situation where that is. And then once again, it goes back to what I was saying in the first hour of this dialogue. When you are healthy, a part of being a healthy person is being introspective. And a part of being introspective is, once again, evaluating those fears and that anxiety, because that shit don't exist within a vacuum. As IG is saying, there's lots of social, cultural, systemic variables that have created these things inside of us, which is why none of us can afford to not be introspective. We can not afford to think that we exist in a vacuum. We cannot afford to not ever address our thinking, our mentality, our attitude toward things, because we're not being informed just by what we think is ourselves, or what we would assume is our choice, and what we would assume is our beliefs. Just like most of us haven't even accepted the fact that we didn't choose Christianity. We were indoctrinated with it. You didn't even have the luxury of choosing it. Like that, these things were given to you. These things were inherited by you because of the way that the pre-system was set up. So because of that, we always have to bang our head up against the wall, or Humpty Dumpty has to intentionally fall off that fucking balcony and crack itself open, because we are not once again, we're not just informed by nothing or ourselves. We are a conglomerate and a compilation of influences. But once again, we are also keeping this conversation in the context of having a healthy humanity and having a healthy self-love practice and making sure that we are dealing in the reality of who we are. We are challenging our triggers and challenging our fears so that we don't find ourselves making a mess of our lives and find ourselves making a mess of our relationship and find ourselves sabotaging our potential or the potential of our relationships and friendships and interpersonal relationships to other people. This work serves us to do when we don't justify the fear, or hell, justify it and say, okay, I forgive myself, or I accept what I am, but I'm willing to be something else as a result of what's in the truly the best interest of myself, what's in the best interest of my community, what's in the best interest of my family. Once again, we're talking about responsible living. We know that fear-based, insecure people want to just walk around in their fear. They want everybody to adopt their fear. They want their partners to placate to that fear. They want their community to placate to that fear. And this is what's sustaining the flu-like symptoms that keep getting us all fucking sick and fucked up in this motherfucker. So we've got to eradicate that shit. We have to get to the root cause of trust. It is not okay for you to have deep trust issues in either sex and then continue to invest your time and sacrifice your body and put your soul on the altar of that sex and then claim to, you know, be so deathly afraid of men and women. Let that be your reality as well.
See how much like animals
you know what,
we are? You see how much like, and with that to your point, you know, and we don't like to be compared to fucking animals, but guess what? Despite all of the logic and reason, your impulses, and that's the beautiful part though of also being human, of also being spirit. That's also part of that. So even with your logic and reason, why doesn't my mind do what my heart feels it not should do?
Mm-hmm. And right. I think that's really the point of it all, right?
Yes. But that's hold on. Mm-hmm. Before you say that, T, I just want to add on to that. That's why those of us who are doing our work in healing have to remind everybody that there's your condition and then there's still the power of motherfucking choice. And don't you ever forget it. Mm-hmm. There is a way out of your condition. There are bridges, pathways, and avenues, and roads, and highways home, baby, regardless of how the fuck you got here and why the fuck you ended up here. And what I'm going to continue to keep my foot on and establish is that you do not have a right to make somebody else responsible for your fucking misery. You do not have a right to make other people miserable and to make other people's experiences ridiculous and absurd and offensive and hard because of the conditioning of your mind and your heart. And literally, our world is falling apart because not enough healed people are trailblazing that pathway forward of personal accountability and personal soul salvation. And as a result, what's happening is that hurt people are continuing to dominate the population by hurting other people and continuing on in the social poisoning because nobody is challenging the narrative and nobody is challenging the conditioning. We only want to justify why I don't give a fuck, why I'm defensive, why I'm difficult as fuck, why I put more burden and standard on you than I do of myself, why I'm not responsible for my actions, why I'm not responsible for my choices. And as a result, we are seeing a social collapse. We're seeing a social implosion because we're not capitalizing the big I first and foremost. And we have to do that in order to break up all of these stagnations and all of this divisiveness. both in the LGBT community, between the LGBT community and the hetero community, between the whites, the blacks, the blues, the oranges, the aliens, the terrestrials, everybody. We
Plus,
got
we need
to do
healing.
it because I personally am now growing too old to cater to your fucking ego. I'm too old for it. So you are more likely to get your feelings hurt in a relationship to me than you were last year or 20 years ago in a relationship to me, because I can't do the insecure, fear-based shit anymore. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't accept it. I can't tolerate it. I have an adverse reaction to it. I can't do it. I can't. It's time for us to take responsibility for our mess. And the underbelly belief system, the unconscious belief system in justifying our hurt is that because I didn't make me a mess, I'm not responsible for bettering me as a mess. And that's real fucked up. That's real fucked up because we don't practice that line of thinking in no other area of life. If somebody came into your car right now and spilled their strawberry milkshake from McDonald's all over your shit and decided to get the fuck out, you would mandate yourself to clean it the fuck up even though you didn't do it because it's in your space. If a storm blew through your motherfucking house and shattered your windows and knocked over your shit, you would mandate yourself to reorganize your home, to repair your home, and to clean your shit up. Because it is now your shit. Because that mess was made in your house, in your soul. And we ought to treat the mess that the culture made of us, the mess that the family made of us, the mess that the intergenerational transference of trauma made out of us, the mess that exes and ex-boyfriends and girlfriends and ex-fiancés and ex-friends did to us the same way. Because now that mess has happened on my turf. It happened on my turf. Therefore, I have a sole responsibility to clean up the mess in my soul, even though somebody else did it. We cannot live in a system. We cannot live in a system that normalizes and stabilizes trauma and fear and inhumaneness. Our world can't afford it. And none of us are going to benefit from it as a result. We have to clean this shit up no matter who the fuck did it. Men, black women, we got to clean it up. I want to get our Scotty in here. I want to get our Sean in here. Welcome to the platform, boo. Scotty!
Listen, I what I had to say, I don't know if I should say it now because this conversation has went so many different.
Take us back and say it, boo. Say it.
Because I didn't intend on being up here for a long time, but well, I was out with my cousins and I saw this your title, and I was like, oh my God, I can't wait to get home to listen to it. And then when I came up here and heard some of the stuff that was said, I'm like, yeah. So let me make this quick because I have two things to say. One thing is that I'm a gay guy that is friends with a whole lot of straight guys, and a lot of them are hard-legged guys. And what I mean by hard-legged guys is a bunch of hood guys. They're all hood guys. They hang around me with no issue. And some people don't really say anything about them because they're probably afraid to say anything about them. But then there's some people that may say something under their breath, or not only that, they'll probably ask me. It don't even be like some people may ask me, are y'all sleeping together? And I'm like, no, why we got to be sleeping together just because we're friends? Like, I can't be friends with a straight male without it being something sexual in a sense. Like, I've never came on to these men ain't never came on to me, you know what I'm saying? So that's one thing. I have a story. So, I work in retail, and it was this guy. He would come in the store all the time. We would always talk. He always speak. We'll hold conversation all the time. Because normally he would come in the store by himself. Then he started bringing his I don't know if it's his wife or if it's his girlfriend, but he started bringing her in the store with him. So she'll come in and he'll come over and talk to me, speak to me, we'll engage in conversation, and she would never really say anything to me. So one day she came in with him and I was like, I spoke to her first. I made sure to speak to her first. I said hello to her and she was real dry, like, oh, hey. And I'm like, okay. And then, I spoke to him and we continued to engage in conversation. Mind you, this is just a regular customer who comes in the store all the time. We always talk. It was never anything inappropriate, never even attempted to get at him in no kind of way or nothing. So one day I saw him again with her. I was walking past and I spoke to them both. And I noticed a shift in his energy towards me, because when I came over and I spoke to her first and she gave me that same nervous, kind of dry, hey, how are you? But then when I spoke to him, I normally give him dap, but this time I gave him dap and he left me hanging.
Wow!
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 So I was completely confused and just like, what in the world? You know what I mean? Like, okay. It kind of felt like a punch in the stomach in a sense.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, okay, what's this? And then the next time he came, because he'll come in every other day. He came in another day and he walked in and he saw me in the department and he went the other way. And then the very last time I saw him before I moved, he came in with her and he saw me again and he kind of sprinted into the other direction with her. Wow. So I was just like, I wonder what that's about, because it's never been like that before. So, and I immediately assumed that he didn't want to have anything else to say to me because of her.
Of course.
I think she must have said something to him, like, why are you with him? Why are you talking to him? Because I noticed that because he's I know who he is, and why are you with him? And then that's the reason why he sprint the other direction. But what I don't understand is, if heterosexual men are so scared of a gay man, then why do heterosexual men try to play gay or try to do things with their bros and all that other stuff? That's the weirdest thing. It's so narcissistic.
What?
That is true too, because I
see this all the time on YouTube. I see this all the time on everywhere on these social medias of these men doing this stuff.
Doing
That's
what?
what I don't understand, when
it's
they're
not about
both
being
heterosexual with two girlfriends and stuff like that, and they're all
because
masculine.
because it's not about being homosexual, but it's not because the problem isn't the homoeroticism, it's the femininity and within that. Remember the Greco-Roman society that we built our American paradigm politically had a very much open Greco-Roman homosexual. However, it was still rooted in very much misogyny and stuff like that. So it's not the fact that these men care about the femininity. No, what makes it hot or more acceptable to do it, because the nature of homoeroticism is a masculine energy, maybe too masculine sometimes, if you ask me. Well, it's not the fact that they're homosexual. No, because we hear it in the gay community, right? Oh, and man, if you gay man, at least then just don't be like that, because you accept homoeroticism because it also includes androphilia, is part of patriarchy. So it includes the androphilic behavior of society. So no, obviously, it's clear, and I believe also too internally, that's something the feminine also has to deal with that reality and how that affects her as well. So it's not the fact that they're sucking dick. No, it's the fact that they're feminine, and I land.
IG, what does androphilia mean?
Androphilia is like the masculine, like how you have other feel. I'm sorry, like being attracted to masculinity. So gynophilia is the opposite. So most people are programmed androphiliacs, not just mean in the sense of sexuality and sex alone, but in mind frame. So most people by default have an androphilic in a patriarchal society type of mentality. So yes, of course, among masculine men, they don't see it as gay. Even in conversations I've had on the panels, man, stepping out the box, Dennis Rodman, Snoop Dogg with the perm. Again, it was okay because the feminine expression was okay because it was under the proximity of homoeroticism and androphilia, because that's how you have internal misogyny with the female community, because they have been programmed androphilia in their religion, in their politics. When you think that your pussy was made from all dick derived ingredients, you bitch, you're gonna be androphilia. Can I land?
And before everybody chimes in, I want to make sure that Scotty gets everything she's trying to say out.
Yeah, I was like, that was, and that wasn't the first time something like that had happened, but it used to be very subtle. But that time it was real apparent that, okay, this man used to speak to me all the time. He would engage in conversation with me all the time. A lot of times he was by himself when he would come in here. And then once he started coming in with her, it changed. And I was just saying to myself, it was odd that when she would come in, like, she would, if I speak to her, she act like she didn't want to speak to me or something like that or whatever. But me being in my own head, because I'm just that nice to people, I wasn't trying to think of it like that. But when I was talking to one of my friends about it, who is a female, she was like, I'm gonna tell you just like this, Scotty. They probably went shopping that day and she got in that car with him and ripped him up a new one, because she probably was like, why are you talking to him? Why is you know he gay? Why is you engaging in conversation with him?
Is
why
you gay?
Right. Probably asked him, was he gay too? You know?
And there's another female in the chat, which is my moderator, Scotty, who says, Scotty, she definitely threatened him and made homophobic jokes to him. Trust me, I did the same to my ex because I felt it.
So is that the, okay, put it like this, right? I hope y'all walk with me. As we dismantle homophobia, do we enter, because it's going to be in stages, right? It's going to be in steps. Do we enter the stage where you all experience what women have been experiencing, as far as crazy ass women being insecure and jealous of their man screwing with somebody? For instance, when I used to waitress, I learned very early on to address the woman and barely make any eye contact with the guy so that I can get a tip. You know what I mean? So
I have been as a I consider myself to be one of the unique girls of the LGBT community, because I dabble in the femme, in the mask, in every sense of the word. Like, I'm versatile sexually, I'm versatile aesthetically, I'm versatile in my energies and my mentality and all of that. Like, I'm just a versatile ass nigga. I have definitely experienced all of the things, all of the motherfucking things. But I also, at this point, like, I don't accommodate it. I don't make myself responsible for other people's insecurities and fears. I really don't give a fuck if you're insecure. You just gonna have to stand in it, baby, because I'm damn sure gonna stand in the completeness and fullness and the entirety of myself. And you just gonna have to burn up in all that you fear and all that you're concerned about. I unapologetically do not budge. I don't cater to the fears and all of that. I don't move around differently because motherfuckers is afraid and insecure. Like, if anything, I'm gonna completely trigger, which is why I'm in the situations I'm in now, because
same here,
at this point, I'm an immovable object, and I'm not straightening up nothing. I'm not gonna talk to my friend any differently. I'm not gonna take no affection off the table. I'm not going to take no I love you off the table. I'm not going to take no brotherhood off the table. I'm not editing myself in any which way. Now, if he decides to do that for the sake of his relationship, that'll be on him. But in terms of me, my posture is as is.
And Conscious, if you let me, I'll be like, girl, if you let me, I will love you too, girl. If you let me,
But that's the gag. I
if
am
you let
equal.
me, girl, I would love you too.
And that be the gag, IG. I am equally available to all parties.
I
It's not
love
even
you and
like
your husband.
it's
I won't condone for him to do no fuck shit. No, it'll make it a conflict of interest then. If I'm cool, even if he don't do no gay shit, but he's still doing some other nigga shit. But bitch, I'm in your face. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to kill you. You know what I'm saying? I'm just being real. But I'm all up in your face, and all of a sudden we not down for femininity. We kiki and everything, girl. But bitch, I gotta be in your face knowing that your nigga fucking other hoes and shit like that. But I gotta be in your no. That's gonna make it more of a thing where I can't say, oh, it's a conflict of interest, girl. I don't know you, so whatever he does do. That's on you. But it's not like that over me. But if we have more of a community, then that would hold me more accountable to not ensure and allow and make it conducive to be around me. Because you can bring a female over by me, baby. I don't give a man the fuck.
And that's what I'm saying is that like it works against said community. It's just like y'all sitting here opposing people that otherwise could be and would be an ally and a support base.
Yep.
A lot of my the running theme I hear from my straight friends about me is that I love talking to you because you get to explain things in ways I can understand that the women in my life can't. I can't hear it from them. I don't know how to hear it from them, or the way they articulate their needs or articulate their feelings. It don't ring because you gay as hell and you swinging and in between all them energies. You get to break that down and disseminate that to me in a way that I get it. And to your point, IG, I'm just like, baby, if only you knew how much I'm an ally to you both. Like
I'm
to
your
you both.
Fan,
If
girl.
only
I'm
you
your
knew how much of
fan.
a resource I actually am to you both. But once again, when you're shrouded in insecurity, when you have been cheated on in the past by men who were on the down low, or you have had shady ass gay friends who have came on to your nigga in the past, when you have that trauma experience, etc. Yes, you're going to paint every situation that way, and it becomes about that when you literally make it about the gay. See, we can stay clear of that by just making it about trifling ass people and not making it about gay people, not making it about straight people, not making it about straight men, not making it about straight women, but we just make it about trifling as human beings. But once we get into trying to specify it and put an address on it and trying to paint a picture of a certain people who do a certain thing, then we get into situations like Scotty where he's paying the price for a problem he didn't even create and not even fucking a part of, all because somebody else got a fucking issue over what we don't even fucking know. And it's pathetic and it's sad because that type of fear mongering and pressure put on straight men as it relates to their proximity to gay men, it don't just upset things for the straight man, it upsets things for us too, because these are our brothers, these are our friends, these are relationships that mean something to us, and
you deal with black men as well. I'm sorry. And you deal with you're disaggregating black men. We live in a patriarchal society. We need all the motherfucking testosterone in the black community we can fucking get. So we don't need to be at odds. We don't need to be all funny. No, nigga, these other white men, these snow queens, these excuse me, Lord have mercy. I'm saying they doing what they do. Just like we can see with heterosexuals, we can tell the way y'all fuck like white straight folks, but you don't have a straight folk sexual orientation reality. So come on, let's stop being goofy. We need as much as we need that masculinity. It does us, especially as black Americans. I'm gonna go there. It really hurts us. It hurts us politically. It hurts us organizing for legislature, Senate, and Congress. Numbers, zoning, those things matter. You need black men. So we really can't fucking afford to be disaggregating black men right now. Alan.
But that's why I said earlier that black women, we really don't understand the difference between allyship and ops. We create unconsciously and consciously opposition. Like, it is weird to me. It is really, really weird because even from the perspective, the coin has two sides to it. For us that do not know how to communicate with the black man, right? having the proximity to a gay man helps us as well, not just to know like what's going on with like as far as if he's cheating and all that infidelity, but just understanding, being able to know how to communicate and just having an understanding of who they are, why they are, because all of our experiences that we have of the black man is based on trauma. We don't view black men from a healed space. But guess what? A gay man, because at the end of the day, it's still a man, right? A gay man can speak to that in a way that will provide us the information and the knowledge that we need. We need this desperately. So they're not our ops.
Mm-hmm. But you know,
And we need to stop
and
using,
I'm
wait a
gonna
minute, and
say
we
this.
need to stop using sexuality. Because that is the big, we all of our problems when it comes to this issue, not saying we're not all of them, but a large of our amount of our problems is about sex. It's ridiculous how much
And we have to
sex
go through the
is the root
conundrum
of our issue.
as black gay men to being told. See how much of a mind fuck that is for you to be told you not a man because you have sex with another man, and that's what not makes you a fucking man. Do you
Like
see
it's
what?
weird. Do
Do
y'all
you see
not
what
agree
a
with me? Do
conundrum?
y'all not see that how we
And we
literally make it when we discuss have these topics, it's always about sex. When you get to the root of it, sex. It ain't about the mental stability, instability, the character. It's all about sex. And I
I
think
mean,
that's the craziest shit ever.
I get what you're saying, Rumors. The thing about it for me, right? I've gotten all of that from my relationships with gay people, right? A
Hold on for a
perspective
minute.
of being it.
Hold on for a minute. Until Lounge, I want to say goodbye to Scotty, who's about to drop. Oh, is there anything else that you want to say, Scotty, before you leave? And thank you so much for coming up here.
No, I'm good. I'm probably gonna continue listening on to the conversation because I got to pack because I got to go back to the ATL tomorrow. So I'll
Okay,
just listen to you guys.
Well, safe travels, and thank
appreciate
you
you,
for coming
baby.
up
Get
here.
in
You guys
safe
make
here.
sure y'all subscribe to Scotty by Nature. He is an
Yeah.
incredible YouTuber. I'm gonna go over there and steal some of them subscribers. Oh, one day. Y'all make sure y'all
I'm in
follow
the
Take a
ATL,
couple or
Scotty. I'm about
two.
to check you out, babe. I just moved here 7 months ago. I'm gonna come out to check out your YouTube channel.
Okay, I just moved there a month ago, so I'm still kind of fresh.
Well, we
So.
both fresh out the crease, baby. We still got the grease on us and everything. You heard me?
All right,
And
then.
so,
Well, you guys have
All
a
right,
great
well,
one.
we'll put
Scotty,
Scotty's
before
link
you
out.
drop, can I say this to you,
All
Scotty,
right.
before you drop?
Mm-hmm.
Even for conscious, anybody that has experienced that type of stuff, you are better off without those individuals because ultimately they weren't your friend to begin with. Because a real friend, no matter what, you're gonna go through your ups and downs, but a real friend would not allow someone to come in and dictate their friendship and proximity to you. That wasn't your
Mm-hmm.
friend. Their
Yeah.
loss, not yours.
Yeah, and also to piggyback of what she said, that dude that changed his energy wasn't even your friend anyways, because if he was really your friend, he would have been actually tapping into himself and not care about that girl and just being your friend anyways, because he allowed his people person to shut off just because of that girl. And that's exactly
Right.
what it is. Because my uncle is all masculine and he has a gay friend. My gay neighbors is across the street. They've been friends for like 30 years. So that don't even make any sense right there. It don't even make any sense.
But and I hate to say it, but it is speculation. And it's not.
Because hold on, y'all. I don't want y'all to hoard Scotty up. You're trying to pack now, so it's Scotty gotta go.
Uh-oh.
Bye, y'all.
Bye, Scotty. He's gonna be listening from the chat, y'all.
But
Hey, y'all.
Dang, I forgot what I was gonna say. It was in
He was
regards.
addressing about the part about sex.
You Scotty to say up here because I had questions for the gay men up here. But go ahead, y'all.
I get that from my gay male, but my gay relationships with people. Period. You know what I'm saying? You get a chance to get a certain perspective. That's why I'm like, when people try to get into gay men and they try to make it seem like they're not men, they are very, very much men. They still have a lot of the thought processes, right? On the same note, and I think that this is a conversation that needs to be had. A lot of my things that I've had to work through in regards to understanding and understanding the LGBT community came directly from that community.
But you do know that they're just like in any community, you do know that there are
Said
people in
what?
that community that are unhealed as well, right? That are
Right. And that's
uneducated
what I'm
as
trying
well,
to
right? That have been programmed as well. So I think that they're like, that's why it's an individual thing. I can hear, like for instance, let's use conscious. I can hear conscious perspective. I can be open minded to his perspective. I can keep in mind his perspective, but it would not be fair for me to take his perspective as the golden rule for everyone like conscious.
No, it wouldn't be. But when it
Even though
comes
I
to
But
think
we,
it would be
but that's
perfectly,
what,
even
guess
though
what?
I
That's
think,
what we do.
even though I think it would be perfectly fair to do so, but go ahead.
No,
right,
but
but
I understand. But guess what? You said it
You ain't
yourself,
shit.
now in a lot of. You said it a lot, and we do that even when it comes to the race thing. We do. We have a tendency, consciously and unconsciously, do that. Oh well, I have a lot of gay friends, and they told me this, or I have a lot of black friends, and they told me this. We take what collectively what a few individuals tells us, and we make it the majority, which is unfair because again, this is an individual thing. Everyone is not the same. We say this all the time. Black people aren't a monolith. Guess what? People in the LGBT
right,
community are not a monolith
they're not
either.
a monolith. It took me to
And we
find
got some
Conscious
toxic motherfuckers
TV.
in our community, baby. Trust and believe me.
I
Right.
have
It
a
took
toxic
me to
perspective
meet
and something about
Conscious for me to even get certain perspectives on things because we're not even talking about the same sect of people. You understand what I'm saying? Like this has been a continuum in my life. So when you're developing and I'm talking about some of these things were formed at the age of 11, 12, 13, 14. I had to dismantle recently within the past 5-6 years. I had to dismantle. And it was never counteracted. I watched with my own eyes people of the people in the LGBT community change and revise their thoughts on trans individuals. So I'm talking about gay men and women. I've watched them here on this platform, not this platform, but here on this app, adjust to their biases. Like we're all learning, it's always on a continuum. You understand what I'm saying? So no, you don't take it to heart. Like you can't take it to heart. Yes, you understand what I'm saying? But you also have to be able to hear the flip side. It wasn't until I met Conscious that I heard the flip side on a lot of different freaking issues. And I mean, these are friends from whether it was my dance class, when I went to college, then my when I finished up college, all of these different some of my clients, all of these different things, you would hear certain rhetoric. The
But
first
that's
time.
why I say, but this is why I always say it is very important. I like to place myself in uncomfortable situations, not unsafe, but uncomfortable environments where I can learn. What's comfortable is what actually hinders us. When you place yourself in uncomfortable situations, right? Again, not unsafe, but uncomfortable, you are putting yourself in a position to learn, to expand what you know. A lot of times people don't want to be uncomfortable because they really don't want to change. They really don't want to change. If we could just be really honest, I'm going to say this word a million times in this conversation, unconsciously and consciously. We have
Yes.
a lot of unconscious behaviors, but a lot of our behaviors, if we be honest with ourselves, say this shit the fuck out loud. A lot of our behaviors is conscious. We'll lie and say that we don't know we're doing it, but we know what the hell we're doing. We know this.
You better
But
come
because
on now, baby. Yes.
but we choose. We choose to be this way because for whatever reason, we have this mentality of it is everybody else's job to clean and heal us the fuck up when it's not. Just because things have been this way and we have quote unquote made it the norm does not make it healthy.
Right.
But
No.
we don't it does when it does not affect you when it doesn't affect you in a way that it will harm. That's why when IG was talking about capitalism, because a lot of this is masculated by the capitalism. When it does not affect you in the way where it causes injury to you, when do people usually want to change things? When it affects them in a way that they don't have any control over anymore. So once it becomes that now you're out of control, you don't have, your power is being taken, then you want to come in and you want to change. It should not get to that. We should know automatically, going back to allyship, We should know automatically the benefits it is for us as a community to heal, do the work, and be accepting of each other. Put the judgmental bullshit out the window. Because guess what? It may not be me today that's being attacked, but that doesn't mean, and even if I'm not attacked tomorrow, I have children, I have loved ones, I have friends. They may be attacked. Eventually, it's going to be a domino effect. It's going to trickle down to you. So why not correct it now before it gets to a now it affects me type of thing?
Right. And that's what I had to do. If I'm calling myself an ally, right? Been calling myself an ally for decades. And then I come into a space and I am presented with scenarios or theories that causes me to have to check myself, do a little check and balances thing. You know, I'm not waiting for it to come down the pipeline. I'm working on it. You understand what I'm saying? But I can't negate where the root of it all. You know, in order for me to even get to it, I have to uproot it.
But you know how we identify the root is looking at ourselves. We know the system plays a part in it, but how was the system able to indoctrinate this toxicity, these all these toxic rhetorics within you, right? And instead of just because conscious said, like, let's have a conversation on how to correct the problem. Instead, we know we do this all the time. We go in circles, we talk for 5 to 6 hours about what the problem is, but we never really discuss in heavy rotation how to correct it. And it's always individually. It starts with self first. Like I know that the bigger issue when it comes to this topic, as far as being women being afraid, because it's not just with gay men. We know that it's with other women as well. I know that is about sex. It has not, like, women ain't sitting up here worried about a man having an emotional connection with a woman. Because a lot of times we feel like it's all about sex any damn way. We
But
don't feel like
it's
this
money
man
too.
is cheating.
But it's management resource.
I'm very much in consciousness.
Yeah, we don't sit back because we have been taught and conditioned that our body is all that we have to offer any fucking way.
What
And
I'm
so we're
saying is,
threatened
if I'm
by
not interested in a title, I'm not interested in the title. I have presented having an open relationship to a couple of different dudes. They're not going for it. You understand what I'm saying? So now I'm in a space to where I'm like, okay, I don't know if this motherfucking unicorn exists. So I'm good solo dolo. That's where I'm at as far as relationships. When I was in a relationship, my thought was, I don't care if you're seeing other people. Please, and this is what I mean by boundaries, utilize protection. You know what I'm saying? And be open and honest about it. You understand what I'm saying? Like, let's have an open, like, I don't want to be in a relationship where there's lies and deceit and everything all around it. Couldn't receive that.
But do you know that goes back to self-worth?
Arshad, get your ass back up here. I need you to sound the fuck off. And ladies, have a good comment. That's different for where it was. No, get your ass back up here because we're taking it right back to wherever you needed to get your ass in here. Because I really want to hear from you. I really want to hear from you on this issue, Arshad. So I'm about to drop the link again. Come up here, and then everybody, we're gonna part like the Red Seas and let Arshad sound ill off because he ain't been able to talk since he's been up here.
Yes.
Oh, and you know who else too? My apologies because I know I'm long-winded. What's her name? Come on, our baby. Intersex. Intersex is not get a chance to talk either, and I apologize, y'all. I get so passionate and caught up, but
okay,
I just
so
want
a new rule gonna be on the panel is when we have people who are not regulars, they're gonna be scooted to the front of the line, and then all of the day ones can follow suit afterwards.
You could put my big mouth ass last. You heard
that word. But yeah, like that really is the big issue. Like, I don't know why we can't just admit that. It's really about sex. It ain't got a damn thing to do with no emotional.
I see it with the thing about it is I don't have those situations for me personally, but I know that they exist. They exist so much to where when I was inviting my neighbors to come see my podcast, I was like, okay, I want to have like a little live audience. So I said, yeah, you and your wife could come. He was like, you don't have to invite my wife. I could go by myself somewhere, whatever. And I'm like, listen, I am not going to fucking invite you somewhere without inviting your wife. And we had a whole back and forth. I'm like, it's just a respecting. I'm not trying to cause no freaking problem. I get what you're saying. You're a human being, you're an individual, all of that other stuff. I just did that because I don't know what I'm dealing with. She could be very secure, but there's so many insecure people in this world. I just make room.
And we live in a world that caters to competition rather than to healing. Like, instead of like us knowing we live in a capitalistic, beauty-centric society where so-called attractive people are pedestalized and given a privilege, etc., then it inflames insecurities that are already there or that are now there. And then instead of the system actually providing a substantive solution to that, what it simply offers is a way for you to compete with the person that you are or that you have an insecurity toward, instead of actually offering, once again, that substantive solution. And once again, we all have to sit down and ask ourselves, what is my real fear and concern with my, if I'm speaking, if I'm a woman, what is my insecurity or fear when it comes to my man liking other women? I mean, not liking other women, but my man befriending other women, because I've seen whole literal best friend relationships literally have to be sacrificed.
Yes.
In the name of my partner is not okay. My partner is not comfortable. My partner is that. And I think I think that this is just criminal. This is just criminal that relationships literally have to be discarded and thrown away because of another motherfucker's fears and insecurities. Like, are you okay?
And sometimes people take it on without even, and it may not even be their partner. It may be just assuming that their partner would. I don't know if it, and then sometimes it could be the partner. I don't know. All I know is I reached out to my homeboy from college. We've seen each other on Facebook, but I hadn't like checked in on him in a while. He had like won an award or whatever. And so I reached out to him. I said, hey, how you doing? So on and so forth. In a freaking not DM, what is it on Facebook? A messenger or whatever on Facebook. His response is, no, I called him. Excuse me. I called him through Facebook and he didn't pick up or whatever. But his text back to me was, did you call me by accident? I'm like, no, how are you? I'm fine or whatever. And I could tell just by the way that he was, like the conversation, I was so fucking offended. He and I have never had any kind of sexual energy, tension, none of that ever. This is somebody that I would spend the night at their house. That I wouldn't be surprised if we slept in the bed together before. I can't recall a time, but that is not off the books, because we would spend the night and be in each other's presence so freaking often. This was my homeboy. And I can't call you and see how you and your wife and your kids are doing.
Yeah, but you know how, and it's probably childish for me to say, but it's like, I'd be like, okay, and
right after IG, Arshawn enters the chat, y'all.
It's real short. It's like I do kind of be like, okay, then is that like, even regardless of sex or gender, is Jasmine Sullivan said, "Are you my man? You're not my daddy." Like, so, or is that your mama? Like, are you at the point that you translate the mama syndrome to the woman that you are now with, as to why you feel that type of weight of pressure of disappointing your mother as in your female partner, to where you know you can't play with him, Tommy? You know, I kind of take that in a sense of like, okay, there's both an insecurity on both parties in that situation. You're appeasing to that, but yet here this person is trying to keep a person and hasn't accepted the reality, being the woman in this situation, that you could barely keep on to material and animate objects, and you think you can possess a soul. Is a part of disillusionment of best in our land.
Arshawn, welcome to the platform.
What's up? See, how you been, man?
Well, I've been really great, but I have a bone to pick with you.
With me?
Yes, with you.
No, not a chance. Not a chance.
Oh yes.
Hide on the table.
I'm an invertebrate. No bones here. No bones to fit.
You be over there interviewing and asking everybody else to talk and sound off and bringing everybody. back 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 15, 27 damn different times. And I ain't got number one request ever to be over there.
Man,
Some
okay,
of
because
those
the topic,
conversations
I got
I'd be
you.
looking
I
at,
got
I'd be
you.
like, this is my topic right here. Arshawn
I
should
got
have
you.
also sent me the invite on this shit.
I got you. I
contribute
got
to
you.
this
I got. Listen,
conversation.
nah, trust me. See, I be thinking about you a lot, but listen, I'm gonna tell you. You know my boy. He say the former moderator. That's my boy. We always be rocking out. So I have to accommodate that. I'll make sure that I'll get you in on something.
But me
I
and
always,
that moderator have been in the same spaces on your platform without issue, because it ain't no issue.
Since then, since the fallout, has that happened?
Yeah, I done been up there, and I done been in the chat. He done been in the chat.
Well, yeah, you've been in the chat. Yeah, you've been in the chat. But yeah, I definitely, I try to make sure that if there are two people who have had a conflict, I don't intentionally throw them together without them knowing.
I ain't got no conflict, and I ain't got no reason to.
I respect that bone. That was a good bone to pick. That's what I respect that. I respect that, and that's a bad on me. That's a bad on me.
All right. Yes,
so I have not been fair. I have not been fair to you. That's true.
Okay. So that's work on it.
I'm gonna do bad. I got you.
All right.
You've been more than good to me. You've been more than good to me. So I respect that. I respect that feedback. That's on me.
Well, I definitely want to hear from you today, and I want to hear what you were feeling and thinking about this particular subject in general, and then anything that you were thinking throughout the conversation as you were listening.
Yeah, y'all actually handle every single thing. I was actually going to bring up all the little points I was thinking about. Somebody got to it. Just letting everybody talk. I don't like jumping in on people, so I love the conversation. Like y'all, the ladies, IG, Scotty. I mean, there's been a bunch of comments that, and there was one lady that came in when she was first here. She had like 7% on her phone. I mean, she was preaching. Yeah, so I mean, everybody's been all over it. Y'all talked about the sexual aspect versus the character, which I wanted to jump in on. The seeing men as a threat. Y'all talked about that. Y'all talked about the conditioning. You talked about the social conditioning. So everything I had to say, and handling the insecurity part, y'all handled everything I wanted to say except for one question from the straight guy. I have this one question. So we're in a catch-22 on this specific topic. If I refuse to associate with gay men, I'm homophobic. But if I engage with homosexual men, I'm gay by association. So the only acceptable thing left would be to be completely neutral. But what does neutrality look like? An intentional neutrality to a group of people that deserve to be seen and acknowledged. What does that look like other than disdain? So I want to know from women, what is being asked of me as a straight man that has no issue with the humanity of gay or trans people? What is being asked of me in relation to who I can have relationships with?
Women, get information.
I don't particularly ask for a man to make a choice, other than to choose to humanize everyone. That is what I ask. Me personally, I don't have an issue with heterosexual men having close proximity to anyone, whether it be a gay man or another female. To me, I see it as allyship. So for those that do have a problem, I guess that would be a question for them. But me personally, I just think that you're a whole fumbling fool, and you're harming yourself by wanting to put in all these stipulations to continue the division.
No, I respect that. And I guess that's the hard part. Like whenever we have these conversations, the people who actually have the problems that we're talking about are never present. So we never get their feedback. So I'll never know what those people who would have a problem with me having, because IG will call me about a topic. We sit there and talk about a topic, and I'll be on a panel with CTV. I've had a conversation with Reckless. Like we'll talk, and I have no problems with their humanity in any capacity, even though I also acknowledge that because I was born and raised in America for over 40 years, I have a lot of inborn homophobia and issues and isms. I've got all of that in there, and they still accept me for it. So if they can accept me making some of those goofy jokes that are, ill-conceived, they can accept me for some of my bad belief systems that I've built up over years. I have to be able to accept them for however they are, however they identify, whoever they love. I have to, because they accept everything that's harmful to them from me. So I mean, that's the only
So
seems
let me
fair.
ask you this question, Arshawn. Then, so what? I mean, so as it relates to the people who need to be in this conversation and who have these problems, I mean, should we even be cultivating with those people to begin with? Like, maybe the solution is these people are not viable partners to begin with.
Thank you, Conscious. I promise you, I was getting ready to say that. I was getting ready to say that. Who's missing? You asked for some straight women. Are you asking for straight women who are not really evolved or what's evolution? Not evolved. Like they're some kind of what's the Nimrod? Not Nimrod. You know what I'm trying to freaking say. Somebody help me. The beginning of the chain is what I'm trying to get at. Mm-hmm. Is that who needs to be present? Because this is the thing. I don't trust a man who has a plethora of homophobic rhetoric coming out of their face. They are front in line. And I think a lot of women feel this way. If you want a real perspective, if you always have something to say about gay men or whatever, we think you are. Yes, you know, it's some kind of latent homosexual vibe that comes off. And I'm using that word correctly. Like, I'm not saying anything about being homosexual. I'm talking about latent homosexuality. Mm-hmm. In addition to that, right? I don't know what neutral looks like. So can you give me a take on what neutral is?
And that was my question. I don't understand what's being asked to the point of this stream. That's where I'm coming from. To the point of this stream. If I, as a straight man, am associating with Conscious, I'm hanging with Reckless, if I'm talking to IG, if I had a heterosexual woman partner who looked at me and was like, I'm uncomfortable with that, I'm asking from a woman's perspective, who it may not be you, but I would assume that you have ingested the thoughts and feelings of women over the course of your life. You may be able to speak to the feelings that may come from this. What does neutrality look like? Because if I'm homophobic, like you said, if I'm spewing all this homophobic rhetoric, that's a problem. But then if I'm hanging with them, that's also a problem.
Because my thing is it's not necessary, right? And it's speaking to something. Like you have an issue with something. Like where is it coming from? That would be my question. But let's say that's not happening. Let's just say you're just an average Joe and none of that is happening. You're minding your business and all that other stuff, and you have a gay friend. You have a freaking gay fucking friend.
But you know what? This is why I always felt like when people go into that, as the Moonshine said, Nurse Moonshine earlier, when she was alluding to birds of a feather flock together. I don't know why, but I've never had that mentality straight across the board, because I feel like just because you're heterosexual and you hang with a bunch of gay men, you doesn't mean that you're gay. So when I hear people that speak, like, because we have heard this several times, people that spew homophobia are people that are closeted. They have an issue with coming out. I don't necessarily agree with that 100% either. I just think that sometimes it's an attack on the divine feminine energy. That is the real issue. Because if we look, IG has touched on this so many times in the past. If we look at it historically and presently, Black men are extremely loyal to each other. They're extremely supportive of each other, right? They have a bond with each other and a loyalty to each other that they do not have with Black
Gender
women.
loving, but
and it is extremely same.
Opposite sex attractive.
Exactly. So because I understand the nuance of that, I am very much aware that it has nothing to do with, when it comes to the Black man, it really has nothing to do with sexuality. However, because patriarchy has conditioned our mind to make us think that it's all about the act of sex versus the consciousness of energies, that is our go-to. Everything has to be about physical sex. It's never about emotional or mental stimulation. It's always about the physicality of things.
Right. And be clear, I wasn't talking about closeted at all. When I say latent
No,
homosexuality,
I know we're not saying that, but I'm saying, but that is the underlying that we don't, a lot of people are not necessarily educated enough, don't know, they have not searched and sought that out. Because I can recall, we've had these conversations numerous of times, and I can recall when there would be Black women on the panel that would spew their insecurities and the homophobic rhetoric. It always went back to sex, right? And
right,
IG would break down the difference because women would be well, he always with his homeboys, this and the third. IG broke down so adequately the difference between same gender loving versus same sex attractiveness. And
yes,
women had a hard time understanding that.
and that's what I think a lot of that a lot of men have that experience in my opinion, just from what I'm hearing in the manosphere and everything like that. I didn't even have to be there for the conversation to know what the heck he's talking about. And even some guys have outside of the LGBT community, there's straight men that will say that too. Like you really don't like if you had like if you wasn't straight, you would be with a man because you just can't get past that part. You know what I'm saying? I get all of that. But is it Ray Sean?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Sean. But Sean, to your or Sean, to your point, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna tell you the things that I find unattractive in your statement, and none of them have to do with sexuality.
Okay.
One of the things that I find unattractive, and I think a lot of women do, is that you seem far too concerned about what people think. That is a big turnoff for us. You understand what I'm saying? When you start caring about what people think and you know who you're with and all that, or how you're conducting yourself, it gets to be real funky, you know. So to that, we could start there, you know. Do what you feel you want to do. If you want to make a connection with some of the gay people in your life that expands beyond what is the norm, I guess, as far as society's concerned, and the only thing that's holding you back is what somebody thinks of you, you have to take a look at that.
I think it's kind of unfair though, and it's kind of heavy to put that on our Sean.
Yeah, can I respond to that?
I just want to say, yes, and I want to also speak to your question super quick. Neutrality, probably at best or ideally, looks like don't verbally obsess over the LGBT community, but you damn sure bet not associate with their asses either.
Okay.
So that's probably at best what neutrality would look like is don't unnecessarily always yap about gay folk and your disdain for them, while at the same time stay your ass away from them. So if you can maintain being mute and keeping a distance, then that probably is a happy place for the other party.
But I think it's kind of harsh to judge Arshawn, or at least to imply that what he's saying, if the question he poses or what he is saying is, you know, an unattractive thing that he worries about how he is perceived by others, especially in a society where, for Black men specifically, straight Black men, the quality of their life existence, and I mean that when it comes to relationships and the ability to even get in a relationship, let alone maintain one, friendships and things like that, are heavily impacted when people's perception of you are not in alignment with who you actually are. I mean, so it's only natural for him to have that kind of thought of like, how will this be perceived when that perception has real life impact? And I honestly, I think his question about what do you do in that situation where it's, if you don't associate with gay men, you're homophobic, but if you do have friends that are gay, now you're being questioned if you're gay. I really do think that spins us back to the beginning of what Conscious was saying and what Rumors had mentioned, and even me at one point, about this being a system that is occurring here that is making this dynamic happen. And I think it would do us all well to really acknowledge that systems
can only exist if we uphold them. And I think that's why Conscious and Rumors were emphasizing so heavily for y'all that the self-work is what changes these things, because we cannot dismantle a system. That's not how it works. Systems crumble when you no longer support them. And so to actively not support a system, you have to actively change how you exist in this world and how you exist within that system, and no longer accepting what the system says is the norm, or how you should be moving, or what you should be thinking. Your active resistance to that is the process in which it dismantles. We don't do it as a unit, and like Conscious said, you can't wait for the system to be broken in order to change. The change comes through your change, is the catalyst for the breaking of the system. Right, if that makes sense.
Right. So wouldn't one of the shifts be for him not to be concerned about how he's perceived?
Well, I kind of have a pushback on that, but that's the thing. That's kind of an unfair, I would say, to say for anybody, especially dealing with navigating Black, because we can't say that we want the respectability and the presentation of how Black men represent themselves and not care, because that also plays in the respectability politics that we did enforce as conservatives in the Black community. For him to have to navigate that, both men and women, so it's not fair to say that it should be the burden of proof on him to just do that alone when you also to enforce that. So it's that's what I'm saying. It's a conundrum to where I would like my solution base is, yes, there is definitely nuance by gender, but when we have conversations, I would kind of like to okay, well, it's not, how can his question be unattractive or offensive when it's the clarity?
I didn't say his question was unattractive. I'm saying the stance, and this goes for anybody. I find it to be, I'm not attracted to people, and this is not about sexuality.
Right.
I'm not attracted to people who are overly concerned with what people think.
But here's the thing. That's anecdotal. With all due respect, we live in a collective society where that is the case. We can't say that's not the case. So that's why it's the tedious task of individualistically doing that. But that also takes that. You can't just individualistically do this. You have to actualize this interpersonally. So it's work on both ends of the coin. And with that, coming with that, you have to be able to have these actualizations of the perspective of why this might be the case. So that's why I can relate to him I'm not straight, but I also get that same thing too. Like, okay, so you don't like the fact that I'm gay or have some type of sugar in my tank, but then at the same time, you say I am the representative and the most intelligent, but then in Black spaces, that's not treated in a lot of cases like that. So I can't sit up here and pretend as if him as a straight man. Well, at the same time, we're Black men. That is the characterization of sex and gender, regardless of your dating. So we have to both kind of look and see, like, Black women, you two are also playing as to why that's the case. But then we have to shift why we're in a position and how do we do that. And I believe to do it through politics and government, state, legislature, and Congress as the culture. For me personally, that's one of my ways, in tandem with what Conscious is talking about spiritually and intrapersonally and introspectively. So we have to be able to work on shadow and light and dark. But our light and dark comes from a certain systematic line. So we can't say that we were all Black. But then when we talk about the issues of the Black community, we disaggregate it by sex and gender and only base it off of the proximity of romantic relationships in our land.
For real. And I do want to give a realistic perspective too for straight women that do have this kind of mindset where that is something that you would ask a man or implies that he's gay because of those friendships. I want to give real world application to that, because what I think some people don't recognize is when you do that, and you're saying you don't want men to be concerned about what people think of them, blah, blah, blah. Okay, fine. Let's say that that's exactly how this pans out. I'm telling you that this does not play out well for straight women, because if you want them to not care about what people think, but actively still be better people, evolve, be able to have a wide range of friendships and not be homophobic, judgmental, things of that nature, then that means that the elimination is not going to be of the people around him that make you uncomfortable. It means you're going to be eliminated from his space. Because in a realistic application of what you're asking for, it literally makes you the problem that needs to be removed and not the other way around.
And let me add
I love
to
you,
that.
David. Thank you so much.
And let
Oh, thank you.
let me add to that. None of my straight friends who were given an ultimatum chose they women.
Come on, that's what I was just about to say, because and I know this from experience. I know this from experience as a gay woman. Like I promise you the same has happened to me. And every time, and not once, has any of my male friends chosen their girlfriend over me. When a girlfriend puts in that position of, hey, I don't like her being around, and we've known each other 15, 20 years, but I can't be around because I'm a female. It doesn't matter that I'm gay. All they care about is he's a man, he's attracted to women, and you're a woman, which to me is offensive, because not only are you questioning his discipline and trustworthiness, but now you're putting it on me as well. I feel like it's an indictment of my character, but every time they live by the sword and they died by it, because the men chose to maintain their friendship with me and ended the relationship.
And this
I've
is what
had
I'm
certain
getting at.
cases
This
with
is
straight
exactly
men.
what I'm
You
getting
can't
at.
be
The
too masculine
perspective
presented.
that
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, hold on, IG, 1 second. The perspective that people are having the perspective that these women were having in regards to your friendship, even as a gay woman, to this man did not matter to this man. He ultimately made the correct decision for himself. That is an attractive quality. That is a sign of healing. These are the signs that we need to be looking for. And that's what I'm saying in regards to Arshawn.
No. I understood that. I totally got what you're saying. I was just saying, in a real life application, it backfires for a lot of women. It does not turn out in the way in which they think it will, which to me, if in your own personal self-interest, that would make me go back to the table, to the drawing board, and be like, okay, let me reassess why I feel the way I do and how I got into this position. Because clearly what I'm thinking is creating a space where I cannot have a flourishing romantic relationship, because what makes me insecure is causing me to be dismissed from relationships that I actively want to be in.
And let me break down what I just said too, to go hand in hand with what Sunny was saying, instead of giving an ego response like I win. Is the I'm winning stands on the premise of what Sunny was talking about. Because like early on in this conversation, I said everything that I said about how no matter how dysfunctional we actually are, our motive nonetheless is still to feel better. And we're reaching for happiness. We're in pursuit of happiness, even if some of the ways we think we should go about that are completely contrary to happiness. But nonetheless, the intent is happiness. And because that's the case, especially in an era now, because see, men and women are much different in this era now where we have more resources around mental health. We have more people in therapy than ever in history. We have more Black people actually doing the work and in therapy and pursuing their healing and in counseling and exhausting those resources. We have more people having the conversations that our parents and their parents generationally swept under the rug. There's more of a transparency. There's more of a courage as it relates to these issues, these pathologies. You have now within that people who, like Sunny said, people are coming in. People have a better sense of what actually is healthy, what happiness should look like, what upstream thinking, what upstream living is to look like, what emotions are afforded to you, what mindset is afforded to you. All of the great benefits of an upstream healthy living. Because people have a better concept of that, it means that even in these relationships where for a woman you insecure about your man being close to Sunny, even though Sunny is same gender loving, but because she's a woman, she has a pussy, then automatically she's rendered a threat. Or because I'm a gay man with a pussy, then I'm a threat. But because people have a greater concept of happiness and joy, and ultimately that's what people are really looking for, you are running the risk, especially in a time like this where it's not going to be me or Sunny that is going to be recognized as a problem. As Sunny said, it's going to be your ass who's going to be deemed as a problem, because people are wanting relationships that add to the quality of their life, not take that away. And when you are bringing your bullshit and your baggage into people's lives, and you're asking them to give up the things that have actually contributed to their healthiness and well-being, such as their supportive friends, such as their supportive community, such as that community that was there prior to you. And matter of fact, bitch, where are the restitution to me and Sonny? Because your man wouldn't even be half the nigga he is to you, bitch, if it wasn't for a bitch and a nigga like me and her. But nonetheless,
Sean probably trying to get a word in, y'all. What you was about to say about Sean?
Well, hold up, bitch. I ain't finished yet.
Oh, okay.
Thanks. I appreciate that, IG. Appreciate it.
I tried.
And, so, you run the risk in an era like this where you yourself become more emphasized as the actual issue than the things you're trying to get your partner to make an issue out of. And because of all of the systemic issues that IG have been speaking about, what this makes is our happiness very fragile. So now coming into people's lives, asking them to get rid of the shit that made them happy, asking them to eliminate the things that contribute to their happiness, in a system that's on their neck, and on a system that's constantly trying to induce stress and trauma, and you're wanting them to give up the shit that's contributing to their mental health, their mental fortitude, their spiritual well-being. Yeah, baby, that ain't gonna work to your advantage, especially, once again, at a time like this. So I'm really encouraging everybody to get your shit together, encouraging everybody to find your own happiness so that you can actually appreciate somebody else's happiness. Find your own system of happiness. Restore your mind and your heart so that you're not threatened by the things that contribute to your partner's sense of well-being. It just really goes back to the old saying that misery truly does love company, that misery is attracted to brokenness, is attracted to and has made a home in its condition, and is looking for everybody else to contribute to that condition. It is very hard to stay well in a system that is intentional about making us all sick, but it can be done, and it's done every single motherfucking day by people who are choosing their wellness without the benefit of a fucking doubt, by people who are taking control of their life algorithm, their emotional algorithm, their mental algorithm, by people who are tailoring their diet on social media, tailoring their diet on pornography, tailoring their diet on promiscuity, tailoring their diet on all of these shallows of life. People who are literally intentionally curated and carving out their existence to support the wellness of their lives. Yes, it's not easy, but it's possible, and people do it every single fucking day. And you must find a way to be inspired. You must find a way to be hopeful. You must find a way to entitle yourself to the indulgence of your personal vitality and your personal wellness. This is your work to do. It's called self-work for a reason, because your ass is going to work.
Your own self-salvation.
Yes.
Your own
Healing
soul-salvation.
is not romantic. Healing is not poetic. Healing is not pretty. It's ugly. It's downtrodden. It can be a struggle, but nonetheless, baby, the journey has a promising end. It has a promising resolve. And when you are amidst those ego deaths and that shadow work, yes, you are going to be brought face to face with some of the most profound agony and pain and temptation that you've ever seen in your life. However, once again, you must stay the course and you must stay steadfast. And if you can be faithful and you can be committed to the journey to your wellness, you too can be free, despite the fact that everybody else's ass is in prison, baby. Okay? You can have a different experience and create a different matrix for yourself. This is why we have people winning in the system. This is why we have people persevering. We have people healing. We have people transcending. We have people ascending. Okay, it's not easy, but it is possible, and it is very much so a reality. And there should be nothing that you can look at in your life that makes your personal suffering worth it to you. You must denounce and rebuke and divorce such low vibrational, hopeless, unconscious, deathly, and nihilistic thinking. You have to do that to get to life. You have to believe in that life. You have to invest in that life. You have to plant yourself in that fucking life. Look, I'm a vegan. Look, I live a plant-based life. Look, I had to reverse motherfucking diabetes by going on a stringent, holistic diet. Do you think it was easy to give up fried chicken and to give up all the shit that I had did to my body to bring about fucking diabetes? No. And do you think it mattered when I sat in that fucking ER for 5 fucking days? Hooked up to fucking insulin because I was on the verge of a diabetic coma. Do you think it mattered what contributed to that? Do you think it mattered what systemic shit catered to that? Do you think it mattered that my parents never taught me properly about food? That my family and my culture that indulges in soul food and all the shit that gives us hypertension, that gives us diabetes? Do you think it mattered? No, it didn't fucking matter. The only thing that mattered is, do I want to live and live well? And was I committed to undoing everything that had been done in order to reclaim my personal vitality? Before I had left that hospital, bitch, I made an executive, all-out, mandated, absolute fucking commitment, bitch, that if God was going to give me a second fucking chance off this hospital cot, bitch, that I was going to run because the Holy Spirit had already walked for my black ass. And bitch, I ain't been the same since. And I literally reversed diabetes before my fucking doctor's eyes. I don't have to do fucking insulin, bitch. I don't have to do hypertension ass pills, bitch. I only see my doctor now, bitch, 1 or twice a motherfucking year, just so that they can come in and gawk at how much of a goddamn miracle I am. So when I am telling you, bitch, that you can reclaim your shit, I'm talking to you anecdotally and personally from a bitch who has had to overcome a plethora of shit. Emotionally, mentally, health-wise, bitch, you get to choose what your new normal is. And you can either sit there and be consumed and wrecked and all of the reasons and all of the fucking excuses, or you can get the fuck over yourself and commit your ass to what's best for you. But in either direction, baby, you got a choice. And it's only the one you make that you're going to be judged by. All right, Sean, I think you were trying to get up in here. Are you trying to get up in here? Hey, Reckless.
Real quick before I head out, I just want to say thanks. I believe it's Sunny in the top right.
Yes, Sunny.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Miss Sunny. I believe her response was more put together than mine would have and been more concise. So thank you. I completely understand what Miss T in the top middle was saying. I completely understand her perspective. But when I formulated that question, I use first person, but that's not my experience. I have done the growth and the process of learning to not care about what people think. I mean, honestly, otherwise I wouldn't even be over here in this space. So I've done that for myself. But I was speaking a general question about how a person could be let out of that box if a man can't be in association to the topic of the conversation. Not for me, but the topic that Conscious brought. If a man can't have friends that are gay, and he also can't have a disdain for gay people, what does neutrality look like? And I wanted to shout out to Danielle on Neutral, who kind of saw the spirit of my question. Like, neutrality is being respectful, truthful, and standing on your word. And that's something I can understand. I was just trying to get what is a visualization from women of what it looks like to walk a path of neutrality where you're not going to be deemed as homosexual or you're not homophobic. I want to hear from women Now, as far as for me, I'm going to do what I want because I'm past the point
and
of
that's
caring
really
what people think.
and that's really the solution, Arshawn.
Yeah, but I mean, like Miss Sunny said, sometimes if I get to that point of not caring, sometimes that not caring is harmful. Sometimes I don't care that I hurt people. Like I'm saying, I'm just saying it's people's behavior. This conversation is from a place of somebody being harmed by somebody else's behavior or attitudes. So it's a fact of life that I could take a position on a topic or a person or anything that could be harmful to somebody else because of how they feel it, how it makes them feel, how they perceive it. So like that's just a reality. I'm not trying to get into like the semantics of that. I'm just saying that if I was like, well, I am going to like I have a lot of let's say religious people in my family. So they have issues with homosexuality, LGBT issues completely. And I've confronted them on that. And that made them feel antagonized. So they felt hurt by me standing up on behalf of people who are not in my demographic. I'm not LGBT. But I'm like, it's not okay, some of the things that you're saying. It's hypocritical, some of the things that you're saying and the positions that you're taking. So I've been able to say and do things like that, but it hurts somebody. So you have to be able to stand in whatever your values that you come with to say that I'm not going to move away from my value set to appease this person's feelings. And somebody's feelings is going to get hurt no matter what stance you take. So that's all I was trying to say with that. I'm going to take a stance of what I believe in, but somebody's going to get hurt and I have to be okay with that. And but somebody else, but just real quick, somebody else may take a path that's going to hurt you. They may hurt you, and they may stand on that if you don't want them to care about what other people think. But go ahead, CTV.
I was going to say that the first part of what you were saying is literally how most of us define a real man. Is the man who has transcended the fuck to give, but not the type of destructive fuck, but like the righteous fuck. Because I do recognize there are two fucks. There is destructive fuck, and there is righteous fuck. But the righteous fuck is what real men and real women are made out of. And I even realized that this is largely why women are attracted to me, even though I can be feminine just like them, just because they're just like I might wear makeup just like them, I might have hair just like them, and yet they are attracted to. And what I've realized that women are really attracted to, and based upon what they said, is they also are responding to the I don't give a fuck factor. The fact that I don't give a fuck enough to not do it. I don't give a fuck enough to conform. I don't give a fuck that there's something that's really badass, and that's actually what masculinity is.
And that's what I was speaking to when I was talking about, when I was talking about
confidence. That's exactly what it's called, confidence.
Right, and that's exactly what I was speaking to. I'm not quite sure how we got into harm and all that other stuff. I'm just literally talking about what you, Arshawn, have said that you have got the place that you've gotten to, and where Conscious is, and where Sunny had to be, and where all of us had to be at some point. You understand what I'm saying? Yes, there is, and if you want to, equate it to the righteous fuck and the, unrighteous fuck, I am definitely not talking about the unrighteous fuck. I'm talking about getting to the place where you are cool enough with yourself to be exactly who you need to be, unapologetically. Yeah. That's all I'm talking about. And people and people, although I'm not speaking to you, people who don't do that, it is unattractive. And attraction doesn't have to be about sexuality. It just has to be about attraction. That's why we're attracted to some of the things that, we're attracted to, because they have that unapologetic confidence,
And that is an attraction to energy.
Yeah,
and that's why and I think that is why it's important for people to really educate themselves. A lot of people are not educated, because we use a lot of verbiage, like for instance, we talk about vibes and we say energy, but people really don't understand all of that equates. That's why it's important to get into psychological and emotional teachings and learnings, so that you can understand. That is the biggest issue, is ignorance. People really are uneducated. So therefore they are engulfed and submerged in ignorance. And this is why we have the phobias, and things of that nature that brings upon the segregations and demonizing of people that do know, that have done the work or whatever. And what I would just suggest, because we all possess that energy, most people just suppress it instead of embracing it. But we all have those energies. And if you feed on the positive instead of the negative, then you will be able to accept everyone as who they are, because ultimately we all have our own individualism. We all want to be accepted, right? All of us. And to feel like it is okay to take away someone else's right goes back to the race thing or whatever, because we go through this all the time. It is literally the same damn thing. But for whatever reason, we decide that we're not going to allow people to have their right to live their truth, be free, and accepting of others in all things. And we try to suppress that in others, to which is something that we don't even want. And sometimes we do suppress it within ourselves, but we don't suppress it. Like, we suppress it publicly, but we don't suppress it privately, if that makes sense. And I just think that when you educate yourself, you get a true understanding that this is all about energy. It is all about loving and accepting each other's energy. Take the physical side of it out. You won't have these issues of division, of homophobia and transphobia. We won't have these issues. But that goes back to being human. We don't allow ourselves to be human.
And I have a question for everybody. I want to start with Arshawn. But what do y'all think scares people about freedom in relationships? Because I see some of the conscious crew are continuing to talk about, the sense of control and all these stipulations. And really it's because, people are signing up to be in relationships to people who can enable their insecurities and who can create a life where they can adapt to their own insecurities and then create like whole families and shit out of adapting to insecurities and fear and anxiety rather than the opposite. So like, starting with you, Arshawn, like, what do you think scares people about the idea of freedom in relationships? Why are relationships so fucking controlling? Why are there so many stipulations? Why is it all these do's and don'ts and all this fucking regulating? What do you think that's about?
I mean, it's right there in your thumbnail. Like, people are threatened. Women who are threatened. I think we've heard 3 different classifications. We've heard women who are threatened by other heterosexual women, women who are threatened by gay men, and women who are threatened by lesbian women. So it's not who's on the opposite side of that man. It's what's like living inside of that woman and that man. Like the couple. Either he isn't trustworthy or she's not trusting. But people are threatened by the loss of what they want or what they need or what they have. Like, that's just a fact of life. That's just psychological reality. We don't like to lose things. We don't like things to change. We like comfort. We're comfort seeking. So, I mean, that all makes sense to me, but it's just, we have to deal with it in a healthier way, because we try to keep people that don't want to be kept. Behavior is a language. And sometimes it's not about trying to control somebody. It's about watching their behavior and seeing that they want to get away, but they're too nice to tell you. They won't ever end it because it's convenient for them. So we have to be able to stand like, listen, we're just not in a place where I can continue this relationship. Like, because it's making me feel threatened. It's making me feel unsafe. And I don't want to stay in a relationship that's making me feel insecure. Even though I enjoy our company, I can't stay there because it's not fair to you. It's not fair to you for me to clock where you are all the time. It's not fair to you to ask you to constantly do check-ins. It's not fair to you to want to put a tracker on your phone. That's a me problem. And like everybody said earlier, we have to own our own mess. And that's something that people are unwilling to do because it's uncomfortable. It's inconvenient. Sometimes we lose out on physicality. We lose out on finance. We lose out on a lot of different things we want.
Okay, so I have a more direct question. So like, because I'm curious to know like what your personal process is of confronting yourself. Like, I don't know what your hangups would be, or what you would see as a threat
in
a relationship. But can you give us
I
an
got trust
example
issues. Trust issues. I got the most major trust issues. I have that so bad because again, from childhood on, from the attachment styles all the way to current, I have a litany of examples that I could give where people have given their word and fallen apart, where they're not who they said they are. They presented themselves one way. I mean, it just, I've got the whole shebang. So I have developed deep-seated trust issues, but what I don't do is make that somebody else's problem. What I have done is I demonstrate trust even when I have the feeling of distrust, and I allow the reality to manifest, whether it's they have upheld their truth, like they've upheld their word every single time they've been put on the line. Great. I build trust. It's almost like a muscle. Or they don't follow through, or they're not true to their word. And then I react accordingly. Hey, listen, I have to put a boundary here. I can't trust you with this. So that's been my process. Learning boundaries was learning how to say no or setting up a boundary, the greatest gift that ever happened in my life.
Amen. Amen. Do you think that those do you feel that the trust, if you are in a relationship to somebody who, despite your fear and your concerns of trust, is nonetheless showing up consistently and being trustworthy, do you foresee your own personal trust issues in them eventually diminishing and being completely dissolved? Or do you feel like this is something you always have to manage, even with someone who consistently presents as trustworthy?
If they consistently present as trustworthy and I still have that feeling, like it, I want to put a timetable to it. Like if it's like a month, that's normal. Like it's going to take some time to build up equity and trust.
Sure.
But if it's been a year and I feel the exact same level of anxiety about this person, that's a me problem, and I might not be safe for them. My fear might make me unsafe for them. And because of where I'm at, I don't want to make anybody else unsafe either. It ain't just about me, it's about them. So I'm not going to let me having persistent anxiety and mistrust about them. I'm not going to make that their problem. So I would walk away on their behalf because they deserve better than that.
Okay, so so that's interesting. So why would you walk away? Because something that you said I found,
if I can't fix it.
Well, it's something that you said that I found to be, I think, while it might not be ideal in nature, I still think there's a functionality to it in all actuality. You said that even though I may not trust, I don't act on my distrust. I will continue to show up as trustworthy, and I will continue to allow that person to show up, until the situation is otherwise. Does that not work? Like why would you walk away if I'm not going to project my fear, and I'm going to allow my partner to partner, and is it not enough to just be in that place?
No, it's cool for a time. It's cool for a time. And if we've had the conversation and they've said everything they can, they've said that, is obviously you've said, you've seen that I've demonstrated to be trustworthy, but you're still having the feeling and it's still persisting. And we've had that conversation. We're going to keep moving on. But after a time, you have to set a timetable on yourself where you're not being fair to the other person. Just being realistic. Most people I get it's not attractive, or most people don't want to do this thing.
But what I'm asking is what is the expression of what you're considering unattractive if you are being mature enough to not project your
but it's still there issue. But conscious, it's still there.
Yeah, but only for you.
It's only for me. That's true. But eventually that's going to come out. Like you can only suppress your feelings for so long. So
that's
my
the
mistrust,
then,
it's gonna eat you. It's gonna eat away at you from the inside.
Arshawn, are you a Capricorn?
Hold on.
Sorry.
I need to cook just a little bit with Arshawn. And he's a Leo. But okay, so that's the difference then, because I had made the assumption that when you said, despite your trust issues, you're going to still be trustworthy and still allow your partner to be trustworthy. But then you said just now that that's only going to last for you for a certain amount of time. That's not going to be something you're going to be able to personally sustain. Is continuing to be in that you are going to be able to sustain that reality in yourself. But the reason why I had even asked if that is sustainable is because I know that there are people who are mature enough to do like what you're saying forever. Like as long as their partners are who they should be, they won't have any reason to really make a reality out of their fears, even though those fears still may be or their trust issues still may be like an injury, because we also not gonna act like these 60-year-long, 70-year-old long or lifelong relationships are perfect. Like, people have been living with fears, living with the worst case, like I always, like it's probably old couples right now where, the man, always feared that his wife would leave him even though she never did, or vice versa, or etc. So what do you think about those people who can live alongside their injuries without it per se causing direct injury to their?
No, that's great. No, that's fantastic. That's fantastic for the people that can do it. I'm just speaking from my experience. I know if something doesn't subside, like from practice, like if me and you were dealing with each other and over time that feeling doesn't subside, because me and you have had so many conversations and I know where the level's going to go. Like, even if it maxes out, like even if there's some like passion, volatility, I know where it's going to go, and it's never going to go past a certain point, a threshold, and it's going to be respectful. And I know that, and I've developed confidence in that. So you develop confidence when you're with somebody for a period of time. If that developed confidence never happens, that means there's something else going on. And if it's in me, and we've talked about it, and I'm trying to address it through therapy, through exposure, through all the different ways, and it's not subsiding, there's a deeper problem. And if I can't fix it, if I can't address it with help, nothing's fixing that. I'm not going to live 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years in fear of you doing something. That's not a way I want to live. So that's me. I'm not saying anybody should live like that. That's me. I'm not going to live 20 years.
And here's my response to that, though.
Yeah.
Because as far as I'm concerned, you're living in fear regardless. Even if you're living in fear of, like, I'm not going to be in a relationship due to my fear of relationships. I mean, you're living in fear either way. Doesn't it seem like, this is the lesser of two evils? Like, I'm going to be afraid either way because I'm going to stay away from relationships because I am afraid. But then if I am in relationships, I'm still going to be afraid. But at least if you're in a relationship to a partner that really loves you and a partner that adds to your life and you add to theirs, regardless of that fear being there, you're in a beneficial situation that is making your life better.
No, I get what you're saying. You're like weighing the pros and cons. There's more pros than cons. Again, just compartmentalizing that one thing, distrust, that's where I'm coming from. The totality of a relationship, if that's the only thing I'm dealing with is my negative feeling of mistrust, but everything else is amazing, it would be hard to walk away from that. But in the conversation that me and you were having, I was segmenting out just my distrust. I don't want to be owned by my distrust for my life. But if we're bringing that in context, if there's an entire life, I've never had that happen where that one thing was the biggest thing. My distrust has been a barrier, but it's always gotten addressed and resolved through growth, through exposure. It's always been, I've never had to walk away simply because that never subsided. Every time I've taken a chance on a person, they either shown me that they were not trustworthy and they demonstrated with their behavior, or they always demonstrated trustworthiness and my fear subsided. So I'm speaking theoretically on something I haven't experienced. I've never had to linger in fear for a year or more in a relationship. So I just want to put that out. It's always been some people have determined, nope, I'm not trustworthy. They've noped out, or hey, I've tested it. You've shown up every single time that you needed to be there. You've kept your word every single time. You've been where you needed to be. I've been where I needed. Everything's worked every single time. We've had one of those two. I've never had that third one, but it's an ethic. I'll put it like that. It's an ethic that if I'm in a persistent state of fear or terror, because after a year, if I have the same fear for a year, at some point that's terror. Like that's a captivating fear that I've been in for a full year of this one thing happening, maybe cheating or you leaving. That's terror. I can't live like that for my entire life. And it's not fair for me to put somebody else in that state. So that's what I'm talking about. In reality, I've never gotten there, but it's an ethic that if I ever do get there, I know what my options are. We need to think about that stuff before it happens, but I don't live with that fear. I've practiced enough that either you prove trustworthy or you prove not.
Right.
But my ethic is I'm not going to live in terror.
I promise I'm gonna let everybody chime in, but since Arshawn had the least amount of talking time, I really want to indulge him
appreciate you
a little bit.
I love
JH had an interesting question, and I'm gonna pose it to Arshawn. What do you have to say about people that can have trusting relationships with their friends but not with their romantic partners?
Hey, intimacy is a heck of a drug. It's hard to trust people when you let them in close. That vulnerability, that's another level. It's easier to trust friends when they only get so close, but the person that's laying next to you, whew, that's tough. So it makes sense. It makes sense that people have an easier time trusting friends because they're kept at arm's length. But the person that you're letting into your softer underbelly, you're going to have a harder time trusting. It's going to bring up more feelings of hurt and abandonment or whatever you dealt with in your past. That's going to just dredge up more of that. So it's always going to be harder to trust there, unless you're just somebody that's like one of them hopeless romantics.
Me. Because I was just telling my homeboy, the same homeboy who bitch is mad at him right now because of our friendship. I was telling my homeboy, I said, people I love intimately and deep, everybody across the board. The only difference a lot of time between my friendships and my my family ships versus my romantic ships is that my romantic ships is the only person I'm fucking, but the love is the same. The intimacy is the same. Like I have emotional and mental intimacy with my relatives, with my friends. Like we really get deep off into each other. Like there's a real bona fide bond. Like so that can be very concerning for people who are not used to people harding at that level over each other. But I am very much so a lover, and I just literally I bleed my love all over people in my life. Like I just bleed it all over them. I just shower it in them. It's relentless and unmerciful. Like it is, and I feel so good. I feel it's the only time in my life that I really feel alive is when I'm actively loving, when I'm actively really loving down. And I was going to say to that question, JH, that to what Arshawn said is true. Most people are very compartmentalized when it comes to friendships, and they don't invest the same level of feeling, mental, spiritual, and material into platonic relationships as they do into intimate and romantic relationships. Most people can find it easier to let their hair down in those relationships than in romantic relationships. So, but you said something about intimacy, Arshawn. So,
man, you better leave me alone.
I want to know, like, because how do we
blame me, Arshawn?
How do we get there? Like, how do we get to a place? Because when we're talking about all this shit, like all this shit we've been talking about for 4.5, almost 5 hours now, I'm just like, I still ain't heard nothing yet that doesn't come down to the issue is not ourselves. Because even in this higher version of myself, it's not that my feelings can't be hurt. It's not that I can't be disappointed. It's not that I can't be, but I'm so clear about the fact that no matter what my external experience is, that I am majority having an inner experience. And my outer experience is just a catalyst for an inner journey and a inner stimulation. That's the only reason why actually we're seeking anything. We seek sex because it comes with the inner experience of an orgasm. We're seeking things we enjoy, things that bring us pleasure because there are dopamine and serotonin. There's an inner release. We're searching out external things only to default back to an inner and a self experience. So all of our lives are predominantly happening actually inwardly. Our reality is more so inward than it really is outward. And so now that I'm at the age where I'm very clear that whether I'm experiencing a shitty friendship, I'm experiencing a shitty relationship, or whatever the case may be, that at the end of the day, I'm really having a self experience. I'm not afraid anymore of people. It's if I'm going to be afraid of anything, it's going to be about my ability to think and perceive my way out of my inner experience, not the external so much. Like, it's not really about if my nigga leaves me. It's more so about my capacity to survive what I perceive out of being abandoned by my partner. It's not really about the friendship and whether it will last or not last, more so than it really is about whether I have the wherewithal to hold on to myself and to value myself at the same level with or without these externalized things that we use to get our serotonin and our dopamine shots from, that we use to validate ourselves, that we use to substantiate ourselves, that we use to quantify our lives. Like, now that I'm clearer about the fact that, once again, it's inner and not so much as outer, the outer is just like, you know, so I mean, because people are going to people, and people are going to be untrustworthy, people are going to be shitty, people are going to be selfish, people are going to be greedy, people are going to be At the end of the day, the only thing I really like, the only way to accept and to navigate and to remain healthy amidst all of that is to just have the tools to actually inwardly navigate all of those bodily experiences, all of those so-called external experiences. And so bringing it back to that question of like, why the fuck are we so rigid with each other, and why are we so tight and so controlling? I'm just like, man, like, it's could it be because we've been vacuumed into every other thing's vision for us? We've been vacuumed into playing everybody else's game on the chessboard. We've been vacuumed into the game of the culture, the game of the government, the game of history, the game of, you know, we've been vacuumed into all of those. So of course we don't actually know shit about freedom. We actually don't know shit about self. We actually don't know
Scarcity.
shit about that centeredness. Yes.
Scarcity. And when you have people, especially when you deal with American descendant of slaves or just black people around the diaspora or here in this country, talking about us, there is a level of scarcity that comes from just livelihood and maintaining livelihood, and that will over determine and spew into those interpersonal relationships, because we can't we can't, and I hear what you're saying, and I do agree to the positive point of what you're saying, because we do have people doing exactly what you're talking about, conscious. They obviously do not care about what other people think and how it makes people feel. We have enough people that are going to do that to the point where no one's giving a fuck about anything in the worst way. So we do have to still have the responsibility of living in a society. It's not the luxury of just do what thy will and not suffer the
But
consequences.
I agree that's why I also make a distinction between
I agree. No, I'm just
the
saying.
righteous fuck and the
Yeah, the right
destructive fuck.
destructive fuck. And see,
Yes.
and the thing is, we need people who are not giving the fucks in those type of ways. But then you have to be able to still, unfortunately, within the light. What is everybody talk about the shadow work? But baby, what's done in the dark comes to the light. You heard me. So you have to kind of see where, if with that still being said, you still have to unfortunately navigate the fucks that are not being given a fuck about within the things you give a fuck about. So that's where I would like to shift the culture and like the self-conscious, and where we're going to say that, not just that fucking energy for, because we know what it looks like, and it's not just loud and ghetto and ratchet. No, it's very sophisticated, it's very political, it's very nuanced. that not giving a fuck because you are okay or your folks are okay. We know what that looks like, especially as Black Americans. We know that it's clear to us. Once Dr. King died, we was talking about getting our check. We've been stopped giving a fuck about each other, and I land.
I remember Iyanla said something in her Shannon Sharp interview, not Shannon Sharp, her Cam Newton interview, when she was talking about, you know, relationships. And she said, you know, I'm at that age where I don't need to be married. I've been there, I've done that. And I'm at that age where practically I know that self. So the Iyanla maybe 10 years ago wouldn't have been open to a polygamous relationship or an open relationship or something more non-traditional like companionship. But you know, she's grown into a place where she knows how to take care of her own needs more so, and where the only thing that makes sense for her is like companionship more so than all the other fluff and duff shit. And that's the same place that I am. It's just like, I need to take it upon myself to work in myself in a way that I am left to be somebody else's light at the end of the tunnel. I don't want to be anybody's responsibility. I don't want to be anybody's burden. And I don't want to come in with a laundry list of commandments, because I've grown into having a insatiable appetite for whatever the reality of life actually is. And every day I'm doing things and I'm experimenting things and I am doing work in my mind in order to give myself an experience of actual life and not these poetries of life that have been perpetuated by media. But whatever consciousness is, whatever true joy is, and because that's what I want for myself, I'm interested in like wanting that for other people as well. I'm not interested in telling people what to do and how to do it. I just want to permit your humanity, and I want you to follow your wellness, and I want to follow mine. And I just don't think all the other shit is necessary. I don't think that we need to give each other titles. That's not necessarily necessary. I think that it's not necessary for me to focus on whether you still desire other people or not. It's irrelevant. Like, I just want you to be well, and I want you to follow your wellness. And I mean literal wellness. I'm not talking about follow your destructive ass tendencies. I'm not talking about you giving yourself a green light to be fucked up and to indulge the fucked up you. I'm talking about literal wellness, having a solid concept of wellness and committing to your wellness, and me committing to mine, and letting the good times roll and be given birth to out of people who are in relationship to wellness and then are evangelizing that wellness through their love and their community to each other. I am in that place where I feel restricted now. Like, I feel restricted by the title. I feel restricted by the rules. I feel restricted by all that shit. I just want to be free, and I want to be with other hippies who just want to be free, and we don't have to do all the other things. And I just want us to follow the magic of happiness and well-being. And I think, and for me, that is my worldview. That is what life looks like to me, is people who are well and people who are following their wellness. It seems that everything just takes care of itself. But the reason why I feel so idealistic to so many people is because that message, that verbiage is going out to lots of people who are not well, people who are coping with the life, people who are adapting and living a life birthed out of insecurities and revolves around insecurities, and it feels discouraging because a lot of people know that it's going to take the equal amount of effort to heal themselves as it did to damage themselves, and they're not looking forward to that work. They're not looking forward to the effort and the level of intentionality that's going to have to go into being well. And so wellness messages are never popular. Wellness, messaging is never the trend. It's never, the go-to ideology. We're mostly living in a world where people are wanting to make do. And I think Sunny or somebody said it in the chat, talked about like emotional laziness. And most people are really lazy mentally. They are really lazy emotionally. And that can't do anything but default us to living in a world where it looks crazy as hell. And people are requiring things that are just burdensome out of each other and that are just ridiculous out of each other. And it's resulting in all of our interpersonal relationships, from marriages to friendships. It's resulting in it all looking crazy as hell.
It goes back to what you said over 3 hours ago when you asked that question to the chat about God. There were two parts to that question. And I think that we have lost or forgotten, I'll say that we've forgotten that we are beings first. We are beings. And with the so be it, aka the amen, we are like every other living being on this planet. We're to grow and evolve as we grow. That's all evolution is: growing, adapting, not remaining the same. And I think that people really struggle with that, which is the stagnation, because they don't accept the change of life. We're not supposed to be. You may think today, you may be against something today, and tomorrow you may have an awareness that makes you accept it. And that is the most important thing, that if I take nothing, even though it's something I knew, it's always refreshing to stir these conversations back up, to remind us that this is a part of the circle of life. And the reason why there is such a resistance to the evolution and the growth is because people, as I said a million times, are complacent and not growing, not changing. But all you're doing is really you're stagnating the inevitable. You're hindering the process that is inevitable. You have to change. You have to evolve. And fighting against that only makes life more difficult for you. And when Conscious said a few, like hour ago or so, about misery loves company, absolutely, miserable people love company because they don't want to stand out alone in their misery. They just don't. But we have to evolve. There's no way around the evolving unless you just destined for misery. And if that's what you're comfortable in, shout out to you for embracing that. But when he stepped down with R. Rashan, when he I said, yeah, R. Rashan, when he spoke to the trust factor,
Yeah.
I have learned that I've always been extremely trusting. That's one thing I'm not going to do. People don't have to earn my trust. I give that freely, like I give my love freely. But I trust people to be who they are. I had a major issue with accepting people's truth. Even though I acknowledge their truth, I had a hard time accepting the truth because I'm a fixer. And I always want people, that's the good thing. You have, like you said, people, misery loves company. I am the opposite of that. I want people to feel good because I feel good. I know how liberating it is to just be, free to the realities of this world, right? And I could not accept that there are some people that are just going to fight against the change. But I think that as an empath, it is not our job, because that's where I struggle with it. It's not my job to change people. It is just my job to be the example. And if people when it goes back to the topic at hand, if people cannot accept that you are a blessing to them, then you should remove yourself and just be done with it. Because ultimately, it's going to be their loss, and for someone else, it will be their gain. I really am sorry that you, Conscious, and other people have had those experiences where it's a pick or choose when it's not necessary. In the grand scheme of things, I do see why it is necessary. I feel like it's not necessary, but I can see why it's necessary for these things to come into play. And I think that your friends that are experiencing this with their mates, this is a way for the universe to expose that this person is not for you anyway.
I agree, and I would add to that, these type of afflictions, you know, when you are walking around and you are just projecting your fear and your anxiety and your past experiences onto people who have not earned your judgment and have not earned your persecution, it's a spiritual reality unto yourself. Like, not only is that person not for my friends, but this version of that person is not even well for the person who is personifying that version of themselves. If the version of you is costing you things that you love, you might want to take a look at the version of yourself.
Right.
You
right.
have to take that.
Why is it that you are willing to throw away people that were in your life, friends and family, over the person who makes you come that you just met 2 years, but your friends and family been in your life 24 years, 23, 17, 14 years before you knew this person existed? Why is it that that person or that emotion and frequency overrides the tribal community of what you come from?
And you know
And
why, IG?
huh?
And you know why? Because it goes back to people are addicted to that chemical experience. And because the person giving you a nut is giving you a higher dosage of dopamine and serotonin.
Yeah, because of course, and that's what I'm saying is, but then that is something to address, not necessarily to demonize the person, but now what is also for if we're gonna, I'm an activist. I have to care about particular situations that are the general outside myself. Then I have to ask the question, what can I do to see what is the environment outside of just the relationships as to why this person is seeking out excessive amounts of dopamine. What is the reality of escapism that isn't just in their mind? Because people don't just feel how they feel in their mind. No, they have an external situation and things around them, and then they internalize that. Everyone cannot be as strong and as bold as the people like you and I. That's the exception, but we do change it for others. But in the mind frame, I have to kind of like, okay, this is the part of that ugly work, that stuff we don't want to really deal with. What is the value of your life and the people around you? Is the value of the life of people around you to whatever is most quintessential, just beneficial for you, and that's how you are that person that's content? Or does it truly involve a coexistence of things that are compromised? Because it can't just be all what's a piece for you. No, if they test to be the considerations of, if we're going to have a community, if we're going to have a society, there's a balance of that, I believe. But I agree with you, but there has to be a balance. And I think we're living in a society to where that balance is no longer there or wherever was there. And that's why you have the kerfuffle. I couldn't imagine, me and Chris are 14 years strong. We met, I was 26 years old, he was 47. Keep in retrospect, he had 47 years of this life without knowing a fucking Isaac Green. I had 26
Chris
years
must be a
life.
goddamn vampire.
Yeah.
Cause he doesn't look a damn day over.
Yeah, he's gonna be
27 his
60
damn
this
self.
year.
That
Yeah,
is
he's gonna be
such
60
a
this year, but his inner beauty
fucking
matches his
vampire.
outer beauty. He don't even think he's as attractive as people tell him he is. But I'm saying we both understood the nature of our relationship isn't just sexual, why we can be in two different states. No, I understand part of who the fuck you are, that into those 47 years, baby, made you the man that I'm in love with. Them 46 years without me being in existence have everything to do with the man I'm in love with. So I can't expect you not to honor your mother and take care of your parents as I did, being I have older parents too. I can't expect, I have to be emotionally intelligent to understand what that meant to you. Because if it wasn't for Marion and Haywood, shout out to you doing your best work when you made Christopher Giles, I wouldn't have Christopher Giles.
But you know what, I think that it's important. I don't know if anyone else has experienced this. I am a avid supporter of abstinence. I think that everyone should go on a celibate journey in their lives. When you have those type of experiences, you don't have that attachment to the physical. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. You just don't have that addictive attachment. Most people, when it comes to relationships, romantic relationships, it is completely and heavily invested in the act of physical sex. If you take that out of the equation, they become unhinged. They don't understand the value of emotional and psychological connection, healthy emotional and psychological connection. That is more stimulating than anything for me personally. When you remove the physicalness of sex, you don't have those issues of lack of trust to the extent that you would have if sex is a part of the equation. A lot of people cannot operate without being physically, sexually involved with their counterpart. They feel like that's all they have to offer. Like that is like the end all or be all. And I personally think that is actually sad. I can't even, not to even go down this road, but the truth of it, I can't even have an orgasm unless there is an emotional and a psychological attachment. Can't just get up in me and just, it doesn't work that way for me. But that is because I have healed myself. I have taken time to myself. I don't look for anyone else to provide, which I could provide for myself, which I should provide for myself anyway. So no one can ever come to me and give me an ultimatum in regards to who is in close proximity to me, a choice or not, because at the end of the day, I'm going to always choose what's best for me. And 9 times out of 10, if you would even think, or if I even feel like you, that type of individual, I'm going to run from the hit. Like I'm the first thing smoking, I'm out, because I know that you are a person that literally lacks any real awareness to what healthy relationships are. I have always been the type of person to pay attention to people's relationship. That's something else that's attracted to me. I love to see men and women have healthy platonic relationships. Men and men have healthy platonic relationships, not enabling protect. I love to see another man dig into his homeboy's ass when he not doing right. That shit is a turn on to me. And I'm not talking sexually. It is just, it thrills it. And what it
No
shows
homo.
me, what it shows me honestly, is that you have real life healthy relation, like people in your life that you will have the ability to have a healthy relationship with me. Because I know what I bring to the table, and I'm that type of person. But if I see that you don't have healthy relationships with your friends, your family, I'm out. That's not even a red flag. That's a whole fucking siren going off. Like, get the hell gone.
Yeah, like people don't understand like what, like when Chris was taking care of his mother father, how you could just deal with him being over there so much. I said, motherfucker, that's his mother, that's his father. I understand. I'm there supporting him. No, you don't have to be in the bed with me every fucking night for me to know that he loves me. There are other signs of love language than him physically being there, and I would love him to be there. But at the same time, I'm not that codependent on him either, nor is he on me. I do not keep my husband. He wants to stay. We don't, possession is not affection. I don't need to possess you. I know a nigga could hit them walls like a nigga like to hit them walls that I can't hit them walls like, and I don't have to worry about that. I don't have to be insecure. It's a turn on to me that me and my partner can be sexually explicit. I know I can go out and fuck the piss out of somebody, and he knows that. And he knows for damn sure there is absolutely no goddamn competition. He knows without a period for us. So because we understand that being mature that there's other reasons to be attracted to people outside of why you have sex with people, other than just physical. And if you're an honest person, you can do this healthily. Trust and believe. We're not playing a game where people think we single, we are apart. Babe, I have a husband. This is what it is when you meet me. Da 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 da. So you're not confused. So even if we flirting, you know what it is for me. Now, what your conviction is, because I don't want to get caught up and even do him. People will like you. People will be attached to you, not just because of the sex and other reasons. So you have to let that person know where the fuck you stand. That's it. You're not a person that's out here trying to do the customer service thing to get the emotional vampire, the incubus, succubus shit. If you're trying to have an honest and genuine exchange versus
Right.
having someone to think, you want someone to think that you can be their only one when you're already caught up or you have no intention of just having one. That's a problem.
Absolutely. I love
I
all of
want
that.
to. I want to ask you a quick question, guy. What is it called again? Is it asexual when you're attracted to the mind versus what is? Huh?
Sexual.
Sapio.
Sapio. Thank you, Denise.
Sapiosexual.
Ghetto
I
ass Sapo.
Yes, it reminded me of what you were saying about being the distance, being away. I'm reminded because I didn't have the verbiage, I didn't know the titles, all that stuff, right? I'm reminded of how my aunt, whose husband was stationed in the military, but she didn't travel with him. And at one point, he was in Japan, if I'm not mistaken. And I can recall like her being on the phone with him, like and on this back in the day when we first had the little conference speaker phones, and they like he could be just talking about missing his children or something like that, and this woman would have a full orgasm, like just, and I would be like looking at her like, what is wrong with you? She's like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. And I would have conversations with her, and she would say to me all the time, and she's like, babe, let me tell you something. If a man cannot stimulate you, she said, because it's nothing worse than only being stimulated physically. Because once that stimulation is gone, what are you left with? And that's when I realized that it was really not a physical thing for me. And I started to embrace it because I wasn't getting anything out of the physicalness. I'm going to be honest. I just laid there and just, was very robotic and would go, for me, it was the only pleasure I took out of it was knowing someone else was getting pleased. But once I started to learn and get educated about it, and I'm like, this is a real thing. I'm not alone in this. And it is actually healthier than getting caught up in the physical, because I believe that's why a lot of people stay trapped in toxic relationships because of the physicalness of sex. They're not gaining anything else from it. And they'll blame everyone else, i.e., back to what you were saying earlier about Conscious, when you were saying, why do they, y'all keep staying with these motherfuckers and yada, yada, yada. I believe that is the sole anchor for why people stay in the relationship, for the physicalness of it. And I think that is kind of absurd because in reality, you can self-please yourself. You don't need anyone else to give you a physical pleasure when we have all of these electronics, fingers,
But
and
this is
everything else.
that not it. I mean, as a man, I'm gonna just tell. Okay, we're gonna get real graphic. There's a difference between me having my hand around my dick and stroking it, and that's a certain orgasm, than being around some wet, warm walls. I'm sorry. It's a different type of moment, especially if that person is creating a rhythm to get you to that. Nah, baby, that nut hit, that post nut clarity hit a little different. I
But
think
from a
it's
male
super
perspective, it
wet.
does not do that for me as a woman. It does not. Or maybe just say myself. It doesn't do
For
that.
men, it's different. It is a different level of an orgasm when someone else, even if we bottom, even if you play with a dildo, it's different when a nigga hitting them walls like you need him to hit the motherfucking knee walls, and you just bust all over yourself without even touching your dick. Like it's a totally different thing. But it's the same thing for women. Some women can play with themselves, they'll never squirt. But let a nigga suck on that pussy right, it's go chasing waterfalls. I'm just saying.
I'm kind of both. I'm kind of like I actually used to be very sapiosexual up till recently. I have a more recreational attitude towards sex, even though I really don't have sex anymore either. But when I was kind of on the last leg of being sexually active, it became very recreational, and I actually found it very relieving, especially coming from an empathic perspective, because I used to connect my sex drive to everything that Rumors and T was talking about. I used to connect it to my heart and mind. I actually felt it very relieving when it was just sex, when it was just about pleasure, when it was just about that experience and engage in that energy in that way. I've never had an objectifying attitude towards sex, even if my partners were even if I weren't in a relationship to someone I was having sex with, because my humanity has always been intact when it comes to people. But because I'm in situations right now where there are people who are struggling to they want something that I don't think I want, or maybe something that I want but in a different way. And I really so funny is that what I'm realizing, and even just trying to articulate what I'm saying right now, is that the problem for me is that I'm actually I can't teach I cannot teach or completely I can't conceptualize a state of being for the people who are trying to relate and trying to figure out how to be with me. They would just have to enter into that themselves in order for it to just be what it is, because what it is an actual state of being. And it's actually kind of been shocking to see how many people have no idea what it's like to be. It's actually kind of been surprising to see how many people need this very conceptualized existence. Like they really need the labels, they really need the titles, they need the rules. They're dependent on those things for a pseudo sense of reality and a pseudo sense of security. And it's really interesting, kind of like learning how to exist in that vulnerability and kind of how to float more so than walk. I always explain to people that I feel like I'm learning how to be at home in the open sky more so than to use my legs as mobility. And I really think we have went completely backwards to the will of God as a humanity. And it makes sense to me even from a Christian theological perspective, because everything about not biting that metaphorical, alleged, allegorical fruit, not eating from the tree of good and evil, was about sustaining freedom and liberation for Adam and Eve. Like it's there in the text where the only commandment was to multiply and to not eat from the tree that's going to imprison you, that's going to give you the capacity to judge your reality. Like he literally said, you can go and eat of any frequency you want in the garden, except the one that's going to tell you not to do just that.
That's
And
interesting.
yes, and so now I feel like I'm slowly like moonwalking my way back to the beginning, of what it meant to incarnate, which goes back to that conversation I was talking about earlier, where really evaluating this idea of what is life. Like when Christ said, I have come so that you may have life more abundantly. I don't think any of us have, I don't think people generally really think, like really sit down and get their philosophy on about really what is that? What is life? What is at the crux of living? What is at the crux of existence? What is at the crux of lucidity and awareness? Like what is that? And exploring all of that. And the only way I know how to explore all of that is by going opposite of anything that's taught me how to live, because living doesn't need to be taught. Really.
You just
The
do
only
it.
reason a lot of us are moonwalking is because we have been taught. And now we have to unteach ourselves all the bullshit that stripped us of our living, that raped us of our living. So now the art of living has come by way of letting go instead of holding on. It's come from dismantling these social constructs in my mind. It's come from challenging fear, challenging what it means to be alone, re-envisioning bad. It's come just with reforming my brain and my attitude and my beliefs, and just taking that journey through the open air and not being afraid to lift up off the ground. And it is to be 38 almost at 40 is literally hands down one of the most fulfilling chapters of my entire life, is to embark upon 40. I literally feel like someone who is being reborn again. And
Me too, conscious at 39. It
yeah.
is a thing. It's a
Mm-hmm.
shift. Like
I
there.
don't know if you, I don't know if you know how profound that was when you spoke about Adam and Eve and eating the fruit. And
Okay.
it was so profound to me because of the simplicity. I never really thought about how questioning, once they bit the fruit, it opened their minds up to a wisdom that brought upon questions, and questioning things. Having questions has complicated us as human beings because we don't accept the simplicity of things, of just being. We are because we are living beings, and we complicate life with our question. Because I welcome question. I love the thought of just seeking answers, but the answers are right there. It is just very simple, of just being, and I think that is extremely profound. The simplicity of it is profound.
And so funny is that it was the nature, it was the being born at the ready set go line, but then kind of like entering it into this regression of intellect and this regression of spirit and humanity, which is what became of this kind of like this line of demarcation being crossed, or this barrier being crossed. And it wasn't even spirit trying to control Adam and Eve. It was literally making them aware, because there was going to be awareness even when it came to the freedom. But the issue with crossing whatever this threshold is articulated as the biting of the fruit, we know that in all reality there wasn't two naked we know that even the nakedness of human beings wasn't even like the literal nakedness of the Bible, that we're talking about other shit that is just being reduced to literary poetry and religion. But this freedom was more so about not entertaining the thing that gave you like fruitless judgment. The fruitlessness of the egos we have now, and the shallow fears we have now, and the baseless assumptions we have now, and the way we've shaped the world to reflect. I mean, which is why we're calling most of the things in the world that we've been taught social constructs. That's why I call it. It's literally that fragile. It's literally that baseless. It's literally a construct. It's literally just a thought that a system of people got to get the majority of people to participate in to make it appear real. And it requires all of that because it's that fragile. It requires all of that constant reinforcement because it's that fragile. It's that vulnerable. It's not standing on any strength of a pillar. And I always say this, that I don't even think even like current modern day, I don't even think we were meant to even create the shit that we've created this far. I really think that man was always supposed to live off the land. We were always supposed to be a naturalist and practically nudist, and we were supposed to our adventure in life and our joy in life was supposed to just come from actual love and community and being in union with each other and exploring the depths of human bond and the glory of this beautiful design.
But then one thing it makes me saying esoterically, then as you're saying that, then what could it be argued off of this interpretation that since we're creating things that we weren't supposed to create, then obtaining that knowledge was getting into the power of life and death and the creations of God, the creator, if you believe, that's probably why it's the chaos then. I could kind of see that bit. If you bit into the knowledge of what makes the creative energy, and as a result of that, as a human, to try to hold that, well, of course it's going to be fucked up. It's going to be kerfuffle. Because, like I've always said, scientifically, as much as we synthesize elements and things that are already here. We cannot recreate those basic elements on the elemental food chart. We cannot recreate any of those things. So what us synthesizing things is a lower version. That's why you say lower gods and stuff like that. If you do the deities and things, but I feel spirit, having a conversation. That's what happens though when we create these things with the knowledge of God and good and evil and destruction and life and death. But they're the synthesized versions of those things. They're not the actual true heart version of those things.
Right.
The
But you
thing
hit it.
is that we were always created. So it's not about tapping into creativity, it's tapping into judgment. Because when you have the knowledge of good and evil, then you have the ability to judge things as right and wrong. If that makes any sense. We were
But
living
what is but T Lounge, what is the knowledge of good and evil?
It's bullshit, is what I'm trying to get at. If you feel me, like
I agree.
You understand what I'm saying? Like
I agree.
we were in a space to where we wouldn't have been judging anything. We would not have been here for however many hours, because and the jump point was those young men who was judging that guy for how he was expressing himself sexually. That's what brought us here. Well, I mean, actually, I think there was another component that we weren't privy to. However, it's all this judgment. We're here to create, and we're here to love. Yes, living off the land and all that other stuff is incorporated, you're coming into this space, conscious, where you're getting ready to get into 40, right?
Yes.
I'm going into 50.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm at that point, and I'm at the point where I'm really realizing that people are peopling, and it's okay, if that makes any sense. People are peopling, and it's okay.
Yeah, that definitely comes with age. And it goes back to when you were speaking about Iyanla. I realized that the older that we get, the more confident we are in who we are, the more
Yeah.
accepting of
Mm-hmm.
people we are. Now, that doesn't mean straight across the board, because we know there's some old ass bigots out here. However, in larger greatest quantities, people are more accepting to the reality of this is the way the world is, and they become more, I don't want to say reserved, but I'll say more laid back, in the sense of let them people be who they are versus trying to change. Now, we know the patriarchy system. We know we got a lot of old folk fargies out here that are not accepting in that way, but I mean accepting as a in a way of this is what it is. And I think that is refreshing. I look forward to it. I now understand my grandmother's and grandfather's like zero fucks given attitude. And just relaxing, enjoying the latter years of their lives. I look forward to that. Being someone that's in their 40s, I just know that life priorities are not the same. What I once was consumed with, experience has taught me was all a fucking illusion.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and but what I appreciate is watching this new generation that came after me, because a lot of them have picked up on that awareness without reaching my age yet.
That's
And
the amazing part. I'm
yeah,
really impressed by Gen X. I mean, not Gen X. Gen Z. The millennials. God bless y'all. You know, we got our, you know, the I almost said boomers. The Gen X and the millennials have their, you know, tensions. But I'm really, 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 really impressed by Gen Z. Like I am. I mean, granted, there's some stuff, but I mean, just their ability to kind of like get it so soon is amazing to me.
I think they paid attention to the history that was before them,
Mm-hmm.
and they were like, absolutely not me, not the fuck me.
Yep.
They understand the power in their individualism as a combined collective, whereas we lack that. There's somewhere, that's why, not to get into the political side of things, there's somewhere that they have not they haven't gotten the full education in regards to our struggles in this country. And I was speaking to our people. However, as far as history would have taught it, they didn't get that, they didn't access that, but they tapped into, I don't know how the ancestors did it, but somehow they tapped into them in a way where their experiences and them watching what has transpired to us as a whole, it tapped into something in them. And they said, I'm not my mother, I'm not my grandmother. And they like, it was like the ancestors tugged at their souls or something, and they tapped into it. And they are now riding out for our ancestors in a way that none of us as a collective did. And so I'm proud of that, because honestly, all I was concerned with when I was in my teens and my 20s was turning the fuck up and you know what I'm saying, having the best on and niggas and chicks and all of that. I was not concerned with activism, you know what I mean, in community. I wasn't concerned about none of that. I love seeing this generation that is leading the charge. Like, absolutely fucking not. Trump, I don't give a fuck what you trying, like, nigga, absolutely not. That empowers me to a point, in a place that I can feel comfortable that although I know change is going to continue to come in increments, I can feel comfortable in knowing that there are people that are lined up and ready to fucking put the straps and the boots on and get the job done, or whatever the case may be. I'm just super proud.
And I want to go back to what DC said in response to our conversations about good and evil. You know, as humans, we certainly have created the concept of good and evil. And what I feel confident in being able to say is my experience of higher order and higher consciousness and of God is that God sees less, or spirit sees less in these rigid ways, more so than it understands and sees. It sees context. It sees the cooperative components that lead to outcomes of light and outcomes of darkness, such as even the Diddy, right? Like amongst man, yes, Diddy would be classified as evil. In the eyes of God, God
You
being
got a whole lot more context.
Yeah, being omniscient, omnipresent, all these things, God sees every single facet of what created Diddy, what created his consciousness, what created his lived experience, what informed his choices as a man. And so that judgment and perception from God's eye and God's gaze upon Diddy is going to be very different from us, who a lot of times is very far removed from the ingredients that create people, that create governments, that create corruption, that create et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm actually glad that spirit does can see every pixel and every responding variable, because for me that makes me even more grounded and okay with whatever God's judgment is, because God is considering everything that informs, everything that creates, everything that went into the end result of that cake, the end result of that frying, the end result of that baking. God is informed by every meticulous contributing component to that. We are not. We only have a bird's eye lens. We only have a very limited scope of what we understand about human nature, what we understand even about historical and systemic contributions to issue. Those things are still far night and day than the infinite and precise range that the creator has about all things. So good and evil, I'm not sure there is a such thing as good and evil, spiritually speaking, and in a lot of sets of the spiritual community. We also don't really do like good and evil. There are just outcomes and cause and effects and results, and good and evil is more so based upon
subjective.
Yeah, it's subjective. It's more so about like individualism and intent, more so than it is about the thing itself that's done. Murdering could be righteous from a certain philosophy and mentality. You know,
Being
anything.
deceptive could be like you have to be
Yeah.
deceptive. Yeah, because there's elements of what people might call negativity, but negative to what subjectical opposition. I'm not going to speak life into what's harming my community. I'm going to do like Jesus do and curse the fig tree, and you will die. I'm not going to speak life, even though I'm a heathen, I fuck with certain parts of Jesus' politics, from an inspirational figure with a Christ-like consciousness. It's like, yeah, you're not going to be in here in this government, and you have turned my father's house into a den of thieves. So yeah, that nigga had to flip tables over and shit. He had to cause an uproar. He couldn't be fucking politically correct when it came to being of a liberation to a people, and that is disruptive. That has a negative connotation to that. So I'm not one of those people in spiritualism, that. But that's the thing. What kind of just irks my soul about people with sometimes with Judaism and Hebraic faiths is this ideal of the creator of everything just being a good energy. For me, it's like, nah, and I can't, and I'm kind of far removed of it being one energy and stuff like that. I can't do it. You see what I'm saying? It's just too diverse. I understand that the frequency and the spirit part of what I am a closest proximity to has weights and movement in that, but I also don't need to think what moves for me in spirit is indeed the universe all the time. There are certain things that certain spirits are not from the same place. Some spirits were never human. But this, if you get to talking about certain things and like that, people will, have a certain idea. So I don't do the subjective God is a good God. Yes, some bullshit. Ain't nobody got a good God, child. The subjectiveness to what that might look like. God of Abraham was very good to white people when he was using it for slave and people in the 1619 project. Of course. You know what I'm saying? That God to them that allowed them to be innovative and infiltrate people through trading, and the nature of that we might say is demonic. We can say yes, it's opposition to satanic to us, but it was very good for their opposition of what they wanted to accomplish. So to
So
them,
what are
yeah.
so what are your thoughts about righteousness? Because that's how I look at I'm a practicer and supporter of a universal God. And I view that God as righteous. Um to do
I
what's
think
right
that
for
everybody's
humanity.
God is going to be a reflection of their state of consciousness and level of consciousness, because
Hmm.
nobody can quantify the universal God, but
Right.
you can you do have a truth in it experience of your own personal God, which is going to be narrated through the lens of your level of consciousness and your perception. I don't even get into the rigmarole of like monotheism and polytheism, because I know that we're also talking, like, as humans, we're also using language and we're using things to describe the non-existent. We're using things to describe the eternal. We're using limitation to describe that which is unlimited. And so there is no proper language, really, and there is really
Right.
no proper concept either that
Right. But the only
that
problem is that people go out of the way when they use that as the saying this is what it is because of their integration society. There are some people who have spiritual systems that do not feel that they should go out and conquer it and subdue the earth, etc., based off of their connection to God. So it's a thing where everybody's God is regional. I can't have friends who from Hindustani who practice Confucianism, who do all type of spiritual sciences that have nothing to do with deityism, have absolutely nothing to do with their reality scientism, and still think because I'm an American and how spirit and my ancestors move on this land that somehow that is the universal God. No, because the way spirit moves for those people are completely different. Just like spirit moves for the Asiatics and the Chinese and Japanese. Their that spirit moves differently for them. I don't need to think that their spirit is invalid or their spirit has to be connected to my spirit for their spirit to exist. And the difference is because people's God actualized in their reality. It's not just everyone's walking and sitting underneath the fucking tree and having this omnis revelation. No, you're introduced to the ideas of what that God means to you and what that feels like, thus reinforcing why you believe it's real. But that is a regional, that is subjective. That's not a universal thing. Is it something that happens simultaneously? Of course. But I would consider it spiritual cognitive dissonance to keep proclaiming that my God is the only God. And no, 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 sweetheart. These people are clearly over here in the other parts of the world. They come to America and they don't know nothing of your God. Now they come for citizenship. but they are who they are because they're not even thinking about creation in the way that you're thinking. But yet you're still going to think that your God is the God of everything. There's some delusionment there that I can't. My spirit wholly rejects.
But you know what's so funny is that I don't even have a problem with the people proclaiming whatever they proclaim. My only issue is people forcing it. Like, I really could care less about what people are proclaiming. But it's the conquering, it's the pillaging, it's the indoctrination, it's the belief by force,
The
and
kingdom suffered violence, and the
the
violence taken by
experience
force.
by force. For me, that's the issue. And I think humanity absolutely, all religions who led by way of force and obstruction need to be indicted and answer to that indoctrination by force, because it's absurd.
No, I mean, even outside of not just the beat up on like it, that's what I'm saying. When I talk to people, even outside of Christianity or monotheism, everybody's spiritual system, hear what I'm telling you, is integrated in their society. So that is going to play the culture role. So it's not it's a very arrogant thing to do if you're going to say, well, not you here. But what I do see with a lot of times with the Abrahamic beliefs is that thing. There is the mandate and everything to go out and use those things off of patriarchy and bloodlines and all of those things to go out and subdue the earth and either take it by force and all those different things and specific nepotism of that God. So it's not a thing where I can ignore the fact that this is how your God is real to me. Because I tell people all the time, I am not afraid of your God or your devil, but bitch, I'm terrified of you. Because I can see what you have done while you yet live, what your cause and affections will be while we yet live. That is something I actualize. I'm afraid of you, not your God. I have to be more conscious of you, not Satan. What scares me, bitch, is that you gonna blame Satan for the shit you do here while I have to deal with the reality and then I have to guess if it's a heaven or hell. No, I won't have to guess if it's a heaven or hell, and that's why that's the spell work for me. I don't have a heaven or hell to put you in the devil is a liar. You have a cause and effect of people and everything like that. The fact that you think you don't is why you do what you do, and you know you'll be forgiven with that. And you tell yourself that, so you don't have to be accountable for that for this life. Can't do it.
Yeah, it kind of goes back to what I was trying to articulate in the universalism. I don't get confined and I don't demonize anyone else's practices and belief systems because I believe ultimately that it is all one being, which is us, human, if that makes sense. And I
Okay,
think that
mhm. I'm sorry.
I know that religion and even spirituality has been
Hmm.
weaponized to keep us pigeonholed, going back to what I said about being profound and understanding how this all came to be and really understanding why it is in existence right now. It is just to keep us divided, and a lot of people placate to it, um, as if it is their job and their place to force their own particular belief onto someone else. And I actually think that is inhumane. I really do.
Yeah, I have. That's why for me, doing a little bit of Confucianism and Buddhism, I'm not like I said. I don't lean toward deityism. That don't mean but I can see where just like I said, if scientifically and intellectually, if I can deduce that these scientists cannot recreate the basic elements, then I am damn sure not going to trust any humanoid with my eternal soul. I'm going to use your principle for something eternal. Hell no, that's crazy as hell. I can't give no deity that might of credit. Now, could spirit and deity move on my behalf supernaturally? Absolutely. But to take something through something imperfect and integrate it, because that's still ideological. And ideological is not a one size fits all thing. So
Mm-hmm.
there's no way I'm going to take an imperfect anybody, not just Christianity. I take it with a grain of salt. I take it within balance. I take it within perspective and how it could be applied into like maybe this life. But you can't use the things of this life to try to over determine and hold over my head with the things of next life. It insults me to think I would be offered streets of gold and everything here then when I'm in poverty now. No. My soul it cannot be bought with such frivolous things. I won't give a fuck about that. Maybe people don't value their spirit, but if your spirit can be bought and paid with a price, let me shut up.
Conscious, you always every time you go live on a Sunday, I mean, you always bringing some spiritual works into play in most of all your lives. But every time you go live on a Sunday, you always do this, and
And
you always
Okay.
talk about we ain't look, and you always talk about we ain't gonna be up here long,
and don't
and you. And look, and I be right up here with you, like, be up here 4, 5, 6 hours, but it's always good.
And he have a heathen section for people like me, and I appreciate you, and I love y'all. But
child, we all heathens.
well, no, well, yeah,
Listen,
I mean to a certain degree, you're not. If you subscribe to any part socially, like to the state's belief, regardless of how imperfect people say you practice it, you're not a heathen, and that's why for me as a
I am a heathen who responds to what is true to me.
right.
I love it. Then
That's
you
what
know
makes me a heathen.
I get it, and I love you
Because
for
see,
that.
for me, obviously, like within all of my self-awareness, one of the things that I've had to actually divorce is Christianity in my disassociation with everything I've been informed by. I'm just not dishonest enough to act like the spirit of Christ was not personal for me because it was.
Right.
And I'm not so egotistical. As much criticism as I have for religion, and I have particularly for Christianity, since that's been predominantly the religion and spirituality I've interacted with the most, I refuse to lie about my own impact and my own experience of spirit in the way that spirit revealed itself to me through Christian mysticism.
Mhm.
But in that Christian mysticism opened the truth up, where spirit was able to show me spirit everywhere else as well. So
Mm-hmm.
that's why I would never get up here and say Christianity is the way for all. No, it's the way for me. It
Mm-hmm.
was the way God personified, the way spirit
Mm-hmm.
consciousness, or
Mhm.
whatever people want to call it. It was the way it channeled itself through me. Through other people, you know, they got it how they get it, and I totally respect that, and I see spirit in and all of that. And I just want, if
Mhm.
anything, I want people to have the freedom of being able to discover spirit on their own. I want people to have the experience and the luxury and the freedom and the liberation to be able to treat their relationship to discovering their spirituality with just as much sincerity as we have been pushing for people to treat relationships with other human beings, which is like, let it be organic, let it be truly a heart and mind experience, be vulnerable, be open, and let it lead you wherever it may lead you. So I I practice Christian mysticism because it's where my heart is, and it's it's where my heart is. It's where that engagement is, but it's also not been the only place and the only way I've been able to experience God through hip hop. Hell, I've been able to experience God through
jazz.
stars in the moon. I've been able to experience God just through breathing. I mean, it's not, Christianity is not hardly the only church I have experienced, or the only worship of God I've experienced, or the only way I've been able to kind of arouse that Kundalini energy, or that spiritual energy, or that inner man, or that God actualized. It's and all of the things. And once again, it's like, because we're biological entities, it's like our egos are always going to want to conceptualize God. And I don't think that is an entirely negative thing. But I think when we lack a lot of time away from our true, authentic, divine selves, and we are more anchored into our material and egoic self, I think that the ego does what it always does, which it eventually will weaponize that spirituality. Like God said, it will weaponize those God concepts, and then you have a tyranny on the world, you have a violence on the world, you have a exploitation upon the people.
And telling them that it is, and instituting it
Yeah.
through the reality and through divinity, and thus they believe it because it is the reality of their life connected to it.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? It would be, as a heathen, as much as I have a disdain, I cannot say, because as esoteric bitch, the Bible is an old nasty piece of a spell book. I can't say what oppresses me, what was used to psychologically manipulate a bunch of people, has no power. Then what am I? So it's one of those things to where it's like that spiritually, I cannot disillusion myself to cope. I cannot use disillusionment as a spiritual coping mechanism. So that's why I do thrash down on it, but people, y'all just don't know sometimes when I connect through it through lineage, the vibration of my ancestors, especially even with Black American gospel. There's something vibrational that I connect to. I don't tremble, even though I don't fuck with certain parts of the Hebraic Jesus. When you say Jesus and I'm a homosexual, that shit don't fucking bother me at all. But when it comes to when it comes to I can't deny the ashe. I can't deny the vibration, but I don't. For me, I can tap into that not because I am thinking of the Lord thy God. No, where two or more are gathered, where positive and negative meets, where there is things, chemistry, science that makes this thing connect for me to where I can tap into that frequency and vibration because I'm vibrating with my people on a level that's fine that they might think it's God or Jesus, but that don't mean that I can't vibrate with them. And I would like for us to be able to activate that ashe, not just toward the deityism or the guilt or the ramification, but being able to use that and activating that ashe to manifest things that you need here on this life and our land.
Amen. Sonny, you're mighty quiet over there, child. if you
Sorry,
feel
yes, I'm here. Listen, I've been listening. I see the time. I'm trying to pay attention to the clock because you know me. I'll throw a question in here or say something to stir this shit up for another 2 hours.
Okay.
But this is redemption for me, Sonny. You know why it's redempting? I did something today that I actually dreaded. I went to church, and I don't even fool with that. And I got nothing, and I knew I wasn't gonna get anything out of it. Sometimes you put yourself in spaces, and at least if you think you can get something out of, like, especially like church for me, like just being able to socialize, and I just felt really sucked dry. Like, and that's actually fulfilled me. Like, it was not a wasted day, because that's what I left there feeling like. I just wasted my damn time trying to appease somebody else, and I gained nothing out of it. And now I just feel so fulfilled of, this conversation has been absolutely everything today for me. Yeah, I always got a big conscience up for doing the damn work, man.
Oh, me
And you
too.
know
I'm
what?
nothing but respect. But I have respect for you too, Rumors. Let me be real clear. On all the panels that we're on and the times we've talked and the things you say, even when I'm not up here, I just really respect your perspective. I appreciate what you bring, to the topics. And I'm glad that you got something out of it. And I pray somebody else did, that this made today worth it for them. Because for real, all jokes aside, this is an extremely important discussion that we're having, and it has opened up a lot of doors that I think some people have never considered, things that they never even thought they needed to assess about themselves, or places that have not been revealed within them that this made them identify with. And for those that do feel that way, I hope that y'all take whatever it is you felt today and actually utilize it. Don't just let it simmer in your spirit while we're on here, but really do something with it. Like Conscious said, the point of all of it is there's work to be done. I don't care whatever you think the solution is to this, wherever you may be in your journey. I, all the scenarios we could potentially throw up against the wall and all the things we have brought up tonight, all of them have that one common thread. And the bottom line is that personal work is required. It is required to have better relationships. It is required to build community. It is required to be a better human being to yourself.
Yes.
It is required in dismantling systems that are actively oppressing you. And it's required in dismantling structures within yourself that knowingly or unknowingly are part of why you're not where you desire to be in life. And so if you don't do nothing else, take the words that everyone has said this evening and genuinely apply them. Like, start, for if nothing else, and for right now from this moment, and especially starting in 2025, I pray that everybody begins to start living a life that is more purposeful, and not just be living on purpose, but living with purpose and in your purpose.
And you know what, y'all? I may have to create a little panel group on Instagram. This might be a whole panel in and of itself right here. Like, we might have to come back, or once a month or twice a month or once a week and discuss on a topic or a situation, and we throw shit in the pot and come up with a time where we can come and bring out infinity stones and combine them to make America great again, child. We may have to actually, in fact, do that. And I always tell people here, look, I tell people that this platform is a multi-purpose platform. We get dense, we roast, we gag, we get into gossip, celebrity shit. We do all that, but we do all of this too. We do this here too. What we here today. We come to indulge in life. We come to a nuanced subjects and things that are relevant to our everyday lives. We get into the substance of things, honey. We do it all, okay? It can't be all work, no play, all play, no work, all work, no play. I try to just, everything I do, I just try to have balance with everything. So, we do it all here. And I can't do this without you all. You all, IG, T Lounge, Roma, Sunny, y'all are conversationalists. Y'all are intellectuals. Y'all are diverse and bold and passionate and charismatic, and y'all contribute immensely to these discussions. Even the nice nasty piece of opposition that IG ass like to contribute. I love it all, and it's what community is. It's the diversity of it all. It's the adversity of it all. It's the wellness of it all. So, I'm glad that we did this discussion. Something kept pressing on me today. I was like, talk about it, because I wasn't gone. I was like, and then I just kept getting.
You don't remember telling us before? You told us a few lives ago that you were going to discuss this. It literally been about 3 weeks. Yes, you did.
What?
You absolutely did. And when I saw when Foodie sent me the notification, because I didn't get one, when she DM'd me, I was like, oh my God, he's talking about it. Let me jump up here, whatever. Because you said you were going to talk about this or whatever. And I'm glad that you did, because
Yeah.
It is something that is going on, and I know we always go into many subtopics off of one main topic, but I'm glad that it was addressed. And you know what I'm so proud of? I like you. I know I tend to always agree with you, but like you, I like having people with difference of
Yeah.
opinion that can articulate. I remember when I discovered you through Larry. I remember we used to have panel discussions,
Yep.
and it never seemed like it would get anywhere. Like it would just be so heavy
Chaotic.
and toxic and chaotic, right? But look how, because you never, one thing I can say, you never stopped having these conversations, and you always provided the space even for the opposition. Look how it has evolved, that we can have a functional
Yeah.
disagreeing conversation and still bring awareness to people, even if we don't always agree. But people are actually learning something. Yo, shout outs to you, like, because a lot of content creators ain't doing what the hell you're doing, conscious. If you don't agree with them, they don't need, they ain't trying to bring people up to have a honest conversation. You do that intentionally, and I'm so proud to literally
Oh, thank
not even want to rotten your. I'm proud of you. I'm proud to even have my name in relation to you.
thank
Like, you
you.
dope as hell, conscious. All of y'all are dope. Like, I fucks with the conscious crew heavy as hell, for real.
Period. Period. No, that really means a lot, and I want to thank y'all because it definitely. I can understand why a lot of content creators like kind of stick to their niche, because like this video here is not going to end up in an algorithm. It's not going to end up in like a trendy algorithm, and a lot of content creators only want to kind of stick to the trend and do what kind of works. But I once again, I would be being dishonest to myself if I allowed myself to only use my platform to entertain, but also not to teach, not to be an example of what we can be capable of as community, and to put that to work, put that to task by literally letting community through the damn front doors and letting us show that, to everything that you just said, that there can be disagreement, there can be passion, there can be all of that without it ending in us making each other an enemy. And it allows us to also be an example of listening, of agreeing, of putting down our own egos, of us learning things ourselves. Like, we're all doing the work and we're all being an incredible example. And I definitely always wanted to build community. My channel actually started off this way. It started off with me talking about life and spirituality and all this stuff. Then it evolved to the celebrity trendy stuff. And now it then kind of circled back around to a balance where it's like we get to do that and we get to do this, and we get to keep moving forward. So, I always got to equally give y'all roses, because I'm not doing this by myself, and I'm not up here by myself. And y'all all are like favorites to so many Conscious Crew members. I think I just heard foodie expert just said a while ago, like a few days ago, she was like, I miss some of the members of the panel, and like y'all are central figures here too. Like, this is just as much as y'all got their platform as it is mine, and people literally be longing for y'all. So I hope that we can do more of this. I would actually like to be more intentional about bringing this panel together. As I stated, like, I would like us to work on some things going forward and maybe be intentional about creating some content that we can do a few times out of the month, or at the very least or one side of the month. I know everybody is busy and everybody work and everybody got schedules and shit, but I would love for us to figure it out, because I'm down for all of that. So
me too, I'm here for it.
Yeah. Okay, well, we'll figure it out, child. We're at that 6-hour long mark. I gotta get my ass up out of here. It's 12 midnight. This meeting is adjourned, and if we need it, do y'all feel we need a part two? We need a part two, because I feel like we really put our foot off in really like the problem and the solution.
I would like to see a panel with more cis hetero black men. With that, like with Arshawn and maybe some of the people from that intellectual space, because that was refreshing to me. Because even with me trying to pivot back with the man side. It's like, okay, it's not because of my maleness as the same gender loving man. I see how, from the outside of me being romantically involved with either party, how the detriment is working. We're aiding in our own destruction on both sides. So it don't. I'm not going to use my maleness, or my homoeroticism is not going to override the concernment. That's why I kind of throw a little shade at the book screens and stuff like that. But it came out later on because it was like, well, yeah, this person had an issue, and that also plays a role into the femophobia. That also plays the role to where even if I identify as man, I will have to face that barrier because of that femophobia, or with that attached to it. So
Mhm.
that these things would have to be very, very, it should be simple, but now these niggas got us in calculus. So it's okay to bump your head up against and have that disagreement. I really, really, really do appreciate that we were able to have that contrast, and that's why I would say that we would need to have these intellectual cis hetero men that are able to have that, because it was more gainful. Even with all of us in there, we both were able to hear that exchange with somebody who wants to come and not just cause the gas prices to go high for all that fucking gaslighting and burning all this coal and shit. So that is effective for me, because I want to see us come together. I want cis hetero relationships to work, because I am not going to say, despite my happy relationship, it affects the reality of my community. It affects how people around me are. So cis hetero relationships have got to be whole. And yes, I have to stand on either side. It won't call you on your shit or say, wait a minute, baby, that might not be correct for you to deal with the men like this. Wait a minute, bruh, that might not be correct for you to deal with the ladies like this. So I love y'all. Baby, I gotta still work till 7 o'clock, but I'm gonna go back and catch the payback and laugh and cackle and shit.
Yes, and speaking of that IG, so I don't me and Ricky Romance, who is Raz B's brother, Raz B from B2K, him, me and his brother are really close friends. He reached out to me last week, and he wants to actually put together a uh a panel of 12 Black men from various backgrounds, including same gender loving, heterosexual, like the whole nine, and wants to literally talk about mental health, particularly abandonment, and how Black men are dealing with the issue of abandonment and navigating the issue of abandonment, and how that's showing up in their lives. We're going to have a professional, a therapist on board for that panel as well, to help to navigate that conversation around mental health and the particular psychic injury of abandonment. So if you, IG, or anybody on the panel, like if you yourself and your man would like to be a part of that panel, let me know. If y'all know
I would.
men or know any heterosexual men who y'all would like to be a part of that,
I do.
have them email me, please, because I'm going to be collecting the roster and the panel attendee and just organizing everything. And yes, so we're just putting that show together right now. I'm producing it, so I'm collecting all the damn people and organizing the damn show and everything. So that's something
Well,
that we'll be doing.
Okay,
I
producer. I
And
hear
you
you.
recommended somebody, I
definitely,
believe, a room is in T.
yeah, and I'm working
Yeah,
on
they email me.
some
Yes,
cis hetero men as well. And I do want to say, not for that particular segment that Conscious is the collab that he's working on, but I want us to also start reaching out to some of our friends, family, talk to the cis hetero men. We do need them more to come and be involved in these conversations. So I think that we need to, women, I think that we do need to start talking to our family and friends, co-workers, acquaintances, introduce them to the platform, and try to suggest, pull on them a little bit, try to get them to, if they just in the bushes, just to have to observe first, make them feel comfortable, whatever. But I think we do have a due diligence that we need to activate in trying to spread the word and bring, those that are willing to participate and do the work from a healthy space. Like, we need to definitely do our part, like, because we need them in this space as well.
yes, absolutely. I can't wait to actually bring y'all that show, and definitely spread the word. Like Women's in Tia said, child, it's something here for everybody. We're not a gay channel. We are just a platform of the people, and everybody is here, from the gays, the lesbians, the straights, the confused, the in-betweens, the manly, the feminine, honey, the white, the black. We got everybody up in this piece. So y'all continue to evangelize the channel. That's how we grow. Share out to Twitter and Facebook and wherever it is you socialize, and just let the folk know that we're live and in color. T Lounge, you also have a channel as well, so shout out to let people know where they can find you.
Yes, you can find me over at the T Lounge. I am Lady T, and I just want to say this so that people can kind of have it in the back of their mind, right? Because we're having a little biblical conversation. Talking about the promised land, the land of milk and honey, and all of that other stuff. Just remember, Moses never got to see
it. Good point.
He died in the wilderness along with some other old fogies. So just keep that in mind. But that does not mean that it does not exist and people won't get there. If you can catch my drift, right?
If we don't do it for us, we need to do it for our babies.
For our babies. That is exactly what I'm trying to get at. Okay. And also, Conscious, I sent you an email. If you could just look for it.
I will
respond. Just I sent 2, so just take a look. Okay. All right. Later, Sunshine. Oh my God, I'll be
Sunny.
Okay.
Not to be damn sunshine as long as we done been here. Hell. All right, boo.
Okay, later, y'all. Have a good one.
That was our T Lounge.
Have a good one.
Sunny, it is always a joy and a pleasure, my lady. How are you feeling these days? Are you feeling better? Are you lifted? Are you where are you at?
I'm actually doing really good. I appreciate you asking. I'm feeling good. My health is better. You know, I'm in a good place spiritually. You know, you already know the background and the work that's been done. So I just feel like I'm in a whole new era. I know that this is definitely a new path that I'm walking. It's a lot of work that's been done, a whole hell of a lot of healing and evolution and personal deaths, spiritual deaths that were necessary in order to see myself and actualize myself in the grandest way possible, in the way that I know I was designed to be here and experience this life, So I'm happy. And just want to say real quick, at 12:12, I want to give a bad bitch a shout out. Happy birthday to me.
Happy birthday, Sunny.
Happy birthday to the girl. It's officially 10/21.
Period.
Okay. Like I'm blessed. I'm grateful to be here because that is not promised for any of us. And God knows I have had my struggles medically and things, but I'm grateful to be here.
Wait, are you a Libra or are you a Scorpio?
I'm a Libra. That's why I said I'm on the cusp. I'm right at the end, but that's why child, that's why I be giving it up like a Scorpio sometimes.
3 days ago, hers is on the 18th, and yours on the 21st. Wow.
Come on, mama. Yep. Yeah, God. But that's why sometimes I be giving it up like a Scorpio because I'm right there on the cusp, baby. So yes, so I'm excited to celebrate. I've never said my age out loud, but my 41st birthday today.
Look,
so
it's a blessing. Those are the golden ages. Like, people are literally having a whole rebirth at 40. 40, like that's why 40 is the new 20. It's something that just happens in the 40s. I can't explain it. It's just,
yes, God. It is a freedom that I never saw coming.
It's crazy. I could have never anticipated I would feel this way coming into 40. It is literally a new mind. It's a new energy. It's more freeing. And it's a beauty for us to even be able to reach 40 and 45, considering everything that's happening in the world.
Yes.
That we even are able to still be beautifully and wonderfully made and present in today's world, looking prettier and wealthier than ever. I live.
Come on.
I live for us. Are you doing anything to celebrate it? Are you going out? Are you doing anything? Are you kicking back, chilling?
I'm relaxing. On my birthday, I usually do some type of spiritual practice. I tend to use those days in that way. So I'm not doing anything today, but I got a few plans for the week, some stuff I'm going to get into, and a little bit of later celebration. I'll be going to Fag Talk. I can't wait for that. So,
are you going to attend Fag Talk?
Yes, child. Yes, indeed. So I'll be there for that.
That's going to be amazing. Shout out
I look
to
forward to
Maddie.
it. Yes, and if y'all are in the Baltimore area, it's November 8th. Show up and show out. I always support Madison. Love her down. Yeah. Her birthday's tomorrow, actually. So
all these goddamn Libras.
Yes, God.
Just showing the hell out. I didn't even know
don't
Maddie
we?
was a Libra. Wow.
Yep, she sure is. And Maddie is the last day of Libra. And trust me, the way y'all remind me of each other and the things you said, it's crazy.
She closed it out with a bang, honey.
Okay. Please believe me. But I just want to say thank you to you too, because I know you say that we are a part of this, but I promise you, the mere fact that we can have these conversations, and like you said, that there can be disagreements, and like Rumors was saying, there can be disagreements, but I think two of the reasons why this works out the way it does is, one, because you sincerely have curated an audience that is here looking for solutions and not just arguing to be right. That's first. Two, it's the way you lead and guide and how you exist. And because you stand so firmly in your purpose, it is why you're able to do what you're doing, and I feel like you're doing God's work, honest to goodness. Like when you're on here talking, when you bring up the topics that you do, when you fire into people's ass, or when you're showing them love, it is all an effort to me, the way I receive it. I just feel like you are playing your role and doing your part, fulfilling the purpose you were sent here for, and ushering us forward, into changing the tide. And there has to be leaders in that. And every leader is not created equally. Their presence is going to manifest in different ways, but nonetheless, they all have that same trait. And that is that they are moving the conversation forward, and you never fail at that. I don't care what it's about. Even when it comes to just the so-called gossip topics, even there, you make sure that there's a nugget that somebody can take home from it. It's never just a good kiki, which I live for that too. But I feel like with where we are in the world in this age of Aquarius, it is absolutely necessary that everything we do has underlying intent, that we're not just haphazardly existing. And that is something that you do not do ever. And I really respect you for that, and for creating a platform that allows us to participate in it and to contribute into making this place better.
Oh, y'all make me feel like it's my damn birthday. Oh my God.
I mean, we close. Your birthday coming.
It is coming, Jesus. But no, I received that. Wow. Thank y'all so much.
And thank you to everybody that said happy birthday too. I appreciate y'all. And follow me on all platforms. I'm at Sunny Love Always everywhere, including YouTube, because I'm going to get back into posting. I restarted my channel, so it's about to go down.
Are you on Facebook as well?
I am on Facebook, but I don't really use it.
Okay,
so
YouTube and Instagram mostly then.
Yeah, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. I'm in all those places at Sunny Love Always.
TikTok. All right, I just put Sunny's name, you guys, in the chat so you guys can find her. Well, I thank you, sister. I love you. I'm going to put together an Instagram chat before the week is out, so we can just all kind of dump some ideas in and see if there's anything that we want to start creating together, because people love this panel and I love this panel and it's electric and amazing. So we can just start figuring things out from there. Which I would love. I would love to bring that content to the platform and continue to be able to feed people, all of us, because we all are on the same mission to help to move the conversation and the needle forward. So I would love for us to continue to collaborate. So let's just work on that.
Indeed. Well, thank you so much. I love you so much. I do.
I love you too, boo, and happy birthday. Light and love.
Thank you.
Like, do you have a Cash App or anything? Like, do you have a?
Oh, I do, baby, and it's Sunny Love always as well.
Okay, hold on. Let me put that in. Sunny Love always. $, Sunny Love always.
That's right.
Okay. Conscious
That's
Crew.
me.
Let's send Sunny Love some birthday love, okay, to let her know that she is loved and she is appreciated and she is valued. I just put her Cash App handle in the chat, you guys. $ Sunny Love always on Cash App. Okay, let's show some birthday love to our girl. She just turned 31, honey. She finally got her license to drink. Shake that ass legally, honey. Okay.
You're crazy.
So, y'all
Yeah.
Snapchat that and show her some love. I'm gonna send you something as well, boo.
Thank you. You know I love you down. Listen, if I share my hoes money with you, you know I live for you.
Oh, period. Oh, period, honey. All right, guys. I will talk to you soon and enjoy your birthday for all of us.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Love y'all. Have a wonderful day. And throw that ass in a circle one good time for me.
Period. Bye, boo.
Goodbye.
That is Sunny, you guys. Oh my goodness. I can't believe we paneled all the way into Sunny's birthday. Oh my God. That is amazing. I'm about to send Sunny some birthday love right now. Before I get up out of her. Let me do it right now, child. Because I know once I get on this phone, some people gonna whisk me away, child. Okay, hold on. Happy birthday. All right. Pew, pew, pew. All right, you guys. I just sent our girl some birthday love, you guys. I love you guys. You guys know where you can donate to. $ Sunny Love always for her birthday, child. Y'all can also donate to me. $ Consciouztv and or paypal.me/Consciouztv, honey. If you enjoyed yourself, if you live for this. I love you a long time. Make sure you guys subscribe. Make sure you guys thumbs up. Make sure you guys share the platform. And I will see y'all tomorrow. You guys know we got tea on top of tea, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll be over on Nosy Hole platform at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So make sure that you guys are tuned in. Of course, I'll share the link out on the community wall. So keep you guys eyes open there. And, you know, anything that's coming down the pipeline on tomorrow, we'll be live and in color throughout the week. You know, tomorrow or hell, today, I should say, really. And I love you all. Peace and good night.